Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. My name is Marco REDAVID, and this is my father, Leonardo REDAVID.
Hi, everyone.
We are excited to be in front of you today. We have a great day planned. We are showing our support for the Black Lives Matter movement. REDAVID for Black Lives Matter means something to me as a business owner and as the president of REDAVID Salon Products. I wanted to show my team, my very diverse team that you're all going to meet today, that we stand with them and we support them, and that we want to be on the right side of history and show that we believe in them and that we're there for them and that we will continue to be diverse going forward. This whole movement lately has been a bit of an eye-opener for myself. I've had to educate myself on a lot of things and recognizing my white privilege and realizing that something needs to be done. More than a black square on our Instagram page and more than a post on social media just saying our support, I wanted to do something to truly show it to my team and to everybody out there that we support Black Lives Matter. And today we've got an amazing day of 6 hours of different education, everything from business building to social media to a haircut from this great man right here. And we will be matching all donations up to $5,000 today. And all of the proceeds will be going to the Floyd family. So thank you guys for tuning in. We're excited. I'm excited to show you all our team, our amazingly diverse team. And they've got some great things to say and some amazing stuff that we're going to do. And hopefully we can raise some awareness along with money for the Black Lives Matter movement.
Today it's a love day, and we're going to do some wonderful hair for everybody. And you're going to see the team really having some fun today. So for all my team, make sure that you do a good job today, okay?
So this person that I'm going to introduce to you now, her name is Catherine Sims. She is one of the most amazing women I have met. She is a mother of 3 children. She's married to a black man, and something that she said that truly resonated with me was that she is scared every day her husband leaves the house. And honestly, that to me was very emotional to hear, because as a white person, I've never had that fear. I've never had a fear of being pulled over by the cops and fearing for my life. And she was telling me some stories, and I resonated with her. So I'm happy to be here to support and to show our support to her. And I'll pass off to Catherine Sims, our artistic team leader. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining, and thank you, Marco and Leo, for passing it over to me. Let me start by really thanking REDAVID and supporting this amazing cause, movement, awareness to speak for Black lives, and supporting really what has now become known to human as the kindness and loving all races, especially Black people. For me, this is something that really touches home. I am not Black myself. I am Middle Eastern, and I live in Windsor, Ontario. But my husband does work in the United States. And as Marco said, every day he commutes over to the United States. In Canada, we also do experience racism. I believe it's just on a different level. And in the United States, I fear my husband going to work and not coming home. And so I knew, as a person who was not part of that race of people, that I had to do something to raise awareness. And in the United, our voices to speak up and start causing change, start being the change, and the change that needs to be seen in this world. Marco and Leo are such great support in putting REDAVID on a platform that changes the beauty industry. And as the beauty industry, we have fallen short in representing a cultured community through our social media and through what we put out. And alone speaking that the owners are Italian, we have Arabic, we have Black, we have Spanish, we have Indian, and we have white, and it's all okay. And it's all great because we are uniting. And we need to unite on a larger front to support Black people at this time because of the media and through what we put out, the systemic racism that's happening. And so today, our purpose is to bring awareness, is to show love, and to commit to change through the beauty industry. It's where our hands and our platform stands. And as pioneers and as people making change with hair and the way humans feel when they're in our chairs and using our products, we're going to do the same and empowering them and making them feel just as beautiful, regardless of their race or the color of their skin. So I want to say thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being part of this great movement and the awareness of supporting George Floyd's family, because we can't change the world, but we can change one life at a time. We can change how we affect one person's life, two people's lives, or the hands that we touch. So thank you again. I'm so proud to be part of this company. I'm so proud to represent truth, love, honesty, commitment. That is what this company stands for. So thank you, Marco and Leo, for allowing me to take the stance that I am taking today and supporting people, how we affect one other stylist and educating the world on what is important for the beauty industry and for humankind. So thank you. With no hesitation, today we have a great day filled with education, knowledge, empowerment, and really bringing to the table a lot of beauty tips of what REDAVID does with your mannequins, of course, because we're in a pandemic, but also behind the chair and for your business. We have our wonderful Ken, who is a big part of the REDAVID company, who will be speaking to you about how you can change your business, how we can empower ourselves through business. We have so many beautiful educators who are going to put on a show for you and really make you feel part of our company for these next 6 hours. So without any ado, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce the one and only Spanish educator on platform, but today here in English, Mr. Fernando Navarro. To you, darling.
Buenos dias. I just threw that out there since you said the whole Spanish. That was a beautiful speech, Catherine. How could I even follow that? You said that beautifully.
Thank you.
And the only thing I think I can add to it is this is not a new thing for REDAVID. REDAVID, since the beginning, approached me a couple years ago and said, we need Spanish representation. We need you to speak to people so they can understand and feel the product and feel comfortable taking that back to the salon. So to me, I'm very proud to be part of a company who saw the need, sought out somebody, trained me, and now we're here. So I'm very proud to work for a company like this. And it's
You're
so cool.
sweet.
Is the link posted here for the GoFundMe, Catherine? Ken?
It is, yeah. So right on our live feed over here to the left or right, I believe,
So
on the side somewhere, you will see the link to join and to donate to our GoFundMe account. We are doing this for a great cause. So yeah, as we're going through it, you'll be able to click and to donate and be able to really commit to this movement. The best way to show your support is through watching and through donating as well. So yeah, Fernando, it's right to your side. I will be hanging out for a bit, and if we have questions through your feed, I'll jump in and if anyone's asking questions, then present the question to you. So take it away, show us your amazing skill.
I got assigned, I threw this crazy idea out to Catherine, and she just like, her jaw just dropped. And I said, what if I do like my 5-minute haircut, 7-minute haircut? We moved it to 7 minutes. And she's like, 7 minutes? I said, yeah. So this is a haircut I've been doing on all my clients, a lot of my clients. It's customized. We changed it a little bit depending on what they want, what they don't want. It's worked for many years now. And the reason I liked it is because the way I cut the hair is following the curvature of the hair. And it's also the way people naturally grab their hair to style it. So when you're at home, and it's very important that when you're doing a haircut, you show your client how you're cutting it, because that's the way I feel they should be styling it. So if you're taking partings this way and you're cutting, when they curl their hair at home, most people grab a section like this and then they straighten forward or they curl it back. So if you're cutting the way people will naturally grab their hair, it's gonna be so much easier for them to style their hair at home. So I feel like this is why this haircut has been successful. So let me show you guys. I have to tell you, I like more freehand, flowy haircuts. So if you're a technical person, close your eyes. Look the other way. This is a haircut, not because you're in a hurry, not because you want to do the quickest thing on somebody, but you want to do something practical that works for your client. It can work on medium hair, short hair, or even long hair. So look away if you're not. I'm gonna start. Either you can do it on dry hair or wet hair. I do dry haircuts. I like dry haircuts, so that's what we're gonna do today. I always start off with cutting the perimeter of the hair, but first, there is some technical stuff that I use. I like to take a parting. It's gonna end up being like a triangle parting. This is my first live video in the morning. Usually I do these in the afternoon, and I'm in Washington State, so it's about 9 something in the morning. Usually I do these at middle of the day. So good morning to some people and good afternoon to some others. It's really important that you map out the perimeter of the hair so that you don't end up with these. This mannequin came with some really thin hair already on the end. So if you guys can see, it's in a triangle shape starting at the top of the head here, and then it goes out to the perimeter to the outer corner. Before we cut this, Catherine actually showed me how to instruct your clients to do this. I used to always just say, tilt your head down. And Catherine said, show me your double chin. No, I have a beard, so you can't see mine, but you're gonna tell your clients, and it's fine, a little icebreaker if it's a new client. So you're gonna tell them, show me your double chin. That way they know the movement to make. So on this mannequin, who also doesn't have a double chin, I'm just gonna tilt her down. What this does, you guys, when you cut the perimeter and you ask the client to go like this, hair that was here, when you go like this, it moves up. So it's over directed. You don't end up cutting it too short. So we're gonna go. I want to keep as much length, but leave her a real nice full perimeter. So we're gonna go right here. There's a couple different ways to do it. You want to have a really nice tension on it, so you can use your fingers. I like to use my comb. So I'm gonna come through here. If a person has a really thick hair, I'll even come in with texturizing shears, and I'll do the haircut with texturizing shears, and then just check the perimeter and some of the angles to make sure there isn't any long hairs. But if they do have a long, thick hair, then I will use texturizing shears to do the whole haircut. So once we've done this, and we've gone through and cut the perimeter there, seriously, you guys, it's pretty quick. Not because I am rushing through my clients, but probably it evolved from thick hair that I'm coloring someone's thick hair into blonde platinum, that we don't have a lot of time at the very end. And people come to me for color. I had to learn how to do haircuts that enhance the balayage and the effects that I do. And this is what we came up with. So we've done the back. We had the sides pinned up. Depending on where the client has her parting, she kind of goes off to the side a little bit. We'll part it in the center. We'll have her tilt back up, sit up straight. Now here's the part. You've probably seen cut your own hair on YouTube, and they hold it in a ponytail and then you just cut it. It might seem like that, but there's more to it than just that. So don't try this at home. I'm not, unless you're a professional. So we're gonna part this right behind the ear. And we're gonna take this whole section right here. the whole section, and we're gonna comb it forward. Now, what makes it customized and what makes it specific to that person is we all have a different shape of head. So this is gonna go with the natural fall and growth of the hair. So we're gonna flip forward. So from the side view, you can see it like this. We're gonna drop that length. And once we have it out, it's a lot harder to do it on the mannequin. But, so with my clients, I hold it out here, and then I have them turn their head. So it over directs it. So over direct those layers. So you get layering in the front, and it gradually gets less and less as it goes to the back, because you've over directed. Everything that comes from the back has to travel a lot more back to beauty school, taking you guys back to beauty school. The hair back here has to travel all the way here, as opposed to the hair that's in the front that travels just to here. So you end up getting too late, and you don't end up having too short of a hair cut. So my clients usually come in and they're like, I literally want you to just run the shears over like the least bit amount of hair. Like even just pretend you're cutting my hair just for peace of mind. So this is a compromise that I've come up with them so that I can get rid of some of those dry ends and give it a little bit more shape without them losing their length. So right here again on this side, we're gonna go from the top of the head straight down right behind the ear. We're gonna pull this, comb this forward. And when you get to this part, you ask the client to turn their head. So they're gonna turn this way, and that's where you get the over directing. Because it wraps around their head, their shape of their head. And you get those layers in the front that go into the back. So you get that nice texture. I have done a blowout, did a blowout, the Catherine blowout, the REDAVID blowout, before I started the haircut. So this mannequin has been prepped with REDAVID orchid oil and the volumizing, REDAVID volumizing spray. Now, just at the very end, you guys, that's it. Like, you just want to double check a few different things. Since we cut the sides, pulled forward, and the back was cut separately, I just want to make sure that these sides match up and blend with the back. This mannequin that I'm cutting here, I'm gonna do some waves into it so you guys can see how easy you can add waves when you've done your layers already. And I'm gonna show you guys the same haircut, but on straight hair, because I know a lot of people are going to wanna know what it looks like. I do this on people with very textured curly hair, short hair, long hair, straight hair, thin hair. It's worked every single time. Unless someone wants to come in and they want straight across bangs, I'm gonna part the bangs separately, and then I'm gonna do those separate. If they want a lot of layers, if they want no layers and just a blunt, obviously that's a different haircut. This is for somebody who wants to try something new, but doesn't want to commit to a lot of layering. A lot of people only care about the front part of their hair. So this is giving you that detail, especially this will enhance balayage with that money piece in the front and all the layers. So I'm gonna show you real quick. Clients at home, it's gonna be a lot easier for them to grab their hair, pull forward, and curl it back. Because we have these layers in here, these steps, these different levels, it's going to show a lot more volume and body here, and you really only have to focus on the ends. So we're gonna pull that forward, curl it. So the same way that we cut it is the way we style the hair. As we go back further, the client is not gonna be able to hold this hair all the way up here, so they're gonna hold their hair a little bit lower. That's why I cut it just going straight down. So they're gonna hold the hair a little bit lower and curl it back. So I do this in thinking, and I show the clients, this is how I'm cutting your hair in the mirror. I even grab the curling iron at the end, and then I'll show them. At home, you're gonna curl it like this. Remember how I cut it? I told you we did this, and we went this way. Educating your clients on what you're doing will have better results when they get home and they can actually recreate that look. They're gonna be a walking billboard for you. So pull it forward, curl those ends. We are doing Leo's favorite beachy waves. He loves these, you guys. If you ever sit in his chair, you make sure you say, Leo, will you give me beach waves? It is what it is, and it's the trend, it's what's trending. You can take smaller sections and add even more volume to this. I like taking big sections with a small curling iron so it gives you that loose curl. So remember, the way you cut the hair is the way you style it, and you have to take that in consideration. I would love it if my clients parted their hair in 14 different ways and curled it and straightened it the way they should. They're not gonna do it. So I need to think of what is it gonna get for them to do their hair and their hair to look good. I literally will tell my clients, if your hair doesn't look good in public, don't tell them that I did your hair. You're not allowed to say I did your hair. You're not allowed to say you're my client. So this back part here, remember, they're not gonna be able to hold it all the way up here. Clients get tired, they get very antsy, so they're gonna just pull it down into the front, and they're only gonna get those ends. Less heat for the hair as well. So if you prep this like I did with the volumizing, and then I also added the orchid oil for the heat protection, I'm gonna break this up with some more orchid oil. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She's ready to go somewhere now. So check this out. Real quick, because we set the client up for success. We set her up by showing her how to do it and considering that she's a low maintenance kind of person. We set her up for success and how to actually curl her hair quickly. So I'll show you guys what this haircut looks like when it's straight, because I know a lot of people want to know. I'm just gonna run my comb through here. So she's got that really pretty soft, almost glamour wave. Oh, that REDAVID orchid oil is slick. So here's the haircut curled. And I've already done this one. If you guys have followed me, you guys know this is Quarantina. I've done her haircut. She was passed down to me, so she had these wonky bangs that I've had to incorporate into the haircut. But this is what the haircut looks like straight. You're gonna have that nice little layering in the front. I've also found out that if clients wear extensions, this is a really good haircut for that, because you're able to clip those extensions in through here, and then they fall through here, and you have all the layering in the natural hair in the front to be able to hide those extensions. You've seen a lot of celebrities have a similar haircut. Leo does a very similar haircut as well, and he calls it the Hollywood haircut. I think that's the Hollywood haircut. So drawing inspiration from that one as well, this is what it would look like straight. That's a haircut that works for me. Like I said, if you're super technical, you can take 50 sections and do it in small sections. The point is to over direct the hair. The point is to use the client's shape of the head. We all have a different shape of the head and the hair falls differently, to create a haircut that's specific to them. Even though it's the same haircut, it's not going to be the same haircut on everyone, because everyone's going to style their hair different and everyone has different types of hair. So obviously it took longer because talking and explaining, but I promise you guys I can do this in 5 to 7 minutes with long hair, and then just quick blow dry, show them I can really curl it in about like 2 minutes. So like I said, I spend a lot more time coloring hair, and usually it's about 6 hours with somebody. So at the very end, I just want the final result to be easy and something they can recreate at home. Catherine, is there any questions from anybody? Any questions from you, Catherine? This is the first time you watched me do the haircut, Catherine. I've only talked about it, and you thought I was joking.
I know, it's super interesting, but no, there's no questions yet, but I love the way it looks. Can I see it up close?
Yeah.
Fernando, I almost died when you told me about this haircut, but it actually...
No, you literally did. You laughed for about like 5 minutes. And then I told you, what? I said, could you imagine if Leo heard that I'm gonna do a 5-minute haircut? Could you imagine Leo's face? And then we laughed some more. And,
oh my God, I almost died. Leo, what do you think about it?
Oh,
Yeah,
I love
Leo.
it. You know, it's really fantastic. The hair looks really nice and shiny using that orchid oil, and you know, it curled it, and the curl stayed in there. Fernando, good job. I was sweating it when you said 7 minutes.
He's gonna have to pick up the pace a little bit to compete.
It's awesome. I love it.
You know, there's a need for all types of haircuts. Our clients are going to come back very nervous back into the salon, and maybe they're not going to want to spend so much time there. So they want something that makes them feel better about themselves, makes them feel like they got a haircut. This is a great way to brighten up their day, add something a little bit different without taking so much time. It's going to be very limited with everything we have to do in the salon when we open up. So it's definitely
it looks beautiful, Fernando. It looks really great, brother.
Thank you.
And, speaking on that, Fernando, when are you guys planning to reopen? You guys got a date yet?
We are in like the twilight zone. Everything around us in the state of Washington, I'm in Washington State, has opened except for us. We're still in phase 1. When other counties are moving into phase 3 soon. They, unfortunately, we have some of the highest numbers in the probably nation per capita. So just when we get the numbers down. So our main goal is to keep everyone safe. And I'm, you know, very thankful that you guys give me this platform so that I can express myself creatively and educate people and connect. More than anything, connect with people, because there's a lot of things that I can learn from somebody else. And through teaching and talking and sharing, I get to really connect with more people, and then we feel a lot better about the state that we're in because we help each other through it.
Well, I like that. When we get back to doing trade shows again, you guys will have to have a little competition on stage so you can get a model the fastest. I want to see it.
I don't know, Fernando, I was pretty impressed this morning. That's pretty hot.
Leo, he told me in the salon, and I was like, how ever in history of time can you do a haircut in 7 minutes? Like a full long layered. He was like, if I never have to pick up scissors, I would be so happy, but I just need to do it to make sure they get haircuts.
Yes.
It's like, oh my God.
True. My clients know that, and they're very appreciative, and they love their haircuts. But I definitely, if they come in and they want something very technical, I will refer them out so that they get the best experience from somebody else who's very talented people that do haircuts, and I don't mind sharing, but this gets them feeling like they had a haircut. And honestly, my clients come in and literally, they do say that. They like, please just go like this over the like, not even on the ends, just go like that. So I think I had a haircut. I like to fight them, turn them from the mirror, like hold their hands down. My clients are very particular about their long hair, their long blonde hair.
Fernando, I have to tell you a little story. I had one of my clients, she used to come with a ruler.
Oh, really?
She used to come with a ruler and she used to tell me, half an inch. This is what half an inch looks like. It was amazing.
That's so
I
true.
believe it. I believe it. And
That looks great.
I will have to add that dual therapy has changed. And this is definitely not because I work for you, for this company. And all my clients can vouch for this, has changed the way their hair grows. It's healthier, stronger. They tell me without even me saying, they're like, I feel like my hair's growing. And of course I say, yes, it's so long, Rapunzel. But but I do notice that the hair grows more.
That's because of that dynagen protein that makes it grow there. That's the reason.
And that is unique to only REDAVID, right? No one else can have that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fernando, that dual therapy is the bomb. I tell you, I love that.
Dual therapy is literally the one thing that I if I had to trade everything else in, I would trade everything else and I would keep the dual therapy because it does so much and it changes. I mean, my clients will call me and be like, my husband liked the way my hair felt. I need to buy it. Or he loves the smell. So they always like the smell and the feeling of it and they notice a difference for sure.
Thanks, Fernando.
Yeah, that was great. Great work.
We love you. We love you. Thank you so much, brother.
And for everybody watching, you can catch Fernando doing this haircut live in our upcoming year of shows, definitely on stage teaching it. So be sure to find us in our show schedule for the upcoming year. Mr. Fernando Navarro, who's also doing tons of online education as far as stuff we've been posting on Instagram and social media. So please reach out to us. Let us know what you're looking for, and we will be happy to provide it.
Make sure you visit Instagram, the REDAVID Salon Products Instagram, Facebook, and also if you have any questions about prices and ingredients, the website is a great place to visit. It's always on, you can always answer questions. There's tons, and it's beautiful.
Yes. Thank you so much, Fernando.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for joining. We'll catch you a bit later. Love you.
Love you too. Bye.
So I think now we're going to pass the torch over to Ken, who's going to give us a little bit of information on some empowerment in the business. So Ken, Marco and Leo, do you guys want to introduce Ken and kind of take the opportunity to let everyone know kind of how amazing he is?
Absolutely, yeah, I'd love to. So I think that, I can't tell if Ken's on right now. Oh, there he is, perfect, just popped back on. But Ken is the man behind the curtain, if you will, at REDAVID. Ken does all of our brochures, our website, our marketing materials, our social media page. Ken is our encyclopedia, if you will. He's been with the company for a very long time.
And that Google?
Yeah, Ken's Google now, yeah. So he's been a fantastic piece of the company. His knowledge is incredible. And you know, I didn't find out until recently the resume that Ken had until about a couple of years ago. He was just doing our social media first and realized that he's done basically everything in the beauty industry. He's worked as a distributor. He's worked as a field sales rep. He's worked as marketing behind the scenes. He's done sales coaching. He's done absolutely everything. And we are honored and so lucky to have him part of the REDAVID team, as an integral part of the REDAVID team. So without further ado, Ken, I'll pass it along to you.
Have fun, Ken.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, for sure.
Ken, I think you're on mute there. We can't hear anything that you're saying.
Or we can hear them on our side of the page here.
Oh, sorry about that. All right, there we go. Start again. What I was saying there, I had myself muted here in the stream, sorry. Thanks for that introduction. What we saw and have seen historically is we're having a larger conversation about beauty as it evolves. So when I first got into the industry, a lot like Leo, you saw pretty stereotypical kind of cookie cutter looks as far as the models that were preferred, that were portrayed in magazines and on stage and in color trends. When you think about textured hair and even curls, those products and models were relegated more to urban product lines, areas that were beauty supply stores in urban areas. And it wasn't traditionally associated with maybe more luxury brands. I think we're starting to see that now. You know, when naturallycurly.com, who's become kind of the authority on all things as far as texture goes, when they first started out, there was nobody really representing texture in the way that they were. The product offerings as far as curly and textured hair were pretty small as far as the pool of products offered. So I think for a lot of women of color trying to find products for their hair and being kind of relegated to these small no-name product lines, the ingredients that weren't necessarily good, I think a lot of product formulation was put in product lines that were geared more towards quote unquote Caucasian hair. And thankfully we're seeing a shift away from that now. To get more of a conversation going about textured hair in general. But Leo, don't you think that's the case as far as what we've seen in the industry?
That's the case. You know, I go back a few years now, and I used to deal with a lot of curly hair, and a lot of hairstylists used to be afraid of it. I used to love it because you can kind of get your hands in there, and sometimes you can even make a little mistake, and when it dries, you cannot see it. So, and, a lot of hairstylists used to be afraid of it. But the thing is that product have changed so much, and curly hair you're seeing more and more of it because of the healthiness of it, and the curls, they're more defined. They're not as frizzy. A lot of people you did not see a lot of curly hair because it would always look messy. But now we're, be able to structure the hair and make the hair move without any frizziness. And, that dual therapy of the orchid oil, those are magic for curly hair. There's nothing that really touches it right now. I love it. Just, massage it through those curls, or even the curl defining cream is absolutely amazing. That it really kind of structures those curls in a beautiful natural shape without leaving them kind of feeling like a Brillo pad or crunchy or hard. And that's what I achieved from this product. And we've been in the market right now in the U.S. for about 7-8 months, and it's going crazy. Everybody's absolutely loving it, and the social media. It's going crazy over, the dual therapy and the orchid oil.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. I think particularly during this time with these larger conversations happening, brands and even media outlets, magazines that traditionally have only presented a certain look, whether intentionally or unintentionally, I think are now starting to get a little flat back about that, about not being authentic. If you can't suddenly come out for a cause after the fact without having done any work whatsoever, especially if you're not admitting who you are. I think one of the things that we've talked about here is the team, as you said, is ridiculously diverse for as small a team as we are. And I don't think that was a plan. I think it just happened that way.
Ken, for me, it's about people doing beautiful work,
Yep.
and and having a big heart and really being themselves, and showcase their work to the world. That's how we picked this team, because they were talented, and they're really lovely.
To be totally honest, I didn't realize how diverse our team was until this whole conversation started here. And then it was kind of like, well, it happened just naturally. We hire by talent, you hire by the way people are, and, not by skin color. And for us, that was what it was all about. And, creating a line for textured hair and curly hair as well. And having Kalila on board, who you guys will see in about an hour here or so, 45 minutes, has been a real treat. And we're excited. And we actually were just chatting with Kalila last week, talking about products that we want to create more for design specifically for textured hair. So we're going to be working on some new stuff and some more diverse products coming out through our range, and just expanding our line for curly and textured hair.
I love curly hair. As you can see, I have some of it myself.
Leo, we lost your video, Leo and Marco. I can hear you, but the video dropped out on your call.
Oh, okay.
But
Sure.
while we figure that out, this is like we're watching Julia Childs cook a turkey, because we're completely live here. I think it also starts us to get to think about hair fundamentally is hair. I think for a while now, the product offerings that were available to even women who are Caucasian but had really curly, kinky hair, because you can certainly be European and have really coarse, curly hair where you're subject to the same kind of protein loss and damage that textured hair is prone to. You really get ingredients that just aren't great. That when you look at the back of the bottle, there's a lot of fillers and silicones and kind of garbage that didn't give people a lot to choose from, unfortunately. Thankfully, we're starting to see a shift away from that, because hair's hair. It all has different needs. The needs of texture hair are very different than other textures, but it also has the same dynamic or challenges that hair that is damaged has. So with the Orchid Oil collection, we're not just addressing the daily needs of textured hair, it also helps people with hair like mine, where it's maybe a little wavy but is prone to damage. I did want to share with you some interesting thoughts, because if you're starting to take a look at your own salon, and maybe there's a demographic that you haven't reached out to yet, one of the easiest ways to start is to really take assessment and look at your own team. I think a lot of salon owners have a pretty diverse team in the same way that we do, without maybe knowing it. Different backgrounds, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to sit down with them and having this conversation about how you can represent and maybe present yourself as being able to meet the needs of textured hair, where that may not be present in your marketing or even visually. I think if you walk into a salon and you take a look around and you see the pictures on the wall and the kind of product offerings that are in the shelf, without meaning to, you're sending an indirect message that I can cut your hair, but I may not understand your hair, or I may not have all of the offerings that are for you, or even represent who you are and what your needs are. Take a look at posters that are hanging on the wall and have a few things here and there that represent different textures of hair, different ethnicities, skin colors, and diversify just visually that way, sending a few cues that you're inclusive and able to meet the needs of those people, especially from a haircutting standpoint. It's interesting too, most people don't understand how massive the African American community is when it comes to purchasing power in beauty, especially now coming into the 21st century. 82% of African American women spend considerable amounts of money every year on being well groomed, to the point that 60% of them adhere to a skincare regimen, which is higher than Caucasian women, ironically enough. That's about $1.2 trillion. And it's going to keep growing another 1.5 trillion in 2 years. So it's going to balloon, which is just insane. The other interesting and surprising fact that even I didn't know is African American consumers spend 9 times more in hair and beauty than their Caucasian counterparts, which is just amazing. I think a lot of that comes down to the kind of product offerings that need to feel groomed. So there's a significant portion of money that's just kind of lying on the table that no one's really addressing to. And I think with the Orchid Oil collection, it became important to us to create and extend an affordable luxury in a category that for the most part has had the same kind of product offerings and same brands associated with it now as has been for the last 10 or 20 years. Being able to offer something of quality that had really great ingredients was something that was important to us. Leo, did you want to speak to that a little bit?
Well, curly hair, it's always been a challenge, like everybody knows. To me, my favorite product, like everybody knows, is shea butter. I find shea butter really helps the hair, to be able to have more moisture in it. And, I want to touch on the salon. When I had a salon, I had different stylists that dealt with different hair. We're in a world that's really small, and it's nice to have different stylists doing different work, in the salon. It's the same as our team. We have somebody that deals with, extremely curly hair. We have people that, deal with, amazing damaged, blonde, blowed out hair. So we have, hair cutting. That's kind of my love. So we really have an amazing team that you got to cater to everybody today as well.
Yeah, that's well said. I did want to, we just got a donation here from Colleen Purdy. I also wanted to read out, we have Colleen Marshall who donated $50. We've got, let me see, this is Paul Huffine, the Ducks Law Firm, Maria, oh God, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your name. I think it's Muammar. So thank you very much for those donations. We are at $350 raised so far of our $5,000 goal, which is amazing. Please help us get the word out. This is a little bit on the cause today that we haven't really talked about a little bit. While we're having these conversations, a child has lost her father. And while we debate what's going on with police and our country and our culture and humanity, we're talking about children that don't understand why dad didn't come home. And that indelibly leaves a very powerful impression that is going to shape that child for the rest of their lives. So for us, it became really important to stand up and support the Floyd family, especially at this time, and at least give a child a little bit of hope for the future, to see that the world is not a terrifying place and that there are people who don't even know you who care and can demonstrate humanity and empathy. I think two traits that we've forgotten, the more tribal that we've become and the more we're disconnected through social media in a way that is odd considering how hyper connected we are. I think in these days it's so easy to look at people in the abstract and leave a comment. We did an email broadcast to let everybody know about this, and we got a surprising response from one person that I won't speak to, but it's just unfortunate that we've become so polarized that we forget that fundamentally people are people, and everyone is just trying to make their way in the world. So I think being able to do this for a child can hopefully tell her that the world is not as scary as all of that, and then there is some good and positivity in it.
Ken, can I touch on that for a sec there?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's, for me, being a business owner, and I try to keep politics and certain polarizing topics off the table when it comes to our social media or when it comes to, our business. But there's some things that you have to stand up for. And for me, seeing that daughter, and when you saw that video where she, says, "Daddy changed the world," that was so emotional for me to see. And this, right now, we're in the middle of history. History is being made. This will be talked about for the rest of eternity, this moment in time. And but when I have a child down the road and she's learning about it and she asks, "Daddy, what side were you on?" I wanted to be on the right side. I wanted to show that I did something and that we actually stood up for what we believed in and didn't just try to be politically correct and try to be non-polarizing and, make everybody happy. There are times, and for me, that person that emailed us and told us to F off and, that good riddance, see you later. I don't want them to be a part of the REDAVID experience and trying our product. And, there are people like that, and those people I actually feel sorry for, and it's a tough one. And if you can't see what we're doing as a good thing, we're doing this for a child, and that's what it's all about. And it's about making a difference and standing up for what you believe in. And this is something that we believe in. So
I want to share something. A lot of times we forget that somebody passes away, but the people that really kind of hurt is the people that they leave behind.
Yep.
I lost my mom when I was really young, and there's not a moment, I'm getting goosebumps right now. There's not a moment of all my life that I would do anything to, cry on her shoulder and tell her how much I love her. And it's the kids that, really need help. And, I feel really great to be able to help a little girl. We can't bring the dad back, but we can definitely help her to heal, to go forward and educate. And hopefully that she'll spread, tons of love when she gets to be at age that she's got a great voice and a great education. So please help us out.
Yeah, Ken, if you don't mind if I jump in really quick here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that in this case, George Floyd's death did break the back of the movement to push forward. And although it's so tragic, I'm so grateful for it because it's opened my eyes in so many ways. And to speak on the losing of a parent, I, for the first time, had to have a conversation with my husband and ask him, what do I tell our daughters if this were to ever be a situation for us? And never in my life did I ever think I had to have that conversation. But in reality, this conversation has been waiting to happen for many years. And there has been too many children in the African American community who have lost fathers from death, from imprisonment, from racial profiling, from so many other issues that are within the Black community, that if we don't take a stand and cause change now, what people don't realize is that we are the voices of the generations before us who could not speak. One of the things that was brought to my attention and to the forefront is that prior to us, a lot of our ancestors were people coming to Canada or the United States as refugees and as newcomers to the country. Being newcomers to the country, you have no political stance or an opinion in political matters, no voting, anything like that. Now that we have had, they have had children who are citizens of countries, we now have a voice. And the systemic racial profiling that's happening now, it's being broken. And there are people being fired. There are people who no longer can hold positions they used to hold. now it's affecting money, and that's where we make change, is with
Right.
how
It's-
people are moving forward in that matter. And it is the truth.
It's sad that it has to be that way, though, that it has to come down to money.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It is. It's so sad. But one more thing I wanted to touch on was that you had made a really great point about curly hair and textured hair in the salons. Because it has been the norm that and it is unacceptable to leave and to arrive to a professional job with your hair unmaintained. Curly hair, textured hair tends to be the one type of textured hair that cannot go undone without product. You cannot just leave without product and put a brush through it and be done with it. It requires product. In my salon company, textured hair products are the #1 sellers because we do lots of curly hair. We do lots of textured hair. And African Americans tend to have the driest type of hair. Africans in general tend to have the driest type of hair. So they constantly need product. And REDAVID, I'm not sure if Marco and Leo were making this product with in mind that, hey, we're directing this to the African American community and repairing their textured hair, but it happens to do wonders for African hair, in which Kalila, one of our beautiful educators, has brought to the forefront how, damaged edges, dual therapy, has been making wonders for the regrowth of edges, and the damage that chemical relaxers and heat has done to them. So I think it's amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kat.
To be totally honest with you guys, when we initially created the orchid oil line, it was for extremely damaged hair. That was the whole plan for the orchid line. And then we actually decided to send off the dual therapy to naturallycurly.com just to see, if it was something we could enjoy. We had a blogger actually that won a challenge on social media, and we sent her our orchid line and we asked her to test it out, and she won it actually. And then she did a video, and she had the craziest textured hair that you couldn't even get a comb through. And then she was showing us one side with the dual therapy and one side without, and she was freaking out about it, raving like crazy. And I said to my dad and Ken, I think Ken suggested we should send it to naturallycurly.com for what it does. And then 4 months later, they sent it back to us and told us that we had won. And for those of you who don't know what naturallycurly.com is, it's the 4th most visited hair website in the world. They get over 1 million visitors per month. They are the foremost authority, like Ken said, on curly hair. And every year they test over 1,000 products. The 4 editors test it for 4 months, and then they deliberate and they choose their favorites. And they chose the dual therapy. And there's a good story beyond this. We were at Cosmoprof Las Vegas, and I was given a demo, and I watched this lady walk into our booth with the most gorgeous curls. Like, they were down to here, and they were beautiful. And I said, excuse me. I said, ma'am, please don't go anywhere. I've got a product you have to try. And she kind of gives me a little nod, and I finished my presentation. I go up to her. I was like, you got to try our dual therapy. I love your curls. And she goes, honey, I'm Michelle from Naturally Curly. It's already in my hair. So it was Naturally Curly. It was awesome. It was a cool experience. But that was our dual therapy. And this entire orchid line, essentially curly hair, the reason it's dry is the oils can't get down the curls, and they need more help, and they need more moisture. And this is what it was all about. And the dual therapy, it was one of the top products for 2018. It was best product for type 3 curls, but it works on all types of curls, any type of dry hair. It just totally nourishes it.
When I was dealing with lots of curly hair, and it was funny, I remember Bev, my receptionist, people would come in with crazy, wild curly hair, and they go, you here to see Leo? And they go, how do you know? Oh, you got curly hair. So anybody with curly hair, they always used to come and see me. And a lot of the people with curly hair, they always wanted it straight. So I used to have like huge pipes and, blow drying all the time. And
I'm sorry, Leo, you had huge
really
pipes?
tired. Oh, well.
Look at
Catherine's gonna lose it, guys.
Look at Leo.
This is the delusional, thought he was a younger Leo with big pipes.
Look at Leo.
This is a good
Leo's
shape.
selling himself like he's
That was
Mr.
a good
September.
And the thing is, in Vancouver, it always rained. And when the client, I used to do a beautiful, beautiful, smooth blow dry. They used to touch it. They were in love with it. As soon as they went outside, it all started to frizz out. And I said one day I'm going to create a product that I'm going to be able to massage in the hair, give me a better smooth blow dry, and close all that cuticle. And the dual therapy, here it is. I don't know, 40 years later, Marco?
No, you started creating products in 86.
86,
But this
okay.
is his 40th year in the hair industry this year.
That's
so
a long time.
I know he looks young.
Marco, what he's really
Oh,
trying to
God.
say is that it's been in his head for 40 years.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
He's created multiple product lines in those 40 years, though. So this was a new idea. Yeah,
He would have had it out sooner, but he was busy showing off all those guns to everybody.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, is that what the other guns? Okay. You guys, I'm glad that you guys have, gave me a rough time. This guy here every day, I liked it when we were in
Well, we have
quarantine.
three months apart, so I got to make up for it. All the little jabs that I missed while we were gone.
Definitely. And record them so I can laugh about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and Catherine loses it all the time.
So,
Before,
Ken, should we go into introducing Kalila?
Yeah,
Oh.
one last thought that I want to leave you with, if nothing else, take the time to have a conversation. And I think all of us right now have to remember one very important thing. During times like this chaos creates an opportunity for the loudest and most polarized parts of either the left spectrum or the right spectrum to divide us even more. And I think it's important to take stock and not find yourself pushed one way or the other. At the end of the day, remember that it's about clients coming in your door and about meeting their needs and being available to your staff and being open-minded to help people and have these conversations without it being so polarized that we don't talk about it at all, which has been the problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ken, so much for all that really great information. Sometimes people don't want to say those things because they're scared of the backlash or the really harsh words that come from taking a stance, which is why we don't have as many celebrities and people of power speaking up about this. So thank you for everything you have said, because it is truly important that we all take a stance and bring the awareness to the forefront, regardless of your race, because we need to support Black lives in general. So thank you so much, Ken. That was awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Without further ado, everyone that is watching, I want to introduce a dear friend of mine, a woman of inspiration, a very talented stylist in our community. And without hesitation, I can tell you, I have grown in knowledge and I have grown in power because of the information she so willingly shares with me. Kalila is a new educator onto our REDAVID team. She is our texture queen. She today will be demonstrating on a dear friend of hers how to work with REDAVID product with textured hair, and give us some insight on how we can also change in the beauty industry to support Black stylists and to support Black artists. So Kalila, without any further ado, please go ahead and take the floor.
Hello. Woo! Hi guys.
Hi.
So as you said, my name is Kalila Barron. I'm so excited today. It's like I'm kind of like shaking a little bit. I'm so excited. So this weekend I thought about the live because I was getting my mind mentally prepared for what I was going to talk about, what I was going to do. And in spite of everything that's been going on, I've been kind of like, where are my feelings in all of this, and how to keep it professional, how to keep from being too emotional with everything that's going on. Because lately, every time I look at my boys, I'm like, it's emotional. but I've been watching these videos on Amazon, and there's a video called Going Back to Natural. And in my videos before, I talk about textured hair and in the workplace and how it's not really accepted and how you have to be a certain way to fit in and to even get into the industry. And now it's being accepted a little bit more, but we don't know the root of the pain it caused by being rejected in even our hair industry with just being who we naturally are. So I chose personally to talk about the process of how to go back natural and being comfortable in your own skin, comfortable with just the way that your hair grows out of your head like anybody else, and being confident and independent and just happy about it. As women, as individuals, as men, our hair is a part of our culture. Our hair is a part of our strength. You know, going back to tribes in Africa, it was classes of just different ways to wear your hair. So with that being said, I decided to make this video, and I thought about Black Lives Matter, right? Like Black Lives Matter when it's in the media, and Black Lives Matter when it's brutality, but it should always matter, right? So I'm like, wait a minute, my hair matter too. Black hair matters. And for a long time, we've been like suppressed in the hair world just with our natural state of hair. So I want to talk about going back natural. You have relaxed hair, you have processed hair, you have all different types of things that we do to our hair to try to suit what the depiction of what society wants us to be. So I decided, this is my friend Jordan. Say hi, Jordan.
Hi.
So Jordan went from, we do my hair. To me, I don't wear my hair in a way to fit into anywhere. My hair is like earrings for me. I change my hair like I change my clothes. I just like to do it like that. But I also went from natural to relaxer to natural. I want to talk about the process of actually going back to natural, okay? Because guys, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but quick tip, it's definitely a process, okay? So going back to natural, Lord help me. It takes some strength there because it's a process. You need the right products, you need the right mindset, and you need a lot of patience. And sometimes as a mother, I don't got no patience. I don't even have it most of the time, but it's okay. So I really tell my clients, unless they have short hair like mine, I really don't sell relaxers. I don't go, hey, relax your hair, relax your hair, relax your hair. I'm more of a person, if you don't have short hair, you don't want it spiky or anything like that, I'm all about the natural state. Because you can always use a hot comb or flat irons if you want the straight look. I wonder, does everyone know what a hot comb is?
I think you should tell us anyways.
I'll tell you anyway. So a hot comb is a comb that's made out of metal, steel, whatever, and you place the comb on the stove. And in our culture, we wanted to have straight hair, so we're gonna sizzle it up, okay? Sizzle it up. Okay. So we put the comb on the stove, get it nice and hot, and we take the comb. So it's a comb, super hot. Take the comb, and you will straighten with the back of the comb. And I'm talking about Smoke City, okay? We are lighting up the whole entire kitchen. How can that be healthy? I don't know, but we did it anyway. So I told myself years ago, you know what? I'm done with the hot comb. And people don't know. The back of culture neck, we call it the kitchen. We call it the kitchen because that's the part, it's the tightest, right up here where you sweat the most. That's the part you want to get straight the most. And it was like, it's scary putting a hot comb on someone's neck. So I'm like, I just didn't want to put the fear in people anymore. So I decided to stop using a hot comb and kind of like wing myself off, and I started using flat irons to straighten textured hair and better products. And the thing about natural hair or any hair type, products is really like, really, you don't know what's going to work until you use it. So I felt like when I first got with REDAVID and he sent me the price, I'm like, okay, how's this gonna work for our hair? Because I had no idea. I had no idea how it worked for our hair. I was kind of scared. I was kind of skeptical. I'm like, okay, another product. But let me tell you, it was like butter. Like just, it took her hair and my sister's hair and the hair. I'm like, whoa, what? It's some, I don't know what's in these bottles, okay? I mean, I know what's in there. I know the ingredients, but it's gotta be some Jesus in there too. It's gotta be some Jesus in there somewhere. I don't know, but I know it works. So she went through a process where we did relaxers and it didn't sit well with her hair. I don't know if she had a reaction to it or what, but it like literally fried her hair. And I'm like, we cannot let you walk around in between. So she started to grow it out. And one thing you should know about textured hair and processed hair is those two things do not get along. So if your hair thinks it's going back to natural, you have processed hair in it also, it becomes a war, okay? Because the natural hair is kicking the other hair out. So you get excessive amount of breakage. So going back natural, there's a few different ways that you can do it. It's not a break regardless. I also tell my clients, maybe you should get trims more often. We can cut a little bit more, or you definitely want to condition it more. And you definitely want to figure out what to do in the process of not putting processed products back in it as far as like chemicals. So you have the big chop, in which I did with my friend here. Her hair was all over the place. So we just cut it. We just did the big chop. Some people are not brave enough for the big chop because it's a scary thing to do. So then you go into protective styling. And what protective styling means, like you can do hair weaves, you can do braids, you can do crochets, you can do just ponytails, just different things to keep your hands out of your hair in that process. My go-to is always just cut it loose. Goodbye. So that's what we did with her. She was nervous because she's like, I don't know how to do my textured hair. I don't know what to do. Like, show me what to do with this. Like, what do I do? Because even though you're short, you still want to look feminine. You still want to look presentable. You still want to be beautiful with your curl. But it's also educational, not even for me teaching you guys, but it's educational for us in itself. Because like I said in the beginning, a process. So with that being said, we got her, we went jet black today. And you want to go a little closer? I want to show them her texture of her hair. So it's a little bit combed out. You see, she has a little bit curl in there without product. Can you guys see that?
Can she come up a bit?
We'll go a little bit more. Here, stand up a little bit.
Like, yeah, and then look down. Perfect. Okay, got it.
It's a little dry looking, right? But you can still see her natural curl.
Right.
So my job is to go in here and define these curls and make them pop a little bit more. We're gonna make it pop. So I'm gonna go in and use some of my favorite products. Well, her hair dried pretty quickly, so we have to wet this down. We're gonna wet this down with the leave-in conditioner, the cedarwood leave-in conditioner by who? REDAVID. So I'm gonna go in and spray her down. I'm gonna get her nice and hydrated. And I use the sponge on my son, but you can also use the sponge on her hair. So I'm gonna go in and show you two techniques. I'll use a sponge first, and then I'll go in and like finger coil it. Are you guys okay with that? So we're gonna get her nice and wet. You doing okay? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kalila, I have a question.
Yes, I have an answer, I think.
Okay. So with tech.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
What is the best way for the hair to retain moisture for textured hair?
Using silk caps when you wrap your hair. I will also leave in a little bit of conditioner when you wash your hair. Don't thoroughly rinse the conditioner out. I will leave some of the conditioner in just to maintain it.
Got it.
And like I said, the great thing about REDAVID products is, even though she has a lot of hair, but the products go a long way. That's the awesome part about it. So I'm gonna just show you guys with just even the leave-in. Before I go in and put the curl cream in, I'm gonna do this first. I just wanted to show you guys what it can do with just the actual leave-in. Get around the edges. As we all know, I love my edges. Okay? Edges are very, 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 very important in the Black community. Because why? Black edges matter too. Okay? I'm gonna go in here and do this. So with everything that's been going on in the world, I've been finding myself at odds a bit of having like trust issues and just really figuring out where I stand, how to teach my kids love and how to support them in their emotions and how to get my own emotions in order. I'm gonna go in and use the texture part of this for her hair to show you guys. Hi, Marco and Leo.
We're watching.
So we're gonna go in.
We're learning right now. I love it. Thank you.
And you guys are like, what?
No, I get it.
So we're gonna go in and we're gonna curl these sides down because her sides were shaved. And I'm gonna show you just with the product, just with the leave-in and what it will do for her curl. You don't want to press down too hard. And you want to make sure you know which direction her curl wants to go. I think her curls want to go forward. I don't want them to. I know, all curls are not created equal, that's for sure. I just want to show them what this product can do with just the actual leave-in. Can you guys see it curling?
To the person watching, just to interrupt 1 second, to the person watching who just donated $50 anonymously, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
Can I see it?
I'm gonna go in closer in a minute. Can you guys see?
We need her to come closer just a little bit there when you're done.
I'll bring her closer just a sec. Come here, let me show you. I normally work, you guys see how it's curling right here?
Oh, yeah.
So we went from here, this way, to actually doing a more defined curl this way. So all you do is take the brush and you're just going in circular motions to actually get that curl to do something different.
Can you either lower your camera or just get her to stand up a little
About to
bit?
stand up. Here, let me see. Turn. Come here.
Oh yeah, definitely.
See? So you got this going this way, but then you have these curls. And this is just moisturizing her curls with the REDAVID product. I didn't even go in there with the curl cream yet, guys. What? Girl, sit down. Just sit down. Let's just do this. Let's make some magic. I feel magical today. So I just wanted to show you guys with just the actual leave-in and what it can do just to her hair alone. It carries so much moisture. For anybody who's watching, all REDAVID products has a protein called Dynagen R in them. All of the products does, and it's derived from sugarcane. It's the most amazing protein you can actually put in your hair. And I think that's why it works so well with dry hair. Yeah. It just literally brings it back to life. She was using products and she didn't know what to do. She's like, what do I do? I said, girl, come over. Okay? Come over to my house. I got something for you. I get excited about products. You guys know I sing when I get excited. I don't have the best voice, but you know, I'm working on it. So I'm going to go in with some dual therapy, which is one of my favorites. And it's 1 part moisture, 1 part shine. As you can see, my hands are a little bit wet, but the product is, it's a little bit like lotiony 1 part and the other one is more shine. And I use this on all of my clients. I use it every day in my own hair. We're going to put the moisture back in here. Hopefully you guys can't see my light through my glasses. I couldn't find my contacts today.
Khalila, why don't you tell us what your experience with dual therapy and how it like changed the game for your edges?
Ooh, girl. Let me tell you about the dual therapy, okay? Because I get excited when I talk about dual therapy. So that's how the ball guy get excited. Woo! So the dual therapy, you guys, who's all watching, I'm getting close to you guys. Dual therapy is that business, okay? Dual therapy, see these edges, change the game. So the dual therapy, literally, I have a relaxer and I overprocess my hair. I let the wrong person get into it, but it's another whole story. But it got overprocessed, and it was just like, it was just spongy, just completely just coming out. And I'm like, what do? I cannot walk around with no edges. So I started using a dual therapy like literally every morning, and I would just take it and I would rub it on my edges and I would massage it through. And like literally within like a couple times of using it, they weren't breaking anymore. Not even the growth part of it, but it wasn't breaking. It literally stopped the breakage instantly. And then they started coming back, y'all. My edges were coming back. I was like, what? I have to look at this bottle again and go, what? Seriously? I have to check this out. I'm like, let me read this again because I'm pretty sure it says Jesus somewhere in the ingredients because this is God's work up in here. Okay?
You're gonna give him a
God
equal
and
over
dual
here,
therapy
Khalila.
brought my edges
Such a
back.
good product.
I got so many stories about that product, but you're doing a great job.
I'm just keeping it all the way real, okay? I will not tell you no lies. I will not get behind anything that I do not believe in, and I believe in these products. And let me tell you, she does too. See these edges? Brought her edges back.
Wait, and she's a hard sell.
She's a hard sell. You know, she might be smiling now, but this girl could be mean. Okay? And she's like, let me see. Let me see the product. And so I had to show her. I said, you don't know me, David, like I do. Let me show you what with these products. And I gave them to her. She was like, girl, where are these products? This morning, my sister's in from town, and she's like, can I get some shampoo? I'm like, oh yeah, I have some REDAVID products. And she's like, girl, what is this? Because she's literally going back from relaxed hair to natural because quarantine completely, she literally got a relaxer right before quarantine. Then quarantine happened and the natural hair said, are we coming back? And it decided to go, we don't want the relaxed hair. And it started coming out. This morning, she used REDAVID products, super shiny hair. So we're going to go in with her. Now, I like to do with textured hair, I like to go in and use the curl cream a little bit differently because you don't want to skip a curl because curls don't like when you overlook them. They just don't. So I'm going to go in. I literally just color her hair so my hands are a little bit like colored. So come here. We're going to go here. I'm going to show you guys just at her nape. Can you turn around? No. Turn it this way. Let me show you. Turn this way. Can you guys see her nape? Let me see. Can you see Catherine?
Yeah.
Yep.
So watch this.
Bring it more to the center, Khalila, so we can see to the center behind. Yeah, perfect.
And I like to finger pull the curls. I don't really like to use a comb. But can you see the curls?
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Look at that. Shut the front door. And then so with this product, I'll keep it on my hands and I just kind of part and I go up and I pull it. Because I want to get on all of her hair because her hair is so thick. Normally, if her hair is more fine, I would just go in and kind of crunch. But with her hair, I like to grab and twist and pull with my fingers. So I finger turn her whole entire head. So I want to show you guys how I did it. Look at those curls popping, okay? You see that?
Yeah.
What you think, Leo?
Oh, it works. I love it.
It works, right?
Yep. It's
My
working.
my goal is to get you to say, oh, those curls are popping.
Give me another hour. I'll be there. I love it. This curl defining cream, there's a good story behind it. It's actually one of the very first products that my dad ever started developing. This was before anything, because he did nothing but curly haired clients, and he wanted to have something that really defined those curls and left them shiny and frizz free and defined all day long. And this product took 5 years of R&D to develop and to perfect that balance where it truly penetrated and sealed the hair, but without leaving it crunchy or hard. And as you know, as you're working it in right there, it takes a while to absorb. It goes white at first, and then it slowly absorbs. And that's by design. It's actually forming a microscopic lattice around the hair, keeping it from absorbing excess moisture and getting frizzy. So it truly just seals that follicle and keeps it nice and soft and defined and shiny.
And that's the big thing about curly hair and curly products. People get nervous because a lot of products sometimes leave that crunch.
Yeah.
And we don't want no crunchy hair.
Right.
Okay. So it's the first thing I noticed. I'm like, wow, your hair's not crunchy.
Right.
And it's silky and it's shiny.
And it doesn't have all that residue stuff
Uh,
Yes.
We've actually, we saw somebody use this in a unique way. They used it on dry hair and did twist outs with it.
Ooh.
Results, they left it
That's
in overnight
beautiful.
and pulled it out in the morning, and it was incredible. The results were amazing. So very multifunctional curl defining cream.
So you guys gonna make me work harder with this client. She's gonna be asking me to do that next.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are starting trouble here.
What I
And
love
Tracy-
about
I
What
put
I
a little bit
love
on my
about
hand, and she was just saying, since she's used this product, that it hasn't left any residue.
Nice.
That's a big deal.
Everything rinses out. You don't even need shampoo to get it out of your hair. That curl defining cream, it'll rinse right out with water. It's a beautiful thing.
What I love when I work with it is just that it just gives you time to work with it and play with the curls. It doesn't just get so frozen so quickly. It's always got that moisture in there, and if you need more, you just go back and just add a little bit more. It's a beautiful product. I love working with it. I call it the play, curl defining cream.
You know what? You can play with it, and you can also not even add more in, and you go back and use the actual leave-in conditioner to revitalize the actual curl cream that I noticed.
Yes.
You don't even need more. I'm like, oh, okay. And one thing about our hair, we need a lot of product because it's a lot. And I'm like, with this, you can go a while just revitalizing the curls with the actual leave-in conditioner.
So I have to tell you guys a story about the dual therapy. When we won the Naturally Curly Award, they sent it to an influencer, and she was doing a Facebook Live, and she steps up and she goes, "Okay, I'm going to try this REDAVID orchid oil." She totally butchered the name, but
REDAVID.
I'm going to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pumps of the cream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pumps of the oil. We ended up changing the back of the package because she's used to using so much product on curly hair. She's used to, filling up the palm, using 3 different types of product. And with this one here, you use 2 pumps of each, Khalifa, on your model?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. So you don't need a lot. A little goes a long way.
And I don't even, I don't even think that she needed that much.
Yeah.
I just like it. I don't know. I think I'm just a habit of 2 pumps.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with her. It's my fault.
The key with when you're using REDAVID is you gotta massage it in. It's like a beautiful lotion, and you're just massaging, that lotion into the hair. So you gotta really work it in, and then just comb and start playing.
Yes. Your hair's looking so pretty back here. You guys want to take a quick peek at what I'm doing back here?
Oh,
Yeah, we will love it.
Let me show you. Send it for a second. So I haven't even gone back in and got any more product yet. So what I'm going in here and doing, you see these curls?
Wow. Yeah.
You see how shiny that is? And I'm just going in and taking it and doing this. You can just finger coil it.
So much.
There's so many different techniques that you can do.
It's like pretty much one hair at a time.
Look at that. What? Did you guys see that snapback?
Yeah.
So awesome. And you just
Wow,
pull it through
that's
the
looking
ends.
great.
That shine is incredible.
That's looking
Right? And so look at this and then look at this. Not to say her hair is not gorgeous in the first place,
No.
but great products bring out and enhance it. Okay? Have a seat. And that's really what I go through and do. And if I wanted to do faster, I could. I just wanted to show you guys a certain technique I was using today. You can use the technique of the actual sponge. You can use the coil, or you could just go on and just put the product in and go. It's solely up to what hairstyle the client or yourself really desires, I would say. How are you guys feeling about everything that's been going on? Because I haven't got a chance to really talk to you guys.
Well, for me, there's a lot of thinking. It's a time that to really think, what's going on and, about the world and what's going on, with yourself. It's kind of like a little, pause, in what's happening, in this world.
Kalila, for me, this has been I've taken some time to educate myself on things that have been going on and things that have gone on in the past that I never knew of. And a lot of things have been kind of eye-opening for me. And one of them was, chatting with Catherine and listening to her, having to have these tough conversations with her children that, I will never have to have with my children. Mm-hmm. It's kind of crazy, and learning about certain things that I had no idea. We talk about slavery, we talk about, how long ago it was, but what we don't talk about necessarily is you don't realize that it just switched to a different area. We have convict leasing, we have Jim Crow, we have, blacks being incriminated or imprisoned for 20%.
Mass incarceration, yes.
Same crimes. And this stuff was pretty intense to me to hear and to learn about. And it's really opened my eyes. And I'm just happy now that, we're standing up for it and we're going to make a change and make a difference. And in the future, hopefully, these types of movements make a big difference and things will change. So,
I really think too that, sometimes you got to go back to heal a lot of wounds to go forward. And I feel right now, there's going to be a lot of healing going on. And I feel that we're going to move forward in such a more loving and, an acceptance of, of everybody, because the world is so small, anyway.
And the hard part is for me, because I'm a very, very, very happy person. Sometimes I don't even know why I'm smiling, honestly. I was walking to the grocery store. This guy goes, "You have a great smile," and I had no idea I was even smiling. I was like, "Oh," but I know I enjoy the beauty in all people, and so sometimes I get kind of perturbed and confused a little bit why the world might see my children or myself in an unloving way. And so having to explain that to people, or people to understand, or people that honestly, a lot of my friends that aren't Black, that aren't cultured, they're like, "What? I had no idea," because it's a thing that you don't have to know unless it's right there in your face. But I just want to say that I really appreciate, and I'm so excited, and I'm so happy and blessed to be a part of a team that cares. To be part of a company that's like, you know what? Let's not talk about it. Let's be about it. Right. And I've worked for lots of companies who are like, where is the closest sin I can put my head in? This is so uncomfortable. Yeah. And you guys are like, nope, let's address it. And I personally, as a Black woman, appreciate that.
Thank you.
I really do. So I really want to thank you guys for giving me this platform and just coming out and not sticking your head in the sand and really talking about it, because it can be uncomfortable.
You know, that means a lot to me, Kalila, because, you know, I actually called Ken when everything was going down, and I asked him, I said, you know, the movement where it was going about the black tile, where we were posting the black tile on Instagram, and I said, you know, we've kept our social media platform so non-polarizing, if you will. We try to keep away from that political side of things and that sort of stuff. And Ken said to me, you know, if you want to post, he said, if you believe in it strongly enough, we should post about it and we should do it. And I said, you know, I want to do something more. I want to show that I support you guys and I support all the Black people out there. And as a company that is extremely diverse by accident almost, you know, it wasn't by design. We didn't, you know, it's not on purpose. It's just we appreciate talent and we see what you have to offer and what everybody has to offer. And I'm just happy that we're doing this. And you know, I'm not sure if you were on earlier, Kalila, when Ken was saying that we got a nasty email from somebody about our fundraiser, and you know, we kind of expected it. And you know, I saw what Amazon did, and when they showed their support, and Jeff Bezos started getting all these nasty emails from racists out there telling them that they're never going to buy a product off of Amazon. He started to out them, and he started to share these messages to out these people. And I asked Ken, I said, "What's this guy's name? I want to know what salon they're at. I want to out them right now. Like, let's go." And, you know, obviously it was just a newsletter sign up, so we only had an email. But, you know, those are the nasty people that we don't need in our life. And they're never going to change those people. But the people that, you know, might have been on the fence and might, you know, want to support something, but they're afraid to speak up for backlash, I hope that they see us doing this as a company and being that leader and making that change in the future. So,
you know, I have to say, Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
Always amazes me. I just don't get it. You know, if you grab your finger and you just, you know, poke on it, and you know, there's some red blood that's going to come out, and everybody's got that, and we're really all the same, really. You know, it's what we put in our heads that's different. You know,
I see these videos a lot, you know, and posts, and you see kids, you see a white kid hugging a black kid, and you know, racism is learned. You're not born with it. You know, we're not, and it's true. And seeing the systemic racism that has been going on in society for so long, and you know, kind of learning more about it in these past couple weeks has been an eye opener for me. And I really want to recommend this documentary to people. It's called 13th. I watched that, and it changed my view on everything. It opened my eyes, and I saw what was going on. It really was a game changer. It was an amazing documentary, and I recommend that to anybody out there who wants to educate themselves a little bit more on you know, systemic racism.
It's really intense, right? You're like, what?
So intense. It was crazy, and I didn't realize half the stuff that had gone on because, you know, you don't learn about it. You don't learn about the really nasty stuff in school. They don't tell you about that. They talk about slavery and how it ended, you know, almost 160, 70 years ago or whatever, but they don't realize everything that's gone on since then. And segregation was around, you know, in my dad's lifetime. So it's still pretty intense and pretty crazy. And we have a long way to go. And I hope that this is kind of, you know, George Floyd's death is the catalyst that really changes the way people do business and move forward in the future. So.
You know, it's funny because my son has a best friend. He's so cute. They've been friends since they were 2 and 3. He's a little white boy. They're so cute. So when I got pregnant with my second kid, my son was like, I want another brother. And he goes, oh my goodness, I'm going to have a chocolate brother and a vanilla brother. Because kids don't see that. You know what I mean? Kids don't see it, and we have to be careful. Even though we have to teach our kids, unfortunately, in my household, we have to teach them awareness of what their complexion can bring towards. We have to teach them to be aware that some people can be hateful and not good. But we also have to teach them, literally, I have to teach my kids how to love first. How to love first. And because love feels good. I don't know one person that goes, love feels awful. It feels amazing to me.
Absolutely.
So I feel like just teaching that alone outside of skin color, I think like who wants the same color crayon in the box? Not me. So you want the range of the rainbow of colors and different people and different cultures and learning, and because it's really love and being accepted into some community. I don't know if you guys have been to a Black person's barbecue before.
No.
But trust me.
When's our invite, Kalila? We'll be
Trust me. You guys are coming to a fish fry and a barbecue. You're gonna be like, what? I was living wrong this whole time.
Don't talk about food. I'm very hungry already.
It's amazing. Like, look at these curls. We'll go forward a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! Look at that.
You see that?
Wow. Yeah.
You know, just to build on what you were talking about, I found out the most bizarre thing. In a lot of European countries, in elementary school, a time when I think, especially in this country, is when most of us are subjected to bullying of any kind for the first time. Empathy, the trait, is taught in school. So kids, kids as part of the curriculum are taught to be empathetic to others, to their plights and their fears and their concerns and their disabilities, and it's almost baffling that I think we have a gut of that here, especially now where people aren't taught to listen to, much less try and understand what it's like to be somebody else. And especially in this day and age, I think when we fear things or we don't have answers, it's easier for us to just pretend like the problem doesn't exist, which I think is what we've been doing for half a century now. Just pretending.
It's been a while.
Yeah, just pretending that, oh, it's good. Civil rights is gone. Everything's fine now. No, it really isn't. There are systemic problems here, societal problems, and not talking about them because the problem is big and scary is not going to make it go away. If anything, it just leaves everybody feeling increasingly more frustrated.
I was talking to Catherine one day because racism, I remember I was called the N-word in 3rd grade by a 3rd grader. Wow. That young, and I'm looking at my kid, and I'm like, oh, that's young, because my kid's in 4th grade, and I'm like, whoa. But I talked to Catherine because she's married to a Black man, and I go, you get this tingle down your spine whenever they leave the house. He could be going to the mailbox, he could be going to the gas station, to the grocery store, but I always get a tingle down my spine. Because you always go, okay, just come back. Just come back. Because, and I think the whole George Floyd video opened up the light to a lot of people that never had the tingle down their spine. And they go, oh my God, that's what it feels like. And once you watch it, and once you open your eyes to what's really going on, to the truths and to certain like matters at hand, there's no going back. There's no going back. And I feel like I'm so proud to say that you guys even learning and wanting to learn about my culture, about our hair. Like REDAVID called me the other day, and I was like, what? Hey, Marco. But just asking me questions personally, like, what do I think? They said, we don't want to just do this. What can we do after this? What can we do more to keep you in our thoughts, in your culture, in our mind? Like, what can we do with our products? Like, what you need? What do you need? And that alone is like, what CEO of any company, call somebody? I was excited for that phone call, y'all. You guys should call me more often.
You have to say the dual therapy is your all-time favorite. You could have told us something else. It's okay.
Honestly,
we wanted to pick her brain and see what products we could create that would help her style textured hair, and more products that we could create. So I'm excited to work on it. We're going to be working on a leave-in conditioner in our Orchid line, Kalila. So something just a little bit more moisturizing than the cedarwood. So a little bit more shea butter, a little bit more botanicals that'll moisturize the hair and help separate a little bit more. So
I'm so excited.
That as well, which would be good.
I am
My dad
so
wants to-
excited.
My dad wants a curl cream that's a little bit stronger, a little more. We've also got a foaming volumizer in the works as well, and also like a refresher. So in the morning, instead of showering or just putting water in, you just massage in a little bit of a foaming mousse, and it'll just calm everything down a bit.
You guys got me so excited.
Right.
She's getting excited. She's like, ooh, woo. Do you guys hear her?
The way I work it, right now we have, amazing, I call it like the foundation, right? From this product, we're gonna build more specialties, right? That, it'll give a little bit more, you need more moisture in your type of hair that you're dealing with right now. So I want to be able to give you more.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah, you guys are getting my clients. So she's acting like she's the educator. She's like, ooh, yes. She wants those products. Okay.
That's looking hot.
My client, and sometimes just to go back to her hair, to give a little more like edginess, I like to put like a little part in there. You'll see that?
Yes.
Woo. Yeah, and she loves these products. I love the products, and I think it's just like people have to see, because fortunately, unfortunately, Black people, we're skeptical. We're like, but do it work?
Right.
Yeah.
And so
I know.
like, what? Who's this guy?
Oh, especially when the product's created by an Italian over here.
I got curly hair.
He's like, I got it.
Yeah, I got curly hair.
Forget about it.
But I have to tell a little story. When I first met Catherine, little girl, and I was doing a little demo in Windsor, Ontario, and I said, I'll blow dry her hair. And you should have seen Catherine's face. It's like, yeah, good luck, buddy.
This was before we even knew Catherine. We were doing a demo at Windsor Beauty. They're a distributor that carry us in Ontario, and we were just they have a customer appreciation day, a 2-day sale, and we had a little booth, and we saw Catherine's daughter walk in, and curls down to here, just beautiful, gorgeous curls. And I said, Dad, we got to straighten her hair. You got to show the dual therapy. So we sat her down, and Catherine's like, I never straighten my daughter's hair because they ask for it all the time. She's like, thank you so much. Great. Now she's going to want her hair straightened every single day. But that took about 45 minutes to an hour just to blow dry her hair, but it was gorgeous.
Wow.
That was the first time we ever met Catherine.
Intense. We'll go close. Okay, guys, look at Jordan. Woo!
All right. Love it.
Look at Jordan. Somebody going on a date tonight.
Yeah.
Jordan, thank you for being a model. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to send you a little gift package here of some REDAVID products for being a model today. So, Kalila, if you can email me her info, we'll send it out there and get you some products. So thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it. I thank you for everything. Thank you for being super open and super willing to have this conversation.
Yes.
Our pleasure.
Thank you to everyone who donated and who is still donating to the cause. And go out here and learn about some culture here, because it's thebomb.com.
Yeah.
I love it.
And so are these products. So
thank you, Kalila. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. We love you.
All right.
Love you too. Bye.
Oh, that's so sweet.
All right. So it's time for a haircut from this man, I think,
it is.
correct? Yeah. Ken, is that the next on the schedule? Or I thought, well, we missed Rena's next. My mistake. Sorry. Oh, perfect. Okay. Okay.
All right.
All right. Let's get her set up here. Where's your phone, Dad?
All right. All right.
All right, so I'm gonna set my dad up on the tripod here so I can move it around and show you guys a little easier with the product there.
Oh, Marco's gonna be the techie today. Well, I'm excited to do a haircut here today. This is nice. Live. Wow. Live audience, Marco.
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, you want to back up.
Leo, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do a really cool little V inverted bob in the back, and then I'm gonna go a little bit fun in the front. Then I'm gonna do some twisty and texture and volume up top. I'm gonna throw everything at it. I'll be honest, just some different techniques. So what I'm doing right now, we're on. We're on.
Yeah, you're good there.
Good angle, Marco.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're gonna love that the open camera. So
You just have to rotate your screen the other way.
Yeah, just.
Hi, Heather.
Okay.
Scratch that. We're having technical difficulties. We're gonna just stay with the main video here.
All right.
There we go. Can everybody see there? Okay, Ken, is that all right? That don't have.
Yeah, maybe if he can just come closer a little bit,
Okay.
or it can be brought closer just so we can see what he's doing.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna prep the hair. I'm gonna spray some cedarwood leave-in conditioner on there. So I just parted the back. So I'm gonna start with the back, and I'm just gonna put some shape into it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna V-shape it a little bit. So I'm gonna start down the middle, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go and cut it right across. As you can see, I just put just in the middle. I just took the first section and I just cut it across. And then what I'm gonna do is from the middle, I'm just gonna start inverting it. Just start V-shaping it. So I'm gonna bring it across, and I'm gonna go in, and I'm just gonna V-shape it. And you can see already what's happening there, okay? So I'm gonna take the next section. So when you do the first section, make sure that you get it really, really close, really, really nice, okay? That's the main part when you're cutting. You gotta make sure that you get it really perfect. So take the next section and pin that up. I'm gonna take the next one. I hope you guys enjoyed this morning. You know, Fernando, the 7-minute haircut, that was pretty hot. Kalila, I really love those beautiful curls that you put in there. It was really nice. And I see what I can do here with this haircut. I think you guys are gonna enjoy it. So I'm gonna go in and just basically follow the same section that I've put underneath. And start adding weight to it and start adding shape to it, okay? We can see already that's starting to come together. You can see the nice V shape in there, okay? So I'm gonna start adding to that. I'm gonna bring it across here and bring this back. Now, when you're doing this type of haircut, always remember, try not to move your body from one side to the other. Always kind of stay positioned so that you can really see, exactly the angles that you're at. A lot of people sometimes move over to the side and they start cutting the hair. So I always like staying in one spot and really kind of, work it and see where am I. A lot of people kind of move around a lot. So when you're doing the back, I like to stay centered, and then you'll be balanced, because if you move around, sometimes you end up cutting too much hair. So I always stay in one spot when I'm doing the back and just keep working it. And I'm just going to work that. Oh, it's starting to look good already. And you can see already we're starting to get some shape in there. And I'm just going to keep adding to that. Okay. I'm just going to bring it back. I'm just going to be adding to that. This is not a 7-minute haircut like Fernando. I'm kind of jealous because now I got to do 5 minutes haircut next time.
Leo, I just wanted to hop in here 1 second. Louise, thank you for the donation of $25 added. We're now at $425 of our goal. So thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Louise. And I'm just going to cut that, bring that in. And again, you notice I'm standing in the same spot. And I'm slightly over directing the hair just a bit because I want this side just a little bit longer. So I'm just bringing it back and trimming that out. Oh, look at that. You can see it's starting to shape up really nice. And I'm going to bring it back in here. This is great. I like doing it live, I tell you. I've been stuck at home and, I felt like all by myself. It was kind of lonely. But it's nice to kind of be out and, start doing some hair and start having some fun. And always make sure that you check. And wow, I still got it after all these years. They're both the same. They're both the same. So again, I'm going to bring it back. And I'm going to take another section. And what I'm going to do is bring everything from the front all the way to the back. And that's what we're going to get out of it. I'm going to put her head down a little bit. And there's my guideline underneath there. And I'm just going to trim that off. I'm just going to over direct that just a tiny bit and trim it. And bring that right back in there. And take that all off. And you can start seeing it already starting to kind of move from shorter to longer automatically without doing too much inversion. Just basically is by bringing, over directing the sides just back in here and trimming it. It'll just gives you that beautiful shape already in there, okay? So I'm going to take the other side here. I'm going to bring it in. And what I'm doing right now, basically, I've put my guideline, the first guideline underneath, and I'm just basically following that. You don't even have to worry about it too much. And I like, I like playing with hair a little bit, when I'm cutting, especially if I'm putting some, and you can see already the beautiful shape that we got going on in the back. And you can really start seeing that angle in there. Again, I'm going to bring that. And again, you see, I'm going to bring it straight back here. So then this is going to be a little bit longer. Okay. So I'm going to bring it straight back. And you notice I haven't moved. I'm still in the center of the haircut. And bringing that back. And actually, I'm going to bring it all the way back now. Over the ear. Make sure that you go over the ear. And trim that off. And bring that back. And just, and again, the same. Just bring it all the way in. This haircut is you'll be able to put it on a lot of clients. I'm giving you a haircut that you can bring to the salon. A lot of times, I do haircuts. Sometimes there's only a certain clientele that you could put it on. But this one is very commercial. It's really fun, and you'll be able to really use it in the salon. Again, I'm bringing everything back. I'm trimming it here, and I'm trimming it there. Okay. So you can see, again, I'm staying in the middle. I'm not moving from side to side. And shaking that up. And I just want to kind of give you an idea. You can see already the shape. You can really start seeing it, that it's starting to move. Everybody can see that? Yeah, perfectly. And now I'm going to bring everything back again. Don't worry about the parting or anything. When I do, let's say, blunt cuts, I don't put a part in it and then cut it. I make sure that it's blunt on this side, blunt on this side, and blunt on this side. So I really don't work with the parting. Once it's all blow dried, I will blow dry it and put the parting in, and then I will do my cleaning, okay? But when I'm cutting, it's all, there's no parting when I'm cutting.
Leo, I was thinking too, I think a lot of stylists, because cosmetology school, I think, is lacking in the regard of teaching how to work with textured hair. I mean, just a little bit.
Oh God!
But how did you get more confident with cutting textured hair and working with curly hair?
Believe it or not, when my hair is really long, it's curly, and for me, it was a challenge. It was a challenge to be able to make it look nice. That was the challenge. It's like I wanted to shape it differently because it was always long and poofy. I wanted to give it a little bit more shaping and a little bit more fun in those curls. And I remember, I practiced a lot. The key is to, really, practice a lot with the curls. The more you practice with it, the less scared you are of curly hair. I absolutely love it. I really enjoy it. Straight hair for me, it's pretty easy to work with. Curly hair, well, now you got a little bit of a challenge. You want to be able to. It's like that closet that's full of stuff. You want to take everything out and make it look nice and rearrange things. It just feels good.
Well, I remember you always told me that wet textured hair versus wet non-textured hair is just so different. So you have to see what it's like when it's wet and when that curl is kind of stretched out, so you know what it's going to look like as a finished style when it's even dry.
Well, the key is curly hair. You got two haircuts. You got it when it's wet. You get the base. It's almost like you put the base in, and then when it's dry, it just basically that's where it's going to live for most of the time, and that's where you can go in and start playing. De-shedding the hair, taking the weight off of it. It's almost like the curly hair kind of talks to you. If it's puffy, it tells you I'm too puffy, so you got to go in and start taking the puffiness out until your eyes and your feelings, when you look at it, it's like, oh, that looks nice. And that's when you stop. A lot of hairstylists don't stop. So I want to make sure that when you see it and it says, yeah, it looks nice, that's when you stop. Okay. It's all visual. Curly hair is very visual. and it's very fun. You gotta feel it, and you know, it's like you feel it and you see it. It's really, really, really cool. I enjoy it. You know, I don't know. I enjoy all kinds of hair. You know, I love doing hair. Right now, I'm happy. I'm, you know, cutting hair. It feels good. I think that's, you know, it's something that, you know, you really kind of, sometimes you're born with it. You know, you kind of feel it, that, you know, that's what you want to do. I've always enjoyed hairdressing. I haven't done anything else except hairdressing. So for me, you know, I'm at home. I don't know if you can tell, can it, you know?
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
You know, I'm at home, right? Marco's laughing at me.
Yeah,
you know?
don't listen to him. Sometimes he forgets that he was a cement mason for 3 years by trade before
Here we
becoming
go.
a hairdresser.
Oh,
So,
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I knew it was coming.
yeah, I'll share the story of how he became decided to become a hairdresser. He was, were you Prince Rupert, Dad?
Yeah, Prince Rupert, working at the pulp mill.
In the pulp mill, working up there in the camps, and he had hair down to about here. And he went into the town to get a haircut and a blow dry, and on his way out for the night to go party. And the guy gave him such a bad blow dry that my dad had to go 45 minutes back to the camp, shampoo his hair, and give himself his own blow dry. And that's when he decided he wanted to become
Saturday night. You want to look good.
Wanted to become a hairdresser. Not to mention, you know, he wanted to meet all the ladies too.
Yeah,
Mr. Casanova over here. So.
That too. I love working with the ladies. You know, they have lots to say. You know, it's not just always about sport. You know. So I don't know. I love what I'm doing. So especially now, I find that, you know, be able to have your own product line and really having feedback from a lot of stylists that they're enjoying working with the product, and be able to see a lot of different work too. That's really, really cool. It kind of inspires you, you know. Even this morning watching Fernando and Kalila, you know, I learned a lot. So it was really, really cool. As you can see, I've already put on a beautiful little shape already in there. Okay. And now, you know, we're going to work with the front. Okay. So I'm happy what's going on in the back. It's really beautiful. I love that. Now we're going to go in the front and let's have a little bit of fun with the front. A lot of times I find in hairdressing, we spend so much time trying to put on a carving in the back or a beautiful shaping in the back. But the only person that sees it is somebody standing behind you in the elevator. So with me, this is what I see the most. And this is where I spend more time. Doing this, it would have taken me 3 minutes to be able to put that, you know, shaping in there. It doesn't take me very long time. But this is where I'm going to spend some time in. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put some cool shorter bangs in the front. Okay. So I'm going to grab from the middle of the eyebrow to the middle of the eyebrow. I'm going to take one section out. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to use my scissors. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of razor them, like almost like I'm using a razor. Okay, just the front piece. And you got to have sharp scissors, okay? And then you throw that away, okay? You don't need that. And you can see already the fringe that we've put in there. Okay, a lot of times you could do this and you can, you know, lift it up and start chipping it and start doing all that stuff. It's already done for you. If you can see it, it's already got different shapes already in there, okay? That's just by grabbing that one section and just grabbing your scissors and just opening it up and then just almost raising the hair, and there's your really cool fringe already. And you can see already that it's starting to look really cool, okay? So again, now I'm going to take the next section. And the next section, what you want to do is just point cut them at the last piece of that first section. So this was my last piece. So what's going to happen is that you're going to start putting some weight on those bangs, but at the same time, they're going to be loose in the front. Everybody with me? Cool. Again, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to grab the hair and I'm just going to point cut it. Okay. And you can see one more section. Almost is a square section in the top. I want to show you. It's a square section. See that? Okay. And I'm going to bring it over. And I'm just going to point cut in it. Just the last piece is there. You can see. It doesn't have to be perfect. You know, you make sure that you don't, you know, give it a blunt line in there. That's all. That's the whole idea behind it, is not to put a blunt line in it. Okay, now that you've done maybe one more, just to make sure that I don't have any hair from the back there. I shouldn't, but I'll just go over the crown area one more time. Just a few little stragglers, but that's not too bad. Okay, so we've done the first section. Now we're going to do the side. Okay, so the sides is just behind the ear, just in front of the ear, actually. Okay, just a section just behind the ear. Okay, and I want you to bring it forward. And remember Fernando, if you guys were watching Fernando kind of over-directed the hair or made the client move. But with me, I don't like making the client move. She's got to keep still. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct it. And what I'm going to do, that's my guideline right there. That's the last piece, is I'm going to point cut that. I'm going to put that C shape in there, okay? So I'm going to grab that. And I'm just going to point cut that. And you're going to run out of hair because that's going to be the last piece. You can see that's the last piece that was from that line that was on the side, okay? So I'm going to grab the same thing on this side. And I'm going to direct it. And I'm just going to point cut it. Okay, so I'm almost doing a C shape in it. Okay, I'm going to bring it forward. I'm going to over direct it and I'm going to point cut it. Same on this side. I'm going to bring everything now. Okay, everything. And I'm going to point cut it. And you can start seeing the shape in there. Okay, so I'm going to grab this other side. I'm going to bring it all forward. And I'm just going to over direct it. So almost your front fingers, they're almost in the middle of her nose. Okay. And then you just point cut and C shape it. Almost at your free hand in it. And I'm just going to go in there. And then just point cut it. I love it already as I'm starting to feel it. I know when you're starting to feel it, that's when you got it going on, and I got it already. So I'm going to bring it all forward. I'm going to direct my finger there, and I'm just going to point cut that.
Leo, you talk about the importance of really hearing the hair or letting it talk to you. Do you think? Yeah. Do you think a lot of times stylists can get stuck in their head, you know, between the conversation with the client or thinking about what to do, that they're maybe not really feeling the hair and just trusting their instincts?
Well, what I find, with me, everybody, every stylist, every artist is very different. But at the same time, you'd be surprised how we're all the same. We all, at the end of the day, we want to see beautiful hair. We want to see a beautiful shape. And, we want to have a happy customer, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So to me, it's the consultation. Like you gotta, I find the stylists have stopped talking to their customers. To me, it's like you gotta start having a little bit more fun with your customer. You gotta be ready for that customer when she comes in. That what are you gonna do next? Are you gonna still do the same trim? I would die if I had to do a trim for 20 years on the same clients. So you gotta show her different looks. That's the key that keeps you always fresh, always new. Is make sure that you got some cool looks waiting for her. I used to have a lot of cool looks for my customers when they used to come in. I used to always, used to say, girl, we got to change it up. And they go, oh, Leo, I don't want it too short, blah, 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 blah. They have a cardiac arrest first. And then I give them mouth to mouth, and then they'll feel better, and I get them back to be alive again. It's communicating with them. And I used to show them pictures, and, we always used to find a happy media. Sometimes maybe I didn't get what I wanted out of her, but I definitely, the next time that she came in, I always got what I wanted, and that was a whole new look. That was the whole deal about, the way that I worked. It was always trying to have a new haircut, because that's my advertising board walking around. And to me, I wanted to be out there. And that's how I really, became a famous stylist, or a very busy stylist, is by just showing the customer what's new, what's next, what are we going to do. So I did the front. Okay. Now I'm going to do the side. You can see already how beautiful already this haircut it really is. Look at that beautiful line already in there. And that was just by taking it all the way back and trimming that, and it falls absolutely perfect without, try to get this line, like this or like that. It's just so hard. Just bring it back and then just cut it, and this is what you get. So I'm just going to kind of shape this up a little bit on the side, and we should, look at that. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's perfect. I love it. It's taken me a long time to learn a lot of these, cool techniques. I practiced a lot. That's the key. When you're a stylist, you got to practice. The more you practice, the better you get at it. After a while, you really don't think about cutting hair. It's all about putting the shape in there. And with me, it's all about new shapes. How can I get that customer to have a new shape? You got to always constantly push your customer. Who's the stylist here? You are. So, once they start going, oh, I don't think I can do this, this, and that, get the phone and show them some cool, pictures that you want to see her in. You'd be surprised. Give her 2-3 months. You're going to be able to give her a new look. So, it's all the relationship with your customers. I had a wonderful relationship with my customers. Till today, a lot of people miss my haircuts, so must have done something right. So again, I'm going to do the other side now. Okay. And just shape that up. It's coming along real nice. This haircut is so versatile. You'll be able to have it curly. You'll be able to smooth it. You'll be able to really have some fun. This one is a really fun haircut. It's pretty much get up in the morning, shake your hair, and it'll all come together. Okay. can see, it's really starting to come together. I'm just going to bring it up a little bit. 1 second. There we go. So right now, I'm already starting to like, you know, a nice, it's a really beautiful shape. Already is starting to talk to me. It's got a lot of movement in that hair already. So what I'm going to do right now, I find that it's going to be too heavy. So this is your shape. Now from here, this is where you can have so much fun. This is where you can go in, take some more weight off of it, chip it in, take more layers off of it. This is where you start having fun. But with me is put the shape in, put the base in, and then start partying, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some weight off of it, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start in the crown area. Okay, first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it and I'm going to twist the hair just a tiny bit. Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen some of this technique. I've done it a few times, but I love doing it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just notch it. Okay, and what you can see all these little longer and shorter pieces through the hair. It's not just that when you go in and you're just having it this way, it'll have lots, it'll give you a lot of root lift in that area. So I did that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the length off of it. But I have so many different layers already inside that. I don't know if you can see it. So I'm going to go in there and I'm going to take that right out. I'm going to take some length off of it. Okay. And take some of the length off of it. And I'm going to over direct the hair. And I'm going to just twist the hair a little bit. And I'm just going to notch it. Lift that up. And take some length off of it. I'm going to bring it back. And take some length off of it. Okay, I'm going to go inside here. I'm going to lift it up. I'm going to twist it. Okay, I'm going to notch it out a little bit. Okay, I'm going to lift that. There's my guideline over there. I'm going to take the length off of it. And I'm going to leave that. Oh, yeah. Well, look at that, how full already the top is. Look at the body inside the hair. It's just incredible, okay? So I'm going to do the other side now, okay? Again, the same thing. Just bring it up. Don't take the section that you already have. Just kind of twist it a little bit. Okay, you can see if it's cut already, you're going to see that they're going to stick out, okay? So make sure that you twist it and just kind of notch it a little bit. And then I'm going to take the length off of it. And I'm going to take another section here. I'm going to lift that up. And I'm going to twist it. And I'm just going to notch it a tiny bit. And then I'm going to take the length off of it. So it's almost that you're doing texture inside the hair, and then you're taking the length off of it, the weight off of it. So you're putting texture in. So this is like lifting it up, twisting it, putting some texture in the hair, and then taking the right length that you want from that hair, okay? I'm going to lift that up. So it's just behind the ear. I'm just going to lift that. Perfect. Okay. And I'm just gonna double check here. Always make sure that you got both sides, even. So I'm gonna take the front section here, the side section, and bring it all up. So we've done the sides and the front. Now we got the back. We're gonna take a little bit off the back because you can see that, it's very bowly. So we wanna be able to put some inside texture and then take a little bit of length off that as well. So again, you just grab it, bring it all up. You just twist it around. Okay. I love doing these haircuts. When you do it in the salon, the client's gonna freak out. So tell her not to worry. Okay. So just a little bit of a notch in there. And there's the length there that you've cut that section. And then you just take the weight off of it. Okay. Again, you bring this side up. And you twist it around. Too much in there. Sorry, I like taking big section, but you don't have to take big section. You can take smaller section. And then just bring that up. And there it is. Beautiful. Now the sides. Okay. Again, the same thing. Just bring it up. Twist the hair. Okay. A little bit of a notch in there. There's the length there. Take the length and the weight off of it. Another section there. Just twist it up. And you can see there's already layers in there, so you don't have to go in there. Just double check that you got the length perfectly. Oh yeah, it's coming together. And we're gonna do this side again. Just bring it in. And you can see how much more waves and texture we're getting out of that hair. It's absolutely beautiful. And I'm just gonna bring it in. Again, I'm almost done this haircut. And I'm gonna bring it up. I'm just gonna twist it up. And then just take a little bit of weight off of it. And then make sure that I got all the lengths. Perfect. Oh, wow. I'm liking it now. It's really coming together. Okay, so I'm just going to double check now. I'm just going to grab the hair and just double check, make sure that I have it all balanced. And you can see that we got it going on. And I'm just going to bring it over. And now what I'm doing is just cross-checking, make sure that I got everything hooked up. Okay. And these are the looks that I've been working on. I really love it. I remember the first time I did it many years ago. And, from the way I used to approach it, the way I approach it now is just so differently. And I really love it. I find it is so much easier to do. And I get exactly what I want to get out of it. And again, I'm just working. You can really see, look at the volume and the root lift that you get out of there by just twisting it and then notching it. Look at the volume that you get. It's just incredible. And you can really start playing with the hair any which way that you want to. It's really fantastic. You can really see how much more fun that you can have with it. Okay,
yeah, so that looks amazing, Leo. I love
the
really fun tease look to it. That's really great.
Cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hand dry it a little bit just to kind of show you if the customer just lets it go in the morning. You can really see how much more volume. Look at the volume with, not having so much product in that hair.
Leo, that's the haircut that I want next time you see me.
You can really see a really cool, and you can really work this hair any which way that you want to. You can really see how much fun you can really have with it. I love it because of if you have people that don't have inner lift in the hair, this is the one. Look at it. I can just scrunch it just with my hands and look how it stays up there. You know, it's really fantastic. And I'm just gonna just play with it a little bit more. So this is a very commercial haircut. You know, I didn't want to scare anybody today. I wanted to show something that, you know, that Marco won't yell at me, because sometimes I'll do something crazy, go, I don't know, who's going to wear that? Nobody. I'm going, well, just few people. So this one you can really see, and I'm just going to play with it just a little bit. And the more you play with it, the more, you know, texture, the more body you get, the more fun you really have with that hair. Wow. The root lift I got out of this is incredible. I love it. It's really beautiful.
I love it too.
Yeah, no, I really love it. And you notice how fast it was. You know, it was really, really fast. And actually, Marco is holding one that's a little bit longer shape. See, Marco, you know, he's got one that's a little bit longer. You can see I did the same technique. Actually, this one I did a little bit of a razor cut on her, but you can really see what she looks like. You see the beautiful, lots of inside root lift that you get out of that technique when you twist it and then just notch it. Make sure you don't notch it too much. I would recommend that you start a little, and then as you start feeling it, then you can start getting deeper with it. But this is one that I did, you know, just to kind of have a little bit more fun. And I got another little one that Marco, you know,
I asked him if he missed a couple pieces in the front of that one, or if it was finished. But
this one, you know, I was just, because I didn't want to throw it away. So I decided, you know, I want to have a little bit of, you know, let's see what I can do with it. So this one is a, you know, short, little funky, you know, little cut. If you put some color in it, I think it would look really funky, I'll be honest with you. Color is what's going to make this hair look really cool as well. But you can see what I did with this haircut. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just scrunch a little bit of dual therapy in it. And I'm just going to put 1 pump, 2 pumps of each. Okay. And I'm just going to kind of work it. Just work the ends a little bit, just to kind of loosen those ends up and take some of the frizziness out of it.
Leo, what's your favorite combination of your favorite combo of products to get the most volume?
The most volume, I'd be what I would do right now is, because of the way the hair turned out, like it's talking to me, right? So I already have lots of volume, believe it or not, but that technique, because every different hair is different, and I've never worked with this type of mannequin before. It's my first time. And I got lots of beautiful volume out of it. So it's really, really cool. I like the volumizer. The volumizer, you spray it on damp hair. This one is kind of my workhorse. You know, it replaces your mousse, your spray gel, setting lotion. You spray this on the root, scrunch it, or even on dry hair, you spray it and you scrunch it or just diffuse it. It really gives you some beautiful, beautiful curls. To me, right now, if she was wet all over again, I would put the curl defining cream, like the one that you love, Catherine, and then just, you know, start scrunching it. it will just give you those beautiful, beautiful curls like you wouldn't believe. So it's really, really funky. But this is kind of a, like a really cool shag looking, bob, really, that we just, modernized it a little bit more. This is pretty much, what it looks like.
Yeah, I think it's also important to add with the volumizer that it's a really great product that you need to know that you need to add some friction and some air bubble molecules into it to add more of the volume to it. If you're looking to get more volume out of the root, rubbing it in and just really adding some friction in there, warming it up gives you more volume.
Exactly.
Another a little technique as well for the volumizer that I've seen my dad use is he'll spray it in damp and then blow dry about 70 to 80% of the way and then reapply and then finish as blow dry. It really gives a lot more volume as well.
Because the more you apply the volumizer, it will give you it'll make the hair more stronger. It's almost like we'll put an extra layer of hair around your weak hair. It's almost like a bandage, but the bandage, it's movable. It's not stiff. So the volumizer is incredible. And there you go, guys. This is my little, little shag that I did here. I think it looks really cool. It's not even completely dry yet, but kind of gives you an idea. And look at the volume and the fullness out of the hair. It's absolutely fantastic. Thanks so much for watching me here. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed this little funky, little shag looking hair.
You did great, Leo.
Oh, thanks so much.
How you doing, Rena?
So,
Hi, I'm amazing.
Next up, we have Rena, who's now joined us. Hello, Miss Rena.
Hi, beautiful.
So a little bit about Rena. Rena's been with REDAVID longer than I have, but she is one of our educators for a women's empowerment class that we're looking to put out into the world and bring to you guys, really. Her class is very powerful for the reason that, of course, in our industry, it's highly populated with women, but we're coming amongst times where it's more difficult. Rena's been with REDAVID, and it's really difficult through the challenges we experience in every day to stay empowered, really, for what the class speaks for itself. Marco and Leo and Ken had told me, Rena would be great for a women's empowerment class. Sure enough, we got together, her and I, and this beautiful program was created so organically and so much out of pure love that it has grown into this beautiful piece of work that Rena will be bringing to all of you, really, in the upcoming year when we finally get back on the road and this pandemic is over.
Yeah,
I think we've been pushing Rena's classes back every 3 months here, and out of our control. But I just want to touch on that a little bit there, Catherine. And Rena, thank you for being on today. It's been a pleasure getting to know you over the years. And it was just actually, I think it was about a month ago, I had a memory on Facebook that showed us in your salon in Qualicum Beach in Vancouver Island, and it was a really cool meeting. Actually, I think it was at dinner, and I said about to have a dinner with the most amazing person that we just met. Rena actually searched us out. She found us on Facebook and called us, and we ended up having her into our office here. And what did we spend 3 or 4 hours together, Rena? I think just talking and getting to know each other. And it was a really cool moment. And getting to know Rena a little bit more, I realized the biggest strength that Rena had was her positivity and her attitude and the ability to motivate and inspire and to just be real and speak from the heart. It was a really cool aspect. And following her on social media and seeing all those posts, I said to my dad, I said, I want to create something around Rena's strengths. And I think that the best thing to do right now and where our climate is a women's empowerment course in business. And we've been working on it ever since, and it's finalized, and we're getting there. And as soon as we can get back to doing education, we'll be booking some. But thank you, Rena, for being here and sharing your love with us.
Yeah, Rena, I love you. We appreciate you, girl, and have some fun.
I will.
Let it go. Let it go.
Thanks, sweetie. I just want to share is I am absolutely honored to be here. It's not just, it's like, I want to share with the boys and with Catherine. I fell in love with Catherine instantly, but I also fell in love with the boys too, because our hearts are pretty much the same when it comes to moving our industry forward out of love and out of passion. And that's why there was such a connection. And I think where we are very relevant in this time and in the season of uncertainty is to create something that has some foundation into it and can inspire and motivate, bring out and speak into your future, and not to give up perhaps whatever you are building right now within the industry, building up that passion once again, building up that, even though it is uncertain times and we've had to put things on hold, still creating the love for what you do, still having it inside of you. And I know for me, that's what's extremely important right now is not giving up on the dream, the vision, the plans, and the calls over your life. And with this company, they're consistently behind me and the educators and the entire industry to push passion forward, push your dreams forward, push whatever is on your heart, and then to bring it forward. So that's what I love about the company, as well as, wow, these products are amazing.
Thanks, Rena.
Thank you. We appreciate it, girl. We just want to spread the love.
They just want to spread the love. So today I'm kind of coming from this place of I was like, okay, if once you start to get to know me, I am very much about spirit and very much about being spiritually connected, as well as moving into practical tools to show up in this business and to show up in life. But I was like, okay, Spirit, what do you want me to say? And I feel like for a lot of, if you're starting to get to know me, I'm always about the heart and I'm always about the love. But I really feel today was something very special with Black Lives Matter movement. We're seeing almost like this, like a stark, line kind of cut into the sand. And I want to share with you that those that are in here today, that you matter so much to us. And I think as a company, you can feel protected. REDAVID is protecting something today. That's what I feel in this movement, is that we are being protected within the hair industry, but we're being protected in our stance. And that's what REDAVID is bringing forward today by making this stand today. So yeah, I'm going to speak on discipline and deadlines, and I'm going to speak on motivation and being inspiration. But I think there's something extremely pivotal that's happening right now. And I'm so grateful to be a part of it, because this company has always been diverse. This company has always moved in equality. This company has always seen the individual and decided and called out the gold in each person, hence why I'm here today. So I feel like for us as a company making this stand, I couldn't be more proud. I couldn't be more grateful. I couldn't be more honored to be here than right now in this moment. So thank you for that download. And I just want to move forward and just say, it's the time. It's the time to really be motivated still, because this is what's required. When you always hit those, I'm gonna kind of dovetail into what I want to share today, besides getting all inspirational and spiritual. What I actually want to speak on is, how proud I am of the people that within the uncertainty of this time have decided that though it is uncertain, there are miracles that are still happening. There are still visions and dreams that people are still walking in and opening the doors of their salon and their business again and getting behind the chair. That's a dream. They're walking in it. And it's so exciting to see the unfolding of us all going back. We're trying to all go back to work. And I wanted to actually share with you a little about being committed to the discipline and the deadlines in your life, because us at REDAVID, we are certainly committed to those disciplines and those deadlines, because discipline and deadlines are very empowering. And when you hit them and you make them in your life, and you prioritize your goals, and things become very personal for you and you start hitting them, there's a self-confidence that comes forward. There's an empowered stand that comes forward within you. And that's what we as at REDAVID want to really push forward, because now is the time that, you know, people are coming into your salon and through it. So now's the time where you really strategize, where we can really strategize on being, you know, hitting those personal goals. And those personal goals can be as simple as, I want to get to the salon on time. I want to be grounded. I want to show up as my best self, my empowered self. I want to spend time creating a morning routine, because I want to show up to work, because a lot of people are coming forward right now with their concerns. And this is what I'm finding, is that I need to stay grounded, and I need to prioritize myself, my goals, my health, my you know, whatever I'm feeding my mind with, because people really need you right now behind that chair. Besides being in the beauty part of us, giving and, you know, showing up as professionals, people are really wanting to share their experiences with us. So I would say, you know, take the time in this season, whether you are working or whether you are not working, prioritize still your dreams and your goals, and make them actionable, and make yourself accountable. So who I have in my life, I actually have hired a mentor and a coach. I hire her to make sure I'm accountable to reach my goals. So I have smaller goals. I've picked 5 of them. I've given myself a month to achieve some of them, a week to achieve others, and 3 months to achieve the bigger goal. And I have reached the baby goals to create some consistency and to make that feeling of empowerment and self-esteem and confidence come forward. So I want to encourage anybody that is a little bit, say, like, they feel perhaps, you know, well, my goal is so big. I want to make $10,000 a month, you know, within this industry. I want to make sure that I show up within my, you know, show up really well within my industry when it comes to financially. It's like what I always share with anybody that are reaching those goals, that is doable, but it's the steps beforehand. And it's not always about chasing the money. It really is about the steps to create that beautiful income in your life, and staying very disciplined, and reaching those smaller goals. And that's how you just kind of remind yourself daily what you're working towards. And that's what I want to encourage you in today. You know, as I started to kind of create new goals for my life within the company, within my personal life, and within my career, I decided that the little goals of getting up through COVID and being present and still being a light and speaking positivity and speaking into people that needed me, and felt that I had a strong voice behind me, that those little goals are still extremely important, and then reaching towards moving on to your bigger passionate goals. And one of the experiences I felt, and I'm going to be very vulnerable today and share this with you, is like when I got the news that we had to put things on hold, with this women's empowerment presentation being one of them, I was really, I mean, ask Catherine and Fernando, I burst into tears. I was weeping. I was so, I was like, no, because I felt like I had so much to share. And I sorry, my dog. I felt like I had so much to share, and I just wanted to encourage my industry to not give up, to not be unwavering in what you're reaching for still, because it is so critical right now to show up as that empowered, incredible, passionate person that you are. People need you and they need your service right now, but you need yourself also. So I just said to Catherine, I was like how long do I need to wait? And then I felt like from myself, I made the decision that I didn't need to wait. I didn't need to wait. I could show up like that every day as that empowered self. Every day you can show up as your best version of yourself every day, passionate, inspired, and a gift to others, and a gift to yourself, being of service within this beauty industry that desperately needs us right now. And that's when I started to really delve into this Black Lives movement that we are part of right now, because I mean, I couldn't believe it. Like, I thought, well, here's the best opportunity of our lives. Here's the best opportunity to stand, be a voice, create a difference, be motivating and inspiring for others right now. Because it's not completely about us and our agenda and our timeline. It's literally showing up as the best version of ourselves, walking with my brothers and sisters, showing up for my educators of REDAVID, showing up for my family, showing up for community, showing up for myself, and being a love and a light. And I want to dovetail as I finish things up over like what Kalila was sharing this morning about love. And so I want to finish this with saying that I know that the boys would absolutely agree with me, and anybody on this platform would agree with me today, is that love is what really truly motivates. There's only two camps right now, and that's fear and that's love. And those two camps show you who you are in all areas of your life. And like with love being present, we can not agree completely, because I have a beloved dear friend that doesn't fully agree with me on the Black Lives Matter movement. And, you know, I'm this little white girl and I do. And though we may not see eye to eye, what we do have is love for one another. We have love for one another, period. And that I'm not willing to compromise is on the love of us moving forward, even though we may not agree. And love conquers all. It really does. It stops the chaos. It stops the reckless, words that could come out and hurt and pierce. And instead, love covers a multitude. It covers a multitude of harsh comments. And so I'm really excited to be able to stand here for this movement, a Black Lives Movement, and stand with my company today, because for me, I've had a lot to learn. And in the last 2 weeks, I didn't realize how much I needed to learn. But for God's grace and only reason why I'm here today, I've been chosen to be here today. And I've been asked to be a voice. And I'm going, like, who am I? But at the same time, I'm going to take this and I'm going to run with it. And I'm going to be an active participant in this life, on this world, and on this platform. And I believe if we have love and we have that empowered self-confidence, and we're willing to just kind of bridge the gap with our brothers and sisters globally, internationally, and in community through love, even though we may not fully agree, that is a perfect representation of working together. So I have chosen to be on this side of the camp. And it is with great honor that I stand with my sisters within this community and with my brothers today. But at the same time, I'm going to leave this with you. Though some of us may not agree fully with this movement, what we can agree fully in is moving forward with eyes that are of love for one another, and of eyes that want to and a heart that wants to actually rebuild something that will have a foundation to it from years to come, because we're talking about our youth that are coming forward and coming up. Here we have an opportunity to literally spin that pendulum around, speak into the youth, bring them up forward, even though maybe I've made some horrendous, or I'm going to say me, because we're all in this together. Maybe we have created a bit of division over the years, and we have created brokenness. But here's the opportunity to mend. And here's the opportunity to heal. And here's the opportunity to look at my youth and that are coming forward and say, you know what, I believe in you. And whatever you stand for is of great value. And educate and empower. And that is how we move this pendulum forward, and how at REDAVID, this is our stand. And this is how we walk. And this is how we speak. And this is how we move. So anyways, thank you so much for taking a few minutes and listening today. Ken, I am privileged to be here. It's an honor. And I hope this hit the mark in any way and encouraged you that your dreams absolutely matter. Your disciplines in your life matter. Your deadlines matter. Your vision matters over your life. And as you go back to work, how you're speaking into other people's lives and how you're showing up for yourself and your dreams, that matters. That moves us forward. Don't give up. Things are put on hold, but it's not forever. It isn't forever. We're in this together. We're moving forward. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. It is a blessing and an honor. Thank you.
Rena, thank you.
Thank you, Rena.
Thank you, Rena.
Yeah, Brina, before you go, I wanted to say something. I think
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Before you go, I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
I think we all have had conversations amongst ourselves. I've had them over many glasses of wine with Marco and Leo, and we've had them. I think at some point in time, you have to recognize not what you know and what you don't know, but what you don't even know that you don't know. I think we are a product of our upbringing and what we learn and what our experiences are. But at some point in time, we mature and we become stuck. And when you encounter roadblocks, not just in business development, but personal development, you have to be conscious of the fact that if you're angry and you're responding to what's going on, ask yourself why. Why are you angry? Why are you afraid? Why do you feel how you feel? Does it impact your life in any way? Does it impact the lives of your family, your children? And I think that that level of self-awareness is something that we all struggle with, because like I talked about before, things that we don't understand or we don't have the answers to are terrifying. Looking in the mirror and admitting that you have a problem with yourself, how you were taught, how you were raised, and admitting that is a real hurdle to overcome. But once you do that and you start chipping away at it, you start to evolve. And those same kind of roadblocks and self-awareness happen in our businesses. How many salon owners walk into a salon every day and don't notice the fact that, you know, there's hair in the corners or dust on the shelf, or you think that your staff is happy or your customers love you, and that may not necessarily be the case. There's a disconnect between the reality and the actuality. I think Leo has talked before about how he grew up and what he went through, and his journey to overcome a lot of anger and built up hate. I loved my grandmother to death. She's no longer with us, but my grandmother was very racist. I shared this with Marco and Leo. And I think, thankfully for public education, I was given a wider worldview than how I grew up or how things were presented to me to be. And I was able to form my own connections and friendships and relationships to find out that things aren't as, you're
Yes.
told that they are. But
Yeah.
to admit that
Yeah.
and struggle with that and overcome that is something that a lot of people have to work through. I know that you too have had moments where you looked in the mirror and you're like, I got to change, and that motivated you to do a lot of this. If
Right.
you were advising people on self-improvement and admitting to themselves their actuality, their reality, what's the best step that you think they could take?
Well, I think the best step, I'll just say, I'm going to speak very personal and then just kind of speak into what you were sharing, is like, I grew up in a very religious background, and I was very narrow-minded, and I didn't know any other way. I'm grateful that I knew about love and the softness, but I was very, very narrow-minded. But there was something that called me forward. So for me, my first step into personal development was I know this sounds whatever. I hope people really hear this, but my first step was to take a trip to Paris. And I left my family for 2 weeks, and I went to somebody that isn't religious. And I went to Paris, France, that actually is very forward thinking. And coming from a religious background, I was like, oh my God, what did I get myself into? But what it did for me was open my eyes, open my heart, I became biased. I had an experience with the Jewish Holocaust Memorial where I absolutely got wrecked. It undid me. So it created a thirst to know. There was something within me, in my spirit, that said, there's something different. There's something different for you. But what is it? So when I came home, I started to research what that something different was. And I followed my gut and I followed my intuition, and I reached out to go online to a mentor and a coach that could get me out of my head and begin the process of self-development and open my eyes to a different way of thinking, walking, moving, and becoming. And I had to break down, and still breaking down, old ways and conditioning in order to be able to speak into a pivotal time that we're in. Because you wouldn't have wanted the 6 years ago, Rena. The one that I was then could only speak to a certain person. That was it. We're not called to be that. So we have to, first step sometimes takes to hire a mentor, or it takes a personal development book that you can go, or somebody that you look up to around you, and say, can you please speak to me, teach me, move me in this area? I've never done it before. What are the steps? Like, how do I do this? I went to the library, I went to chapters. To be quite honest with you, I had podcasts going. I was determined to undo everything in order to build. So I think if you want something easy today and you're not used to personal development, I would say your first step is to go to chapters or get a book called The Wisdom of Sundays. Start there. We could start there. Us as educators, that's what we read over COVID, was The Wisdom of Sundays. And it was all your pivotal people in this life that has platform and speaking into, which is, you got your Tony Robbins, you got your Oprahs, and we were, right, Catherine? We were undone. Like, it was so helpful. That was an incredible book to start with, is The Wisdom of Sundays. And then I think for advice is to start, if you feel compelled to follow someone, say Brandon Burchard, then you start listening to his podcasts and his self-improvement and personal development. It's a whole world outside of what I knew. And I am grateful that I believe that every single one of us still have a wonderful connection to the spirit, or to God, or to higher self, or to whatever, we have that connection. So I think this intuition teaches you what to move towards that's best suited for you. Period. It's just suited for you. So is that a good, how does that sound, Ken?
That's perfect. And I'll leave you with one final thought. One thing to think about too is how, when you live your life with love and kind of move past fear and misunderstanding, it shows through in your work. When we're happy, we do better work. When we have love in our hearts, we do better work. In 1962, there was a famous Indian botanist that did several studies on how music affects plant growth. And it was discovered that more pleasing melodies, positive energy, positive sound waves in classical music actually stimulated the production and growth of plants 20% more than without music. And that's just through positivity and sound waves and energy. So when you think of what that does to plants, think about how that, your ability to be a caregiver for people, to make them feel beautiful, how that transference can be that much better when you're unburdened by a lot of your own emotional struggle.
Oh God, Ken, it's just like you just spoke right into it. It's just the energy that we carry. You know, we are the light. And sometimes, you know, really at the end of the day, if you do study energy and you do believe in the positivity, it's not what we're saying, it's how we impact people in how they feel.
Yep.
And they can't remember your words, but they can remember how you make them feel. And I thrive off classical music, wine, and a beautiful environment.
I think we all thrive off wine.
Ken, if I can just jump in here really quickly, just on a more personal note, not that all this isn't personal, for Rena and I, you know, Rena is, in my opinion, is a true testament of what the awakening of this movement is about. And the reason for this is because when this started to surface, Rena was a person who, if you know her, she is truly genuine and lovable, and she wouldn't hurt a fly even if it blinded her. and really, the how do I say this? The unknowing information that's unbeknownst to her really blinded her from race diversion. And comments and things sometimes were said, not in malice or not to hurt, but simply because she just didn't know. And with Kalila being on our team, she very, very gingerly and lovingly, you know, we spoke to Rena, and right when things started to hit the surface, Rena reached out to me and Kalila and was like, "Are you okay? Can I be there for you?" And upon explaining our perspective, Rena was like, "Wow, I never thought about it that way." And hard part about it is that Rena is completely submerged in a community in which there is very little diversity. On Vancouver Island, there are very many people like Rena who just don't know, who maybe don't want to know. And there isn't very much cultural diversity. And she said, "Come live with me, come live with me." And I joked to say, why? So my husband can be the only Black person on the island, you know? And so I was like, "Arena, I know you love me and I know you're so sweet about it, but we have to broaden our horizons, you know?" And she said, "What can I do to make change?" And that's where it started for Rena, you know, opening up her mind and her heart to say, "You know what? You're right. I have been blinded for a lot of years, but what can I do to make change?" And I think that is a true testament and a true start for a lot of people who are in the same situation and don't know what to do. And right away, Rena went on her Instagram and poured her heart out because she wanted to make change. And there really is no other way than to use your voice.
Great. Thank you, baby. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And you know what? It was the hardest 2 weeks of my life, honestly, in a long, long time. I was up all night watching. I watched everything I could. I was broken. I am still broken. I'm in recovery, I would say, because I didn't know. And It's one of the hardest things. As my husband asked me, why are you doing this to yourself? And I said, I will never be one. I will never be one at the end of this age that would stand in ignorance. I'm sorry, but I won't be that person. I have to know, even though it's so painful and I bleed at times. Like, if you guys know me, like, I mean, Catherine knows me well. REDAVID knows me well. It's the hardest thing for me to do is to watch and to see and to look, but I will not turn my eyes. I will not do that to my brothers and sisters. I will not be that woman. And so I am like, Catherine, I'm a totally different person than I was even 2 weeks ago. I mean, I became an activist. Maybe I've always been, but I'm an activist for love. I'm an activist for love. And I'm an activist for us standing in a decision to be awake and to be open.
Speaking of love, we just got 2 more donations. So thank you very much for that. We got one donation from Kalila, and we got one donation from Jordan. Thank you very much for the both of you.
Thanks, ladies. Let's do that.
Beautiful. Who was the Jordan? What was the last name?
Jordan is Kalila's model, I think.
Yeah, that's Jordan Johnson. Yeah. Thanks, ladies.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Rena.
Thanks,
Love
Rena.
you.
Love you so much. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rena.
Take care of yourself.
You too, guys. Love ya.
Love you too. Ciao.
Bye, babe.
Bye.
All right.
Okay, looks like it's Catherine's turn.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
no!
Oh, now.
You better work it, girl.
My turn. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
your turn.
I'm ready. Although I'm sweating down here.
What are you gonna do today? Can you explain what you're gonna do today?
Yeah. So the other day on my live, I did a really structured, kind of really just teaching people how to frame the face in a not so difficult way, really mindless and super easy with 2 snips. And we got this beautiful framing in the face. Today, what we're going to be doing is a lot of times clients will come in now who have short hair and want to do something really crazy. And so today what I want to show everyone is how to accomplish some texture in a short haircut, but with an undercut. Typically, most people go in with the undercut first and then cut what's over it. I like to do it in reverse. And the reason I like to do it in reverse is because after I cut the top and kind of see how everything's falling, then I can decide how far up I want to go with my undercut. So I kind of have this really like foolproof, fun way when I do it in the salon. Clients are like, what the hell are you doing? And so, welcome, Senorita Quarantina Coronavirus right here. One of the tricks I love to do with my haircuts is 2 things. One, I love to put either shea butter in my water bottles, or I love to use the leave-in for a really easy glide when cutting the hair. Just kind of get it in there. Okay, so with this haircut, it's very stationary. I'm not moving all over the place. I'm not going to town with it. It's very stationary. Now, if I had a lot of time, I would make this a very structured Vidal Sassoon cut, which is the way I initially learned this cut. And then I took it and did some fun stuff with it and created some situations with it, I guess you would say. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to part from the highest point of the ear going back all the way around, just out, just to begin to create a guide. I'll show you that in 1 minute. Kind of like this, just really not so clean. If you try to do a clean line and you undercut a clean line, it's too harsh. You want it to be a bit zigzaggy, right? You don't want it to be super clean. Okay, so I'm going to leave this section of my parting. What is wrong with this lady? There we go. Let's loosen her up. Just going to clip it away for right now. I don't really want to get in my way when I'm cutting. Most likely all of this will be cut out in the end. And then I'm just going to let down everything else. Now, the other section we're going to put out is we're gonna put out a section from the side here. Now this happens on the side that is your parting. So if your parting's more to like the left side, you're gonna take it from your left side. So if your heavy part's on the right, you're gonna shift to the left. So I'm just gonna do, usually I like to do eyebrow arch partings, kind of over this way. So this is my not so heavy side. I like to take the temple going over the ear and around, a nice C shape. So we start in the temple, kind of zigzaggy again, and around to meet my previous line. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
A nice C shape around the ear. And I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna pin that and clip it away as well. So now we have this rest of the hair falling out. I want you guys to decide where your focal point is. Do you want it to be in the apex, standing back here? Do you want your focal point to be here in the front, coming down, so short to long? Do you want it to be, you know, really on this side, on your heavy side, just coming all down into texture? For me, for teaching purposes, I'm gonna do it at the apex, 1 inch over and 1 inch down. So kind of right over here. What I want you to do is take a circular shape from the top of the apex going all the way around. And this will just be your guide so you know which direction you're pulling from. Now you can do one of two things. In the salon, if somebody comes in and wants a really quick cut, I'm gonna take my edgers or my clippers and just cut it away. Not even thinking about it, get right in there. Sometimes I like to take my actual clippers, putting it at an open and really just cutting it to create the texture. But because we're having fun today, I'm going to use, these are some of my favorite razors right here, Sam Vila. You can see when I come close, they're already textured for you. You don't really need to do much after you use these, okay? So I'm gonna take that kind of circular parting out. Don't worry about being perfect for this, right? Because we want this to be very natural, lots of texture, movable. I'm gonna come in here. Can you guys see? All right. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna stand right behind my section. I'm gonna turn just to show you what I'm doing. And I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna jag it out. Now I need to decide on my length, right? Like up here, it's gonna be a lot shorter. So I'm gonna come in right about here because we're going into a shortcut. And I'm just gonna start cutting this out. Bye-bye. Okay, so now I have these short pieces kind of just hanging out, okay? Kind of just let it fall naturally, move it on your client. A lot of people have cowlicks up here, so you kind of just want it to lay naturally wherever it's going to fall. Now, we're gonna take the center of that area and we're gonna cut a line in there in a bit of a V sectioning. I want you to pull all that up to your stationary guide. Remember, we're not moving this, so everything is pulled up. And we're going to cut away at it. There we go. Gone. Now she's coming out on me. Then I'm going to do the same for the piece that's in the front. I'm going to drag it back. Don't worry about the little pieces that are hanging out that you can't catch or get into this haircut because we can clean that all up after. Make sure we take all of this, bring it back. If your fingers aren't strong enough to hold it all, compress it slightly. And same goes here. We're going to take it off. Now, the fun part. You can see already how this is forming. A really fun undercut happening already. You can see the shape it's falling into with these short pieces. Now that we have that, I want you to take from the part as wide as your fingers can fit and pull it back over to your stationary section. The reason for this, make sure you follow your guide right there, is that we're creating length now on the other side. So we're now getting into our asymmetrical look. And then another section. Now make sure you're combing it straight back over. You're gonna eventually run out of hair if this person's hair is already short. And that's okay. And one more time. Once you get a little experienced in this part, you won't have to take as many sections. You can take one nice chunk out of there. Okay? I'm just gonna comb this, pull her off, and comb it in the kind of so you can see what's happening over here. Can you guys see that? How it's short to long now, and I'm already creating this awesome asymmetrical cut in there.
Yeah, I like it.
Thanks, Leo. This is a very Leo
You're having fun. You're going some freehanding. I like it.
Yes. Usually I'm a very structured cutter.
Yeah, I like this.
For this purpose, you kind of have to stick with it. Okay. Then we're going to carry the remainder of that section. The reason why it's so important to stay like in this stationary guideline is because it's going to create the asymmetrical look for you on its own, where it goes from short to long, where you don't have to worry about going in and structurally cutting the whole thing at the end. We're just going to stay stationary. Now I'm pulling the back to that stationary guide right there again, and we're just going to drop it.
Do you like using the razor a lot, Catherine? Tool?
You know, I do like using the razor a lot when it comes to people who want a lot of texture. I find that nowadays, because it's not taught as much, people are afraid to use to use razors for texture because it's becoming an art that's lost. Not a lot of people are using it, getting into it. Now that I have most of the top done, I'm just going to take these side pieces here and I cut away at it.
Oh, clipper. You're using everything today.
I am.
I like it.
Kind of the best way to go about it. Now for undercut, it's best that you keep it one length underneath. If you want to fade the edges, that's totally okay. To fade the edges slightly or to blend them. It does create a little bit more movement, but for me, I like to just keep it one and then clean up the sides, especially for women because it leaves it very soft looking for them. Leo, do you use the razor a lot?
Yeah, you know, I did a haircut. I really use the old school straight razor.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's a blade, so. You know, you gotta kind of get the leather and you gotta kind of sharpen it up. I find it just so cool. You know, when you're working with it, you know, it kind of gives you a different feeling. Oh, that's starting to look really cool. I like it.
Thanks.
Isn't it fun cutting hair?
I do. I miss it so much. I do miss it so much. While I'm getting these cut down, I think it's a good time to mention, as an owner of a salon, I think it's important that we start to think about structural differences we're making within our salon companies. You know, I feel that a lot of salons that I walk into, you know, diversity is lacking. And I think it's a good time to think about how we're going to create that change in our salon.
Yes.
You know, hiring people who look different is not a bad thing. Hiring people who have creativity and can do diversified hair is a great thing. You know, my sister and I are hiring a new receptionist now, and it's like, well, there's nobody we shouldn't not be interviewing, you know? So it's really about focusing on creating that diversity within your salon company. How are we going to do that? How are we going to start to change it up and create the movement and the change in our beauty industry? And for us, we're already pretty diverse in our company. We have tons and tons we have a lot of people. Some of them don't even really speak English yet, who are newcomers to Canada. But the kid is extremely talented, right? Who's to say I shouldn't give him an opportunity? Why not give him an opportunity?
Yes.
Right?
It's really funny, you know, when I was running the salon, if I didn't know how to cut, you know, curly hair, I would hire a stylist that knew how to cut curly hair. So it was fun, you know, because when you bring that person into the salon, everybody learns. You know, it's like bringing a, you know, brand new educator, but it's there, you know, all day long, and you learn so much from that person. So
yeah, I agree. And you know, for me, we have a master colorist coming from Toronto, and he loves working with this young kid, even though he doesn't speak English. And the great thing about it is we all have something to learn from each other.
yeah.
So the fear, and I'm not going to sit here and lie, but the fear is that people are thinking, well, how are my clients going to feel about it? Are they going to be open to it? Are they going to appreciate somebody who doesn't speak English as well? You know, but really it's all about how you approach people. Are you educating your clients about what your goals are in your salon company? Are you talking about it? You know, that sort of thing. Okay, so now that I'm finishing up here, let me just flip her over. You can see how we've created an asymmetrical look on her, and then it just naturally flows into this longer piece here. Now, if she wanted to wear it completely down, it also bevels nicely on its own. So what I'm going to do to finish her off, for me, you can never really finish a cut wet. You always have to kind of see how it falls on each person dry, because everybody's hair is different. Cowlicks, not enough volume in certain areas. So I'm just going to throw in some of my volumizer here. Really quickly take my blow dryer here. Hopefully it doesn't act funny on me today. All right. And I'm just going to go in and dry her up. Really just crunching. No brushes for this part. I know everyone loves to see my blowouts with my brushes, but really just crunching with my hand, messing it up so I can add that texture and that movement into the hair. Leo, can you hear me okay? Is my blow dryer too loud?
No, I can hear you. If you call that a blow dryer.
A lot of times when I'm doing shorter cuts with a bang, I love to blow dry in the opposite direction. And the reason for it is because it lays better when I push it back the other way. A little bit more volume. Sometimes the mannequin likes to not listen.
Did you color your model?
Well, this model was our play model.
Okay.
Salon. So she's had everything under the sun. Color, foils, blocking, a perm at one point, I think. She's had everything. But, you know, she tolerates well.
Yeah.
Oh, Catherine,
you know, it's been really strange. I don't know if you, I found myself really practicing a lot more, you know, with mannequins, and it's been kind of a fun time, really, to kind of explore some different shapes. And as you can see, you're exploring with a new shape over there that I haven't seen you, you know, do, you know, when we work on stage and play together. And this is really nice. I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you can see, it's really starting to form. There are some longer pieces that I have to kind of clean up at the end, but I love freehanding at the end because it will really add a personal touch to each guest, right? Nobody's head is, no two heads are the same. Just creating that little extra final touch in the end.
I love it. It's really coming
Let me
together.
turn her to you so you can kind of see what's happening.
Oh, that's sweet.
While you're doing that, I did want to shout out to Jennifer and another anonymous person. So we got another $60 in total. So we're at $585 of our goal.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
And a reminder that REDAVID is doubling, matching all of your donations. So even if it's $5, $10, I know things are challenging right now, but they're going to match everything that comes in.
Thanks, Kenneth. Oh, there's Catherine, famous blow dry.
Catherine, you didn't hear it earlier. Leo was making fun of your small blow dryer.
Listen, Leo has the largest blow dryer known to man.
No,
like,
it's
powerful. It dries well. It's super hot, but it is intense.
You know
he
what?
calls this a peanut blow dryer.
Well, I don't know, man. That's like a little pea shooter or something. Does it get hot or something?
Yeah, it gets hot. It's quiet. It saves my eardrums.
Okay.
You know, I can have normal volume conversations with my guests.
Okay. No, with me, it's...
Look at Taylor and Tara joined us. Hi, girls.
Oh, hi. Oh, somebody got
ladies. How are you guys? Can you hear us?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. They're still not with it yet.
They're working on it.
So for my blow dry, I'm going back into my signature thought process of blowouts, parallel to the nose, always working the round brush really, drying it in the same direction that I cut it. I feel that when you blow dry hair, if you're applying the same thought process to every style,
you always end up with the shiniest blowouts. When we're at hair shows, people always ask, oh my God. I did one lady, I almost regretted doing it because she had so much hair. She had just had a baby and she didn't tell me until I was halfway through her hair. So she was still retaining all that hormone baby hair. She must have had enough hair for 50 people. And here I was showing a small brush, round brush blowout on her. Oh my God, I was sweating like crazy on there. But her coworkers.
It's okay. Don't lose it.
We're quarantina. I was wondering who that was going to happen to, Catherine. I didn't think it was going to be you.
Oh my God. Well, here she is back. Stay still, damn it.
You know, I didn't know how crazy her hair was. And when I was done, her coworkers couldn't believe that I got so much curl and movement out of her hair with a small brush. They told me they'd blow dry it, and then they curl it with a curling iron, and her hair falls out the next day. They can't do it. And then they almost died when I was done. So there is something to be said about great blowouts. Leo, he can smoothen a blowout with his eyes closed. For me, I can add body and curl and movement, making it look like it just came out of a curling iron. The difference is that you add more body to the blowout, more bounce to the curls. The curls just naturally bounce better because they're not flattened, right? We're still adding the bend in every single strand versus compressing it. So it's always going to add more body, more bounce, more movement. It flows a little bit easier.
I've had a lot of questions with people asking me, does it shine just as much? Is there the same amount of shine? I said, as a matter of fact, not only is there the same amount of shine, the shine lasts longer. The volume lasts longer. The blow-ups will last you a week. People who curl their hair have to wake up every day and recurl it.
Catherine, you rule when it comes to a blow dry.
What's that?
You're getting props from the man over here.
You know what?
Saying how good you are.
When it comes for the blow dry, you rule. I can't wait to practice some more.
Thank you. Well, you know, Leo, I'm due for a Vancouver visit.
I
Poor
know.
Marco. I was excited for that
To be
wedding.
honest, I miss working with you, you know, and working on the photo shooting, but hopefully we'll get, you know, this behind us and we'll be able to have some fun again, you know.
Definitely.
Catherine, do you guys have a date on opening yet? Have you heard anything?
Definitely not.
No, nothing yet. Really? Wow.
Listen, when that border opens, we might open. Until then, it's sugar honey iced tea day every day.
Well, you know what? As a salon owner, how would you like to share, you know, a little bit of the feelings that and what do you do just to kind of, you know, keep yourself, you know, going every day? Because, you know, not be able to get up in the morning and say hello to all those customers, and, you know, it's tough. You know, it must be very difficult.
Yeah, you know, before I get into that, I just want to show what I'm doing in the front here. My brush is still parallel to the nose. I have my hair wrapped. My nozzle of my blow dryer is hitting the reflection of the light on the brush. Now, no matter where I move this brush, whether it's forward, back, the light is still going to reflect off the same part of this blow dryer. That is the key to blow drying hair with no frizz. So I'm going to go in. My nozzle is pointing to that light where it's reflecting away. Now, if I was blow drying in front of me like this, it would also reflect in the same part of the hair every time. Let me see if I can show you guys up close. Now watch. I'm going to take my brush.
Not in the camera there, Catherine? Can't see.
Yeah.
It. There you go.
Can you see?
Yeah.
No matter where I move my brush, do you see how the light always stays in the same spot?
Yeah.
Right here. You can see it right here.
Right in the middle.
That's where I'm putting my nozzle to my brush, on the reflection of the light. When I was in Italy, that's where they taught me. Dove la lucido fatta la fono. Which means wherever the light reflects, blow dry the damn hair.
Yeah.
And that's how I
feel about it, okay? Italian hairdressers, they're a little bossy.
They are. And they have testadura, which means they're stubborn in their ways. So either learn it or get out of their house.
Testadura right here.
Yeah.
So yeah, Leo, you know, it's a trying time during this pandemic. It's hard to be able to not show up, not get ready every day, not go in and make women feel beautiful. And honestly, it caused some problems in my marriage because I'm not cocky, but I like to feel good. And when people compliment you 700, I got to get close because this is real.
Yeah.
When people compliment you 700 times a day, oh my God, your hair looks so great. Oh my God, I love your shirt. You know, I'm not like coming home like, oh, everybody loves me, but it feels good subconsciously, right? Like you feel like you lost weight, but you really didn't because I just finished a whole freaking thing of food, but it feels good. And, you know, my husband, of course, he loves and adores me, but it's not the same. I mean, like, he's not going to sit here and compliment me every hour when someone walks in through the door. So I was like, do you love me? Do I look good from behind still? Like, is everything flowing right? Shit, I need to put some makeup on? Like, what is happening? And then I woke up and I realized, like, I'm not seeing 12 women, 15 women a day. Yeah. That's what's happening. And so it was like a major downer. And then I was like, okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. And then I got tired of not using my hands. So I started cooking a lot. And then I was like, I'm going to get fat. So I got to stop cooking a lot. And then I was like, I have to do something. But what my sister and I have been doing in our salon company is we've been doing a lot of root retouch kits. So before I go in and cut this, I just want to show you what I got going on. We did a lot root retouch kits. So we were seeing people briefly and they're like, please just snip my bangs. I was like, I can't, I got to keep this mask and I can't function, but I am excited to get back in. The best way to look at this whole scenario for people who are not open yet is it's just a pause. It's a pause in time. They can't go anywhere else unless they're going to like travel to another province or state. Like it's just a pause in time. And really take this pause to enjoy the things you couldn't do before and dwell on them, because in a minute, it's going to be back to the craziness. And you're going to say, I wish I took that time to just watch my kid act like a, kid.
Yeah.
All right, guys, check it out.
Oh, that looks great, Catherine.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Nice.
asymmetrical, lot of volume.
Nice.
So you can decide to leave this piece here long. You might like a long piece hanging out in the front on this side. Can create volume. There's tons of volume and texture in this look. You can do a lot of fun things with it in shows. You can really let me comb it out for you so you can see what it looks like smooth without so much volume. It's still really beautiful, smooth.
Yeah.
Right? Some people like it flat ironed and cleaned up. Now this is the part where I would take it and customize it. Now if I was doing a photo shoot, I would leave this piece and push it out somehow or do something. But some people in the salons don't really like it like that. So I'm just going to go in and just slice some of it away. I don't got it too much. Let me stand on the side so I can show you. I'm just going to go in, pull it back, and just cut into it. Just get that length and that weight out of there so I can keep it nice and airy and shorten it up a little bit.
That looks great, Catherine. Very nice. I love it.
Thanks, Leo. People are, a lot of times are really just scared to get in there and cut. Yeah. I always have to teach my new people that come in, don't be scared to cut.
Exactly. It grows back. Hair grows
afraid of the
back.
scissors and what the scissors can do, just cut the hair.
That looks great.
There we go. And turn it over. I kind of like this, but I kind of just want to clean up these long hairs a little bit.
The hair is starting to talk to you?
Yeah, Sometimes there's some heavy pieces in there. You just go in and notch out some of that weight.
I kind of love that duotone color look. That's awesome.
That looks beautiful.
Yeah, so I did this on a Zoom call with our educators, because what's coming back, and I hate to say it, is that Christina Aguilera chunky piece look, but it's displaced in the hair. So with this one, I literally what we did was we just took a zigzag triangle from the apex down and from the apex to like right above the ear, you can see. And we literally just bleached this out and toned it into these golden honey tones that are coming back into style this summer and spring. Like that bleached out, no more pigment, not shiny color is nowhere to be found in styles anymore. And now I can take this and really go dramatic with it if I want to, with these thinner pieces on this side. What I can also do with this cut, which is what I love about versatility in haircuts, is flip it. Flip! She's not flipping.
It's because you dropped her. She's mad at you.
She's not flipping, but typically you can flip it and it would look like a really heavy comb over style.
Oh, even that. Yeah, I like that.
Right? It would be
like almost a faux pompadour.
Yes, that's exactly what it would go into if the mannequin wasn't.
Yeah, you just back comb it a little.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
Awesome.
Right? So there's a lot of versatility in these cuts. It's super simple. Anybody can do it. My classic training, it would be an actual blunt line going all the way across and down into a Vidal Sassoon style cut. We can teach that too to you guys, but otherwise, that's my haircut, guys.
I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Nice.
Oh, and let me show you the undercut, how far it comes up. So I took it right to the occipital bone, a little bit above, but I like that it's not a clean line because it leaves it a little bit more PC and dimensional, right?
Cool. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, guys, for joining. Leo, I want a haircut so bad.
Me too. You know how much? I got a lot of texture cream in it to keep it down. I woke up this morning and it was like standing on end.
Oh no. All right, I think we have Taylor and Tara next. Ladies.
All right.
Hi.
Thanks, Catherine. I love it.
you.
You're welcome. So these next ladies are from LA.
LA.
California girl.
Oh,
Can you hear us with our masks?
We can hear you.
Yeah? Okay, good. So,
Tara, what are
I
you doing? Tell us what's going on over there.
just TZ lighted Taylor's hair, and I'm doing a little balayage to like lighten up her ends. And then I'm gonna work through like the formulation and toning down her shadow root and leaving her mani piece and all that.
Hang on.
Sorry, Taylor.
One second.
Tara. We're having trouble hearing you with the background noise.
We're like in the salon.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just speak a little louder?
Here, let me. Taylor's gonna hold the phone.
Okay.
There's just like a consultation happening at this moment. So
You haven't even cut it, huh?
No, I did that too. I just covered it. Is that better?
Yeah. I don't know. See.
Okay, is that better? Was it closer? Can you hear me better? Okay, sorry. It's probably hard with the mask too.
That's okay.
So I already explained what I did. So I did some cheesy lights. And right now I'm just like balayaging her ends just to like brighten them up a little bit. And then I'm going to show how I'm going to melt her natural in with the cheesy lights and like shadow root it, but like leave her money piece. So no, it's not your fault. You know what I mean? I'm gonna leave this on for a couple minutes, and then I'll bring you with me, I guess, while I formulate.
Do you want to I would do a toner.
So what are you using to shadow her root with?
I'm gonna use Redken. I'm gonna use 7N and 7P. She washes out pretty warm, so the 7P obviously keeps her cooler.
So I guess don't darken it.
And then her ends, I'm gonna try the purple shampoo, and then I'm gonna tone her with 9NB and 10GI.
I was gonna text you.
The new 10s.
Never. Come on. No. Oh my god! I totally thought you guys. You have at my house. No.
And then I'll bring the phone with me while I'm mixing, so you can see.
Anyways, I was gonna tell you.
We can always do that outside too. We can always do that part outside.
There was a fire that day or something?
Yeah, something like that happened. One of the guys was using the microwave, and I guess they all plugged in too many things in one place or whatever, and the fire broke out. Oh, that's right. You were there when the fire
Yeah, because when I walked
So
in.
it's just to like make her ends pop.
No, there was a literal fire for the first time.
Yeah, so the one I was watching.
She had pink in her hair before, so I'm just trying to like remove the pink.
Oh, they're probably the.
Amazing. So I'm going to hand the floor over to you and let you just talk to the audience basically about what you're doing, your technique, and kind of what's going on over there.
Okay, we'll both kind of like talk back and forth, me and Taylor. To explain.
Yeah.
I didn't even say hi to him because I can tell.
Is there like an area of like
very stressed out? I heard something like something really hard.
Okay,
He
so
was on the phone, there were people there, so I just kind of like
let me
drop it
get
off.
the phone.
I went like that.
Okay. What are you gonna? I can just go over
Stop
there.
it.
I can just go with you.
I'm gonna turn it around so you can kind of see what's happening. It's gonna clip it. I could flip it, right? I don't know. So I'm just gonna kind of show. So I just did some balayage, just popping her ends, and then Taylor's gonna walk with me while I mix.
In the beginning, I didn't think it was gonna go on the jail, but he did. Yeah. So I just was like.
So I'm going to shadow root her blended with her natural. I'm gonna use 7N and 7P equal parts. I'm gonna put it in a bowl. And I'm gonna do probably.
I mean, honestly, I came back to work.
Louder. You can't hear the mask. I'm probably gonna do 0.75 and 0.75 equal parts.
Really weird. I thought it was gonna be different and bad, but it's not.
And then I'll mix equal with my shade solution.
Yeah, it was
Okay, so 7N.
Very cool. So you guys are just going into toning right now on the ends.
Yeah. Well, on her shadow root, I'm mixing it, and then her ends. I'm gonna put them on at the same time.
Okay. Do you want to touch base with us when you get into the shampoo of the shadowing with the shampoo?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm going to pass the floor over to Marco and Leo. If you guys want to talk to us a little bit about kind of the plan moving forward with REDAVID and how we plan to take action and what we're going to do in the beauty industry.
I didn't even find my day enough to be like, I have a day come by. I was home.
I'll wait till Ken switches us over here. There we go. Perfect. Right on. Thanks, Ken. Well, while they're processing there, and it looks like it's a busy day in the salon, sounds like it there. So we'll chat a little bit about, us moving forward. Anyway, with REDAVID, I'd love to chat a little bit about what we have upcoming product-wise, as well as, our plan moving forward to maintain our diversity and to keep going. Right now in the works, we've got some shampoo and conditioners that you guys are going to see. I think Tara and Taylor are going to be spotlighting them coming up here. But we've been having lots of requests for purple shampoos and conditioners, and we've been working on a formulation that's still very moisturizing, yet toning. That's something that's still paraben and sulfate free. But what we're most excited about is we will be launching a purple dual therapy next year here. So what's going to happen is the cream side is actually going to be purple. So it's going to be a toning dual therapy. The results are incredible. Catherine, tell us a little bit about your experience with the purple dual therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, so when I first got it sent, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. When I first got it sent to me, I absolutely loved it. I loved playing with it because I was like, wow, I know what regular dual therapy does. I wonder what the purple one will do. And it was like a game changer. I don't know. It may put purple shampoo and conditioners out of the market. I don't know what it's going to do. I'm so excited about it. But it's one of those things where sometimes as colorists, we tend to have pieces that aren't super amazing, that don't come out well. Everything looks beautiful and white and soft. And then there's that one irritating yellow piece that's stuck in there somewhere. And so what I did was I worked with it and I applied it onto the hair. And when it first went on, I was like, this is purple. It's going on the hair green. Makes sense. Color chemistry, purple and yellow makes green. And then you blow dry it in and it was magic. I almost pissed myself because I was like, the hair is white. How did that happen? It was just yellow. And so it was absolutely unbelievable. It was shiny. It wasn't broken. For guests who are transitioning from color to no color and want to use their natural gray, it's great when you're bleaching the ends and then moving into sending it home with them so that they can maintain the tonality of the hair so that it doesn't look brassy or yellow. And literally, a client offered me $300 for the bottle sample. That was behind my desk so she can take home. And I said, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I just can't. And she was like, can you just pump some in a little thing for me? And so I gave her a little sample to take home. But every appointment since, she's been asking when it's coming out.
That's awesome. Well, this obviously postponed our launch a little bit there with what's been going on. But I'm
Actually,
hoping to have
look,
that right.
I have some of it right here that I used on my demo the other day.
Oh, perfect. I love it.
I can show what it looks
Yeah,
like.
please. Yeah. So that's the cream side of the dual therapy is now purple. So unbelievable toning. The video that Catherine has showed it to us. It's unbelievable. It just turns the hair bright white.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Catherine, when I first tried it out, and it was Oud, she was like totally bleached out, but she was brassy. And we were up by my pool, and I said to Oud, I said, Oud, can I blow dry your hair? And she's like, you gonna blow dry my hair? Don't even ask, just do it. And I massaged it in, and I blow dried her hair. She was jumping up and down, and I remember sending picture to Marco, and I'm going, look what the purple dual therapy did. I absolutely love it. I think that you're right, it's gonna change the game when people try it. They're just gonna absolutely freak out. It's one of my favorites so far.
I love
that. Moving forward, we're working on 2-ounce travel size bottles across the entire line as well. So every shampoo and conditioner, the leave-in, everything will have a 2-ounce size to it. And something that I've been working on for about 3 years now, perfecting, is a men's line, a very GQ men's line, something that is very gentle and healthy for the hair. A lot of men's products right now, you need a Brillo pad and powdered Tide to try to scrub it out of the hair, and that's something that we're going to avoid at all costs. It can be water soluble, petroleum free, at a very affordable price point, but in a very luxe, manly packaging there. I'm excited for that as well. And then a couple of years from now, he's going to get his wish, and REDAVID will be having a color line. We are going to be working with a company in Milan that's developed colors since 1952. We're going to be putting our Dynagen protein in there, as well as our orchid oil into a color. So I'm very excited for what's coming. And then, of course, we're going to be expanding our orchid line for curly and textured hair. Very excited to work with Kalila on creating some amazing products for the textured community.
We're constantly, working on new product all the time. And, we love getting feedback from the hairdressers as well, because sometimes, I go do a lot of classes inside the salon, and the stylists are going, oh, Leo, you should think about this, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a good idea. So we're constantly really, in the salons and really asking what the hairstylists really need. And we really, do so much R&D with it. When you guys get this product, believe it or not, it's got so much love, so much R&D. It actually really performs, and it really works when you get it. Yeah.
Should we check back in with Taylor and Tara there, see where they're at?
Yeah, we're ready. So we're going to try the purple shampoo. It's my first time trying it.
Oh,
I'm excited.
All right, so we gave them a sample to test out there, and let's see what they think.
I'm trying to smell it, but I don't think I can with the mask. Once it's on, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start with her ends because she had pink in her hair, so I'm just going to try to get that out a little bit.
All right, on. And when did you guys get back to work in California? When were you guys allowed to open?
We've only been back for a week. 1 week, just this week.
Oh, wow.
There's lots of new rules.
Are you ready to take a break?
No, oh my God, yeah, right.
Well, I can imagine. I know
So
you're
happy.
probably crazy busy, so thank you for taking the time today and
Yes,
trying to get all those customers in that have been waiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
It's kind of nice to be loved, isn't it? The hairdressers really got so much publicity. I miss my hairdresser. I love it.
We were taken for granted.
It smells delicious.
Happened, but
I'm smelling it now. It smells good.
Awesome.
Can you show us a close-up of how it works going into the hair, what it looks like?
Okay, Taylor's going to grab the phone.
Because I think what's really great about the purple shampoo is how it looks going into the hair. where it looks super pigmented in the bottle, and once it goes on, it's very, very soft. So you're almost scared of what it is going into the hair. But once it goes in, it's soft, but it penetrates enough. Yeah, amazing. Can you unmute, Taylor? Sorry.
Oh, I'm
There.
sorry. I didn't know it was muted.
That's okay.
Oh, it's something I do at the salon. Yeah. So.
Tell us about your experience with it, Tara.
Well, she had pink in her hair, so it's like working it out. It's like definitely like ashing it out and getting that pink out of the hair.
Yeah, because the base of it is cedarwood, right, guys?
Yeah, so it's based off of our cedarwood
That's what you
shampoo, which is our purifying shampoo. So it's about
Oh,
6.6 on the pH
I knew
scale,
that.
so it's going to get that build up
solicited
out
my
and
scalp.
get the top of there. It's still going to be
Use more.
As I use that one, I remember it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's gonna
so I'm
basically
gonna-
open the cuticle and dig into the hair shaft to eliminate unwanted tones and to really tone it out for you, which is so great.
Yeah, it's definitely pulling the pink out. I love it. I'm starting to smell it a little bit. I can't smell too much with the mask, but it smells good.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Very cedarwood.
so yeah, it's just the cedarwood fragrance now. It's going to be the orchid line or when we come out with it. So
Really?
Do we have a date on when it's going to come out?
unfortunately not. So I'm hoping for spring of next year.
Okay, cool.
That's the plan. Yeah.
Small bit.
But if you fall in love with it, we'll make sure you get some.
I was going to say, I better get the first
Yeah.
shipment. It's so hot.
$300 a bottle, just like Catherine.
Liquid gold.
Yeah.
I know that Catherine would have got $300 for that one.
No, I totally would have. People
yeah.
are just like, when something works that well, people are just way too desperate about it.
But Oud, she's in France right now. That's where she comes from, and she must text me like twice, a month. When is the dual therapy ready? When is the dual therapy ready?
Yeah, I did want to do a quick shout out as well to Kristen O'Sullivan. Thank you very much for the donation. We are at 605 of our goal. Thank you.
All right. Nice. I like
Thank
it.
you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Will the GoFundMe account stay open after our live?
It will indeed. We can keep it open for a few weeks to see if we can hit our goal here.
Okay, great. Taylor, Tara, what's happening over there, ladies?
So I'm just separating her into a T part, and I'm gonna melt her natural into her ends right now. So I'm gonna show you how I do that. So I'm just combing out with like a wide tooth comb and brushing out her ends, and then I kind of just like lay them off to the side. And then I'm gonna part the back in half, and then I'm gonna start in the back first, just so that I can get, I like the front to be a little bit lighter than the back. I don't know if you can see the back. Okay, I'm gonna, so Taylor's gonna hold it, so I'm gonna direct her so you can see. Okay, so, 1 second.
Should we do it outside?
Yeah, we can, should we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're gonna move outside so you guys
So
can
it's not so
hear.
loud.
Oh, thank you. That would be great.
And it's so nice out in LA.
Oh, don't make us jealous.
Yeah, we're sitting in a rainy.
I have to rub it in a little bit.
It's really gray right now.
Look at this beautiful weather we have.
Oh, well, right outside.
Yeah.
Oh
Nice.
man, sad now. I'm sending you my bill for my therapy.
Okay. So we're outside on our little patio. Is it better? More
Oh,
quiet?
Perfect.
Okay. There is construction, so you might hear construction, but I think it's a little quieter than the salon.
We're a hot mess.
Okay, so can you see?
Yep.
Yes.
yeah, we got it.
Okay, so I'm just sectioning it in half.
Want a clip?
No, I don't need a clip. I'm gonna use my hands. Okay, And then, so I pre-mixed my shadow root in a bowl. And I'm going to use a brush and put it on kind of like a base color. I'm going to put it on like a base color, take about like an inch sectioning. And I like to start at the bottom. I'll do like a little around the edges first, the whole thing. I don't know if you have to look at the camera. Huh? Can you see? Yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
Okay, so I start at the bottom just so I don't drip. If you start at the top and you flip over, I feel like sometimes it drips onto the other blonde pieces. So I hold the hair in my hand and I just use one hand to shadow root it. And I'm just blending her natural into the teasy lights that I did. And then I'm going to comb it out with my white tooth comb again, just to like extra blend on each little section. And it's pretty quick. I put it on pretty quick. Sometimes some of my clients only stay with a toner like a couple minutes. So I try to be pretty quick.
More like a flash tone is what we call it in the salon.
So I'm blending out to make sure her natural is gonna blend like super soft with the blonde. And then I'm gonna move on to this side. Do you wanna put it on the other side?
Mm-hmm. This is something we use every single day in the salon.
Every one of my clients, whether it's a baby light, balayage, this is something I do. All my clients like to have like a natural soft regrowth.
Especially after quarantine, and we haven't seen some of our clients for 3 months. Like, everyone has lots of roots.
No kidding.
You would know, right? All your roots growing in.
Me? This guy. I'm still all natural, okay? This guy maybe. You know, I am noticing more gray in my beard here with all the stress of the quarantine.
No.
You know, I might have to start the old Just for Men gel soon.
Marco, you're just getting older, bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
You know, that's all there's to it, you know?
So good. So do you guys feel that the purple conditioner is also toning, or do you think it's more moisturizing? What do you guys?
Well, we personally, we got those in and we sent them directly to you guys. So we haven't tested the conditioner yet, just the shampoo.
Okay, cool.
We'll try it.
Do
Yeah.
you think it's more like a treatment? Do you want me to leave it in for 5-10 minutes, or what do you recommend?
Just work it in the hair, you know,
Okay.
and comb it out, you know, get the tangles out and just rinse that off. That should do it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the front. You can put it in front of you.
Okay.
So for her hairline, I leave the whole hairline out because she wants to be super blonde. We're in California and LA, so everybody wants their money piece and super blonde in the front.
Be poppin'.
So I kind of separate that like on a diagonal. And then I do the same thing, but when I get to the front, I go on a diagonal, like coming forward, and I start at the bottom and I kind of just do the same thing. You see?
Yeah. So she's very specific about her hairline. Girls always want to see the blonde when their hair is up, and she's like a professional hairline queen. That's why she's so specific about this. She's telling you her secrets.
So when are you going blonde, Tara?
Oh my God, I've been every color of the world. This is the first time my hair's been brown.
Yeah.
This is her natural. Look at this beautiful,
Gorgeous.
luscious.
Nice.
Yeah.
We saw it from behind earlier when you were moving the camera, and the shine was incredible. It looks
Oh, I
amazing.
have the orchid oil treatment on it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I curled
Well,
in.
you know,
and
you don't have to be like the rest, everybody blonde, you know?
She's unique now. She's all natural.
I know.
Exactly. Yeah, it's awesome. So do you guys have a truckload of, you know, that comes through the salon of bleach in California? You guys get it from truckloads?
I get it from Henry in the salon
Back bar?
Yeah. Can you say hello to Henry when you see him?
Aww.
Yeah.
Yes, love him.
We bug him every
No,
week.
I
We're always
enjoyed
ordering
working
David.
with
David. Like, Henry, we need another order.
Yeah, it's nice to be back and get stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's quick too. You
Oh,
know?
he literally
He'll
comes
come
the
that
next
day.
day. Yeah, that day. He's so on it.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Okay, so
had
I'm
a good time working together. He's pretty funny.
Now I'm gonna do the front so that like I micro tap the front, just like barely. I like to separate it just so that I'm like very precise like when I work. It's windy out here, so everything's falling, but normally I'm very precise. And
She
then,
loves the Fermar brushes. Those are her favorite brushes for retops.
Well, I tell you, it hurts me, seeing another brand color on that hair.
I can't wait to use it.
I know,
What do you
we're so
mean?
Oh, yeah,
excited.
it's
When
coming.
is it coming?
I'm working on it. Don't worry. I'm working on it because I love color.
That's our specialty. Can't wait to try.
Yeah, it's coming.
Can we
You guys
talk?
will have fun.
Can we talk for a minute about whatever Catherine's doing? What are you doing with your bangs there? What's going on? You guys got to see this.
She's stealing herself.
Look at no, Catherine, stand up. She's like,
What is happening?
she's in the background playing with. She's making bangs. Look at that's.
Are you cutting your own hair?
Oh my god!
Oh, God.
Oh
cut her
my-
own
Oh my
bangs.
goodness.
Quarantine bangs coming in hot.
Did you just cut your bangs?
Oh my
Cut
god!
her bangs. Can you cut me?
Oh, they look pretty good. Where'd it
No,
go?
they're
Oh,
clip-ins.
Gone.
They're clip-in bangs. I want those so badly.
Oh,
That's awesome. You scared us there for a second.
I'm like, what?
So I was gonna wear them today because I wanted to have bangs with my outfit, except I ran out of time to cut them. So now I didn't think anyone was watching. So now
They look great. I love how they frame the face. You look
Yeah,
at
no,
you got
they
a little
look
bit of
great.
a.
So shiny, I love it.
You got like a flapper look going on.
Thanks. I used to have bangs all the time.
That's
And
awesome.
then I had kids, and then they just annoyed me.
Hey, there's one little piece you got to trim still.
I know. That's why I was playing with it, but Ken caught me.
That's funny.
I'm back.
Hey, that's nice.
You look great with bangs.
I like
Thank
it.
you.
So
Thanks,
cute.
girl. Thanks. They're overnight. They're a pain in the butt to grow out, so I just decided to purchase a pair. That's smart.
Yeah, I wish all our clients would do that. One day they want it, one day they don't. Hot
Yeah,
mess.
so true. That's me. So I just got some bangs to clip in and just be done with it. And Ken got me in action. Oh, Lord. They're actually super fun and easy. Kim Kardashian does them all the time.
Yeah,
Well, her stylist.
Or
Her
her
stylist,
yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Chris Appleton.
Yep.
On the regular. Super cute with high bun.
That's my favorite.
I love, I used to make a lot of hair pieces, and I love making hair pieces. I can't wait to.
I want to learn.
When we start doing shows, we're gonna have, around 6, 7 hair pieces that, with a wardrobe that we just put them on, and we open up the show with a little bit of fantasy work. I'm excited to put some of that stuff together.
So Taylor and Tara, after our next two presenters, I'd love to see the finished look of what you guys have going on.
All right,
sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Cool.
I think it might be some time before you get the conditioner on. No.
Maybe like 5 minutes. I'm gonna put her ends toner on and let it sit, and then I can wait if you want to, but I would say
or
like at least 5 minutes.
Just let us know when you go into the conditioner, and we'll tune back in.
Okay,
cool.
I'm just gonna apply her ends toner right over.
Cool. Marco, so do we want to talk a little bit about our upcoming year and shows and how maybe in the following year we might resume?
Yeah. So, unfortunately, for this year, we won't be at any shows, just due to the travel restrictions with half of our team coming from Canada. Unless things change dramatically in the near future, and I know that Premier Orlando is still on the books, and I'm on the fence still. But unfortunately, I'm seeing 2,000 new coronavirus cases per day in Florida right now, which is just, it's not, the risk is too high for me to send you guys and us to go to travel. And then if the quarantine restrictions when you come home are still the same in Canada, where you have to quarantine for 2 weeks mandated, it's just not possible for us to travel yet. So we're going to just have to put a pause on the show season. Our hopes is that in the new year, we'll be back at it, strong. Hopefully there'll be a vaccine and travel will be back to normal, and life will kind of have some semblance of normal, or the new normal, if you will. But for right now, we won't be doing trade shows, just out of risk assessment. So.
It's just unknown what's going on. So we want to make sure everybody's safe. And that's our main priority, that we don't want anybody getting sick and all that kind of stuff.
I got to keep them alive for a few more years. I need them,
We still got more to use from you, Leo.
Yeah. There's still a few years still. I still got quite a bit of tricks to show you guys.
Our plan here, moving forward was, obviously our job was being on the road constantly. We were, in 4 to 6 planes a week, spending 24, 26 days a month on the road. And, obviously that's changed now. We can still travel. Being owners of a company, we can still travel. We could still be in the US. It's just the quarantine when you come home that makes it impossible for us to do that.
Yeah.
So it's our plan to kind of circumvent that, or to, be able to be on the road, was we were looking at spending about a month in each territory and then coming home for 2 weeks, quarantining, going back on the road, spending a month in another territory, and really getting out there and getting back into the field and doing what we love. But, that also is dependent on whether salons feel comfortable having in-salon education back, and, whether or not Cosmoprof and our other distributors feel comfortable getting onto the road with us and being out there. So just sort of, we're playing it by ear right now. We're still in a holding pattern when it comes to that, but we're available for Zoom calls. For any DSCs that are watching right now, we're ready for Zoom calls. Any salon owners as well. My dad and I are going to be working on a little plan, a little schedule, if you will, where you guys can book time with us on Zoom, and we can jump on with you and spend some time and talk about the product if you like, or ask any questions. And I'm hoping in 2 weeks from now, we'll have that schedule set up, and we can kind of, be as close to you as we can right now, and give you some information on REDAVID or anything you're looking to find out.
And, I can do a class on Zoom, so, we can cut some hair. So,
this is our Zoom setup for PKs, talking about the product. And, if you saw what's behind the camera, you'd laugh. It's like a house of cards. There's 4 suitcases, a Tupperware tote, a box, and that's how we stacked our webcam there. So it's kind of, behind the curtain, it looks a little crazy, but we're getting it done. And, this is what it takes right now in the world we're living in. So we're here to help whenever anybody needs it.
I just want to do sorry, Leo, a quick shout out. Thank you, Linda, for the $50 donation. We are now at $655 of our goal.
Awesome. Oh, that's great. Thanks, Linda.
Keep them coming.
Well, we've taken this time to, really kind of work on some business building as well. Marco and I and Kenneth, like you guys know, we've been working on a lot of manuals. We're looking forward to launching the salon manual that is going to give you amazing support when you open up the page every day, and you'll be able to see exactly what you need to do that week, that month, every quarter, or the whole year. Depends where you are in your business. So we're really excited about that because it's something that we want to give back to our industry, is be able to bring a little bit of a business, but in a way that a lot of these things that we're putting together, that they really work. It's not something that a university marketing degree guy decided I want to come up with a salon manual. I'm a salon owner. I've been in the industry forever. I know what works, what doesn't work. Plus, with Kenneth and my son help, and Catherine, everybody on that team, they've put some pretty cool things in that manual. So we're really looking forward to bringing it to you, and for you guys to really put it to work and enjoy it, and hopefully that we can be able to even coach you through it at the same time. That will be an amazing thing to be able to pick up the phone, and there's a hotline that you could be able to ask question and how to implement all this kind of stuff. It's basically supporting you when sometimes you're stuck. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, Leo, I wanted to touch on that too. I think when we launched that manual, we could do something like this, where we go over chapters of it in a format like this and do like a virtual learning to unveil it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That'd be great, because hairdressers, they need to see it, they need to feel it, and if they can see it working, that'd be awesome.
I think Tara and Taylor, are they ready for us there?
Let's switch back here.
All right. 2 minutes? 2 minutes. Okay, perfect.
2 minutes.
That's okay. I have a guest appearance. Come here.
Why you do this?
Look who showed up to badger me
for moral support.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, what's going on?
The sis.
Hi guys.
How are you?
How's it going?
It's going well. How's it going with you guys?
Good. Nice to see you.
You as well.
This is Maria, everybody. She's responsible for the beautiful makeup on all of our headshots that you may have seen, as well as our editorial photo shoots that my dad and the team have worked on recently. So
I just want to say something. Your makeup is just rules.
Oh, thank you.
So fast.
Yeah,
Not
Maria,
that you can tell today. I'm going all natural today.
You're killing me though. Kaylee just put that headshot of me on her phone, and every time she looks at it, I'm like, "That's not me. Come on, looks nothing like me." It's killing me.
No, I was feeling myself when you were doing this makeup, because I think it was the first time ever.
Yeah.
First time getting makeup on, and look how bomb
exactly.
you look.
Oh, yeah.
It was good. You look good.
Oh, I'm so glad.
You rocked it.
Have fun, guys. I hope you guys do well, and I'm gonna
Nice
keep
to see
tuning in.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your
Bye.
information as well, Maria. Thank you.
Thank you. Put her in the spot.
Yeah, she just gave me some sign language in the back.
Something I did want to touch on before I forget there, guys, something unique that we've been working on with REDAVID is, especially, for the California girls, they're listening there. We are 2 products away from being 100% vegan in our line. So everything you see here, besides the shea butter shampoo and the orchidol shampoo, is 100% vegan. We've reformulated these products. So we use a silk amino acid right now that comes from the pod of a silkworm. So it's kind of, it's on the borderline, but it's technically not vegan. We've reformulated with a rice amino acid. Currently, it's in stability testing, but within 2 months, REDAVID will be 100% vegan across the line. So very exciting to have a performance vegan brand.
Yeah.
Yay, that's such exciting news.
It is. They're ready now?
They're rinsing it out.
Girls, are you guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just gonna rinse. I'm just gonna rinse her toner, and then I'm gonna put it on.
All right. Tara, we don't test on animals. We test on clients.
On what? On clients, not on animals, right?
This is the first prototype, so we assume no responsibility if your hair comes out. All right.
Oh my gosh. No, that's perfect, and I'm vegan, so I can be the one to say that.
Perfect.
I gotta tell you a little story about that. When I was developing the mask, and I was putting on the client's hair under the dryer, and they'd be screaming, "Oh my God, Leo, my head is burning!" Because the coconut oil was getting too hot on the scalp. Oh, I tell you, I could tell you a story when we were testing. I love my clients. If any of my clients are watching, I love you guys. Thanks for being my guinea pigs.
We're excited. I'm super excited.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna try it. See if I can smell it. I can't smell anything yet. Awesome.
I love your mask.
Thank you. My friend bought it. Okay, so I just want to
That's
show.
pretty cool.
It has like a good consistency. you smell it?
Oh yeah, it smells so good. It's different.
It smells very fresh.
It's so good. What is the scent in this?
It's I can't say.
Oh. Okay, well it's delicious.
Okay, so after this, Taylor will talk about some products that she's gonna put to prep, and then do you want us to blow dry, or do you want to come back after when she
And
curls?
see the final.
Sure.
Catherine, what are we doing? How are we looking at time there? What would you like us to do?
Yeah, we'll come back and see the final. Ladies, and see how it's going. Right towards the end, we'll check in. But I think it's time now to move on to Neri. Neri, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Hi, Neri. Leo, Marco, and Leo, do you guys want to introduce Neri there for us?
Absolutely. Neri Monzon is our one of our technical educators and ambassadors for REDAVID. I have known Neri for a very long time, even before my days in the hair industry. Back in the old Mirage days, if any of my Vancouverites are watching right now. But Neri has been a great ambassador for REDAVID, and we reached out when I joined the company, and I wanted him to be part of the team because he's so passionate, and his passion is infectious, and he does some great work. And we were looking for somebody to do some men's cuts and looks, and Neri has had that passion, and we decided to bring him on board, and it's been great. So Neri, I'll hand the floor to you here.
Hi everybody, I'm Neri. I don't know if you can hear me, so I'm going to take the mask off. This is my client Kevin, also a good friend of mine. First of all, I'm honored to be here to speak out on the people who don't have a voice sometimes, or they're afraid to say something. So for every one of my friends out there who is an ethnic Eritrean, please, I'm happy to be here to help out. I will be helping out today with some men's cuts. Yes, I'm wearing my mask, as you can tell, Kevin is as well. A couple of things so then you guys understand. When you start with a male client, the first thing you want to see is, I always like playing with the guy's hair so that I can see if they have cowlicks, if they have anything that I need to worry about. Kevin, I'm going to bring you a little bit over there. As you can tell here with Kevin, he has a big world here. So I want to make sure that when I'm looking at his hair and I'm cutting it, that I'm concentrating on certain aspects of what his hair is going to be all about. So it doesn't matter if you're a stylist, if you're a barber, you always want to make sure you check your client's hair first. And that's usually when you're doing the consultation. Usually when I'm talking to them, I'm playing with their hair. It also makes them feel special and loved while I'm in here, and give them a little bit of massage. Now there's one little trick that I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to get closer to the camera with when it comes to your clippers. As everybody knows, we have clippers that have the little open and guard, but there's a technique that I learned. I want to thank Oliver Colt for this one. So as barbers, we cut straight on back and forth. As hairdressers, we do a C shape when we cut. So that's the one thing you're going to notice with my techniques, that sometimes I'm just doing everything very, like my hand is really solid and like going one way. And sometimes you'll see that C shape. So when you see that C shape, you know, it's the hairstylist in me. When you see more jagged and ragged focus, that's going to be more the barber side of me. Again, for everybody, you remember these little things. It helps us so we can open and close the guard. Now we're going to start, obviously, and you can see Kevin has a mask on. So obviously a lot of us are going to be dealing with this. So I start with a little game called point and shoot. Okay. So you use your pointer finger and you're going to put it on the top of your mask and your thumb finger at the bottom. This is now going to allow you for the client to still be having the mask on. At the same time, now you're able to work within the area that you're going to be cutting. Okay. The one thing I always like to do is I like to start with a clean slate. Just like when I start with the clients, I always like using our cedarwood shampoo and conditioner to make sure that it's clean and ready to go. So that's what we did with Kevin earlier. Obviously, we've been sitting here in the queue for a while trying to get ready. So it dried up, but that's okay. We'll take care of that. So I want to start with an all even number around the whole area. If you know the client wants to do a number 2, you want to go a little bit higher again. It's always safe to have a little bit more than to have a little bit less. Because if you don't, you may not have enough to be able to blend in later on. So I'm going to start, since I already know that Kevin is a number 2. Now, I'm going to work with his natural hair, the way that his hair is falling. So I'm going to start. And again, if you notice, my technique is really straight on. So I'm going strictly around the cervical bone, completely around, the same way that the hair is falling. With that, I know that it's going to then lay nice and flat and neatly. Now, it's okay that his hair is dry right now because obviously I'm using clippers, but these ones can work in the cold, in wet as well. The one thing you also want to remember is when you get closer to the top area, this is where I always open up completely my guard. For those of you who don't understand, when you have a guard closed, the teeth are all together. When you open it, it just gives you an extra little bit more. And this is where my hairdresser technique comes into play. And that's when I start doing that C shape, going through, just to clean up that area and to try to soften that line that you have up there at the very top. Okay, so once again, I close my guard, and I'm starting from the very bottom to where I need to. And again, as you can see, I am following the direction of his hair. By doing that, you're also going to notice that it's sitting flatter and nicer on him. Let me bring him a little bit closer so you guys can see what I mean. Everything is going to turn slightly there. Now, as you can see, I'm already dealing with that whole circle up there. We'll deal with that later on. But for right now, I just want to show you how, with the hair, if you're following it, and see how my hand stays straight the whole time, and just following its natural courses. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do right now. It's just follow his natural line. I went with the number 3 right now because I just wanted to clean up the area so that I see what I'm doing. Now, most guys like to have the top area with a line. So that's when you want to do like more of a harder. Then you bring in, and that's what you could then bring in straight on your clipper. And then slightly, because this area is going to then pucker up, you open up your guard, and then you do that a C shape and slightly start removing some of that bulk that's happening up here, so that you can see that this hair now starts falling nicely, and you're not having that extra back area that you're having. Okay? I'm bringing it back here. Did you guys understand? Do you want me to go over it again? Anything that you need to know?
Oh, it's good, Neri.
We're looking good.
I'm comparing the fade I got this morning from my dad to this one, so I might need you next time here.
Oh, that's it. You can cut your own hair.
So this is the way that I like doing it. And again, I use both techniques of being a barber and a hairdresser, because I find that by using both, it helps create the lines nice and smooth. So I'm just going to quickly go over it with the number 2 now, just to make sure that I don't have anything in the length that we don't really desire, right? Because the whole area has been clean. And then, Kevin, I'm going to get you to do the other side for a second so I can get in here. Thank you.
Just interrupt you for 1 second, Neri. Shout out to Gayatri, who donated $80. Thank you very much for the donation. We're at $735 of our goal.
Love it.
Well, good job, Gayatri. Thank you so much. We all appreciate it. And again, make sure that everybody follows the link below so you can donate. If you can't donate, then at least share this so there's other people out there learning as well. Because we want to make sure that we're not just donating, we're also sharing the love to everybody. Because again, love is universal. I'm half Italian, half Spanish. I know, what can I say? But I also come from a different background in life, and everybody needs to be loved. Now, Mark, you were talking a little bit about that fade, right? So I'm actually going to do a little bit somewhat here. This is called a taper side. So what's going to happen is, Kevin, I'm just going to bring you to this side here again. I'm going to bring you closer. Now, what's going to happen is I'm going to take a 45-degree angle. And now you want to make sure that when you're doing this, you always want to accentuate the client's face. It's hard for me because I don't have a mirror right now. So luckily that's why I had to choose a client that I've done before. So I'm going to use this eyebrow as my guiding point to where I'm going to be cutting. And I'm just going to remove the extra hair. Okay? As you can see, it's not too high, not too low. This is just going to give me enough so I can start blending through. Now, what I do afterwards is, because I need to know where my lines and everything is going to do, I'm just going to quickly clean around his ear and in his leg.
I love the disconnect between the beard line and his sideburn there. That's really beautiful. I love that.
Okay. There is a disconnect here, but I wanted to connect it in a little bit, and you're going to see how this is going to connect in a bit.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I did it. Thanks for asking, Ken. Good eye there. I was waiting for someone to catch me on that. All right, so this is where that whole taper comes into play, because now you have an open space here. Kevin, I'm just going to bring you forward for a second. We're going to remove your mask this way. Just release your hand, and you're going to notice. Yeah, go ahead, let go. Going to remove this mask. If you notice on the side here, I have created a perfect line from here down to the bottom of his area. So that way it gives a crisp line. Now there's ways around it how you want to go. Depending on his ear is where you want to create your line. You could use the bottom, just underneath the lobe area, or above it, or if you want to go on a higher, you can even go there. So those would become your points. So if you have a ruler or a comb, again, whatever you like, the bottom of your lip is where it always ends. And then here it depends on how high or how low you want to go. And that gives you that extra perfectly lined beard. And then from there you can go down. And then again, depending on the guys, if you don't want to have double chins, you want to go a little bit lower. If you want to have a really chiseled line, you want to go a bit higher. So then it creates that jawline there. Now back to this area here. I'm going to go back to my clippers and my little fuzzy brush that everybody knows that barbers use, and they're always brushing things down. Now I'm going to open up my guard because I already know this is a zero line area. I'm going to open it up and I'm going to do almost a C shape again. Now I'm going to close my guard and I'm going to go slightly just in the bottom where that line was to try to gently remove it. Now, as you can see, obviously there's still an indentation up here, but down below you're noticing that it's starting to gradually fade away. And that's what we're trying to do, is we're gradually going to fade away so that it's here. And then up here, I will then do the same thing and just open up my guard and slightly fade away that line so that it blends in nicely. Make sense?
Yeah, looks great there.
So now I'm going to go, there's two guards that most people don't have. If you don't have them, I always tell everybody, please get them. These become your extra tools, your extra hands. Now, I love doing this on a male a lot of times. And the reason behind it is, as guys, and Leo, you know this, and Marco, you know this, and all of us as guys know this, we get something called wings on our sides, and we hate them, right? Especially guys that have shorter hair, they don't like to have that extra hair. So by doing this on a classic cut, just cleaning up the little area here and keeping the guards a little bit lower, you're going to remove a little bit of the hair. So when it grows, it's not growing as fast as the top area. So then they're not getting those wings. And that gives you about an extra week, week and a half of, before they have to come in to see you. So I'm going to go back again here with my 1.5. I'm going to open up my guard once again. And I'm going to just go around in a C format section here. And then I'm going to close my guard. And again, C formation again. So you're just pretty much going from the temple here just to the back of the earlobe is where we're kind of going. And as you continue, you're going to go in with each guard and just start brushing through it. And again, remember, open and close your guard. Because when you open it, it just gives it a softer, it's almost like using a thinning shears. That's what I find it. When I open up my guard, it just gives you that little flow and just picks up those nice little pieces. I don't know if you guys can see in there. I'm just going to bring Kevin a little bit closer. And you guys can really see. Kevin, can you turn slightly this way? Can you see how nice and smooth the area went through?
God, I wish I could grow a beard that majestic.
Right? So
I can't.
Open and close your guard. And go slowly. And again, from the temple to just the back of the ear, just slightly cleaning here. Now, if you get a little bit more lining here, that's when you start going with your higher guard and just start blending that area through. But again, you want to still keep the girth. So we know he's a 2 up here. You want to keep the girth as much as possible so he's not having too short of a hair and he's going to feel, oh, I'm too short of a hair. You want to maintain everything else. It's just the front little area, what I create like a little triangle here, that you just want to keep a little bit shorter. So that way it just gives a little bit more time for them before they come see you. I'm going to bring him back a little bit because it's a little bit harder for me to blend stuff without me seeing it all. But yeah, so that's one of the things that I like doing. So I'm going back to my number 2. And I'm just going to go around and make sure that I didn't miss anything. Now we're going to put Kevin back on his mask because obviously we're working together. Yeah, fully on. Because now you don't have to worry about anything else. You've covered the front area. You want to make sure that you don't have to deal with anything else. So once you've covered that, you now can work with the client with their mask. This is usually what I do in the first 3 to 4 minutes. I get to whatever I need to get to first, where that elastic is. So then I can then move on and do what I need to. All right. So we're going to do this side, Kevin. So point and shoot. We're going to do this quickly. And again, from the temple to there, we're just removing a small amount of hair. Then I go around, clean up my area. Now, a little story about me is, obviously, like Marco said, we've known each other for a long time. But I'm one of these people that doesn't like to love, if they don't love something or have a passion for something, I don't do it. I'm just that kind of a person. So when I got involved with REDAVID, thanks to my friend Greg from Illusions out in Chilliwack, he's the one who actually got me started on knowing about the product. And because of that, I started playing with it, started loving it and loving it. My first one was the cedarwood line. For me, it works great, especially for men. A lot of guys that are out there in construction, or a lot of guys that are in hard kind of jobs that have a lot of dust and everything, I notice when they come into my salon or the shop, they have dirty hair. They seem to forget, they come and see me, and it's really, really greasy hair, or really, 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 really dry, icky hair with dust. So I wash it off, and then I put some cedarwood shampoo, wash it really, really well, to the point that I get it squeaky, squeaky clean. That's what I love about it, because it brings it back to its purest nature. And that's one of the things that I loved about the cedarwood line, is that it brings the hair and restores it back to its full nature. Now, all my guy clients have fallen in love with it. They call it the hair crack, whatever they want to call it, I don't mind. I just want them to be happy. But that is the one thing that I know that is one of my top sellers for guys. And again, what I love about REDAVID is that it's not a product for men. It's not a product for women. It's just good products with top quality ingredients. And that's how I always sell it to any of my clients. I don't want to sell you something that I don't believe in. I'm also not going to sell you something that's not going to be good for you. If it's not going to be good for you, why am I going to sell it? So that's the one thing when I talk to them all about it. Kevin can tell you, when he sat down, that was the first thing I told them. And it was very important for me that I put that information out there to anybody that works with me. Just want to make sure. Yep. There we go. As you can see, it is nice and clean in that area. There's nothing anymore. Now Kevin can go back to just doing whatever he has to do. All right, so let's start working on the top of the hair now that we got that area here. And like I always said, I always start with something. So some things that I can do, obviously there's water bottles to get some water. And my favorite thing, and this I learned actually from Leo. So, and Mark and I were talking about it. Like, you can talk all you want, and this really shocks people. Because when you start putting the leave-in conditioner, most people, when they hear leave-in conditioner, they're thinking, this is going to be heavy. This is going to be forever. And I'm just spraying it and spraying it and spraying it as I talk to my clients. And you see their faces going, this is going to be a hot mess. And it doesn't. The advantage to this cedarwood leave-in conditioner is that it's not super heavy. And that when you blow dry and everything after you finish styling it, it creates great things. Now, if you happen to be me, because that's just who I am, I put it in my water bottle. So I put about half a cup, like a little, sorry, not half container, shot glass, half an ounce of the leave-in into my water bottle. Now that's going to help me in the way that I can structure the hair a little bit easier, and I'm able to play with it more. Now, as we talked about, Kevin does have a beautiful ring in the back that we have to deal with. So we're going to work with that slowly. The first thing I'm going to do is, obviously, I want to work with it naturally. The one thing I've learned from some of the educators that I've been able to work with and learn from is don't fight the current, go with it. And so that's the one thing I do when I cut my guys' clients when they have these amazing rings back there, and you're like, well, what are we going to do with them? Do I fight it? Do I go with it? So I'm just going to push them back here for a second. So as you can see, I'm already working on how it's going to naturally fall, right? And as you can see, the cedarwood and the water have helped me to kind of know almost where it's going to sit. So this is how I'm going to start now shaping the rest of his hair. I want to naturally work with the naturals of this hair the way that it's going, okay? Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it on video this way, so I'm going to have to do it through here. Again, it's a lot of over-directing. That's the one thing you're going to notice when I do these kind of cuts is that I'm always over-directing the hairstyle. So the first thing I'm going to try to see if I can do, I'm going to go this way. Kevin, I'm going to push you back one this way. And then I'm going to grab my comb and I'm going to try to bring it, and I'm going to try to keep as straight as possible. Again, it's hard when you're trying to teach, but I love it. So I'm pushing it up and cutting what's needed. And again, I'm following his natural line. And if you're noticing, the hair is falling where it should be right away. You're not over pushing it, you're not overworking it, and you're not having these crazy things going on. Here again, I'm going to work around with its natural, pushing it up, straight, and then just cutting those little edges. Same thing as I go through here. So Kevin's ring is literally right here, and it goes this way, it goes straight that way, and it goes down this way, and then up that way. So we work around it. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring from the actual point and bring the hair over to the other side for now. So I'm working only with this section here. Because I've created a good base with my nut, I can go up here and now start cutting in a straight, almost 45-degree angle. I'll go in here to show you what I mean. So I'm using the temple. And as I do, I'm slowly moving the comb that way, but I'm keeping it as straight as possible at a 45-degree angle. By doing that, you will notice that he doesn't have extra indentation in the hair. The hair starts lying now flat to it the way that it should be. And again, I continue with that cowlick of his and work with it, right? This is where I do my little bit of point, cut, and I'm just looking at the ones that are sticking out too much and lightly point cut to them. So Kevin, we're going to bring you closer so people can see what I mean. Around, tilt your head back. See how everything's falling slowly into the area, okay? Again, it's a little bit heavy here for me. I can take it down, and that's where your texturizer and your thinning shears can come into play. Once you go through here, you can then go through it. And again, I don't know if we have time today for it, but that's something that I can always show you later on. You grab your thinning shears or your texturizer shears, and you work with it. Again, over directing it, and then when you bring it back, it's going to sit nicely, and it's not going to be as heavy in the back. So I will actually try to do some of it with my texturizer. Again, bring in, and you're just clipping the tips at the end. And if you notice, it's now not as bulky up in that area. It's now nice. It sits nicely, and he still has that U shape. He still has some girth. The hair is not popping up like he had earlier. That he had spikes everywhere. And again, we're working with his natural cowlicks. And like I said, that's why I love the cedar with leave-in conditioner, because it gives it what I need. Again, remember I over-directed the hair here. Now here, I just want to see how long he has and what I need to remove. Now, most people are going to tell you, don't do this, don't do that. Each stylist has to find their own unique method of what's going to work for them. For me, usually what I do is I grab hair and I create from the back point, and I start creating something called a 45. So I'm going to bring Kevin to this side slightly. So again, this cowlick is what's creating to help me know exactly how I want to cut the hair. Because it's right here, the hair's going this way, I then start cutting at a 45-degree angle this way to match what the rest of the hair is going into. Make sense? Does anybody have any questions or any comments?
Great.
Ken, you're going to start becoming a hairstylist soon?
No, I've been in the industry long enough to talk the lingo, but no.
No? Okay. Now, this is the next part where people are like, oh, the bangs, the bangs, the bangs. How, you know, you should could cut them straight. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. That's why I usually try to over-direct them from the opposite way that they're going to be going. From here, after I over-direct, there's two ways you could go. If they want a shorter hair, you want to go just above their forehead, like about maybe 2 to 3 inches. If you want it to be longer, you want to go lower. Again, the lower you are, the longer the hair is going to be at the front. What I do is I try to do as straight, but not completely straight down as possible. And I'm just slightly nipping them. And unfortunately, because of COVID, some clients are going to have stuff there, so you have it nicely. And that's when I usually have my little brush here that I can then get some of that hair off them. Now for this section here, because obviously we want to connect section 1 to 2. This is where then you get a 45 again, that 45-degree angle. You can straight cut or point cut. I like point cut better, and then you can always lift a little bit. Now again, I'm going with Kevin's natural. So what I'm going to do next is, obviously I want to connect this to this section of the hair, but I'm going to go at a 45-degree angle. Sorry, I'm going to turn you again, Kevin. By doing that, you're going to grab the shortest to the longest. If you see, it's naturally starting to fall without creating a huge indentation. So you find your shortest piece. And again, you can point cut, you can straight cut. This is where you get to be creative and decide what's going to be best for you. So again, your shortest piece. The reason I like this method when I was taught it is that you don't get as much lineages happening up here, and it actually sits nicely. So once again, you grab the hair from the shortest end, and then you go upwards at a 45-degree angle. So if you can see, sorry, Kevin, bringing it closer, his hair, and this is where you could, that's why I love this lamp here, because then you can have a little bit more. You could notice that here, it is really well connected. I'm going to bring you in this way. See, there is absolutely nothing completely changing it. There's no lineages or anything, and that's why I love that 45-degree angle. Again, when you're looking at men's cuts, it's the same as a lady's cut. How would you cut a woman's hair? How would you create that? So from here, obviously now we have the bang. Again, I still keep within the mode of his hairstyle. So I grab, again, you can straight cut, you can point cut, wherever your thing is. I'm going from the front towards the back, again, within a 45-degree angle. I like to over direct the hair a little bit because it seems to fall softer when I need it. And that's the reason I do that. It's more for the softness and it looks more natural. So there we go. There, again, we're back again here. See, I'm at a 45. And I'm just connecting the next piece to the next one. So what happened is the piece that you folded here and then you decided to do your line in, that's now what you're connected from here to everything around. Now, what happens to the back? This is the area where everybody gets a little bit all scared about. So we're going to have Kevin do it this way. This, I don't know how you can see me or you can see my hands. I usually start doing a 45-degree this way. But if you notice my hand cups exactly how his hair is going. By doing that, again, you're giving shorter to longer, right? And again, you're trying to make sure that you keep his hair and his cowlicks not pointing out too crazily, okay? And that's how we have him there. Now let's style him up because obviously I like to style my man. I'm gonna have to put a mask on because obviously I need to blow dryer. You might hear a little bit of going on right now, but I will tell you what the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a volumizer on his head because I like to have a little bit more lift. I'm going to use my round brushes, either my REDAVID one or my regular, depending on how to just bring up. And you want to create a C shape of where you're wanting to bring up the area. So that's the one thing that I always work on is this is the area that people are going to see the most. So you want to lift the most amount in there. So that's what you want to do. Now, Kevin doesn't have thin hair, but I like to give him volume. Now, I do know that tons and tons of my clients do have thin hair. And this is their to-go-to product. I cannot stress it enough. I will show you another video sometime where I literally have thin hair clients, males and females. I put this on without anything else, just a roller brush and heat, and literally their hair looks like it's got 3 times more volume. And again, Dynagen R is one of the biggest pieces that is in here that helps create and lift and plump the hair even more. So again, you want to concentrate on the front end because that's the area, or like, you know how women have the money piece? Well, us guys have our money pieces too, okay? This is what we call our money pieces. So it's the front wherever that loop is going to be happening. It's where you want to be working on. Okay. And again, you can go nuts. As you can see, I'm just going crazy. Kevin's probably being drenched and ready to kill me, but nothing's going to happen.
Now, people really love that product.
That didn't happen. But we are live, so things do happen live.
Our volumizer is actually our third best-selling SKU in the entire line.
Good to know. And I know that I saw it.
Yeah. Dual therapy, orchid oil, and volumizer.
It's one of my things. And that's what I say. A lot of the guys are like, it looks like a girl's bottom. I'm like, it's not about girl products. It's not about boy products. It's good products. Like I said, my thin hair clients adore it. They can't get over it. They're always using it. They're always calling me. During quarantine, I had to try to find ways to send it to them because they still wanted to have volume in their hair. I don't know why, but they did. But I'm just going to put my mask on for a minute because I am blow drying. I don't want any of his hair or anything all over me. So give me 2 seconds, folks.
No worries. Neri, while you're blow drying, we're going to jump back quickly to Tara and Taylor, and she's going to finish, and we'll come back for the final product.
Done.
All right.
Hi guys.
Thank you. Look at that.
Talks about the products. I'm gonna just show you the color really quick.
Can you come closer?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice.
Natural. You can't even tell. It's gonna go like super pretty. It's her money piece. And then she's gonna tell you what product she used.
All right.
Beautiful.
There, we use the dual therapy, which you can't see because it's so bright in this hallway. And then I use this on my roots. I have really fine hair. Give me some film. And then conditioner. Every single client and me. I'm obsessed. It's my fave.
They already sold out of that.
Yeah, done.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it.
A little bit of the orchid oil. I didn't put it on her ends yet, just so that we can see like
the pop and shine.
Her hair is actually really soft.
Oh my God, it feels so good.
It looks gorgeous.
That looks amazing.
And like, I love your length right now. Like this length is so attractive on you.
I was just going to say that with the bendy wave, it's really beautiful.
Look at the shine in that hair. Oh my God. Beautiful. That orchid oil is amazing.
My favorite.
The conditioner was so soft though. It was so easy to brush my teasy lights out. It was great.
Good.
So
Good
Tara,
stuff.
how do you feel the conditioning and toning factor of the shampoo and conditioner? Did they contribute enough?
I love the conditioner. I felt like it was perfect, and I love the way that it was super soft in her hair. I like that the shampoo was clarifying the pink out of her hair and like depositing the purple. Like it was like a really good mixture. Yeah.
Cool.
Fantastic.
I'll couple that with the purple dual therapy. When it comes out, it's going to be awesome. It's gonna be bright white.
As soon as I get one, I'll ship you guys one up, okay? But please don't text me every day that you want more because I won't have it, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I promise. I'll send you guys one.
Well, that looks great. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Tara and Taylor,
Thank
so
you,
much.
ladies.
I love you.
Yeah.
Thank
Be
you.
safe. Take care while you're out there. Wish you guys all the best.
You too.
Get that money, honey.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's beautiful.
We'll
yeah.
see you guys soon.
Bye.
All righty. Let's see how Neri's doing there.
I'm doing great here. As you can see how much volume he has just from that light blow drying.
Holy cow.
See all
That looks great.
that volume. I'm not lying. I don't create it. I just use it and it creates a lot. Now the next
Great, Mary.
I love this product just as much. This is my gamer, all right? This is for every man. I don't care what you want. I'm going to tell you one thing. Women love to put their hands on their man's hair. So if you have product that's going to make it clingy and crunchy and hard, no woman's going to touch your head. Now,
were you spying on me, Neri? No, just joking.
Did I? Okay, never mind. All right. So this is our textured cream. First of all, it smells. It's got a citrusy smell to it. Every time I open it up in the shop, every guy's like, "What is this? What is this?" It smells so good. Again, you don't have to use very much. I'm putting 2 fingers in, and I'm lightly dipping it in. If you guys can see, this should be more than enough. Move it towards your hands. It's really hard when you have gloves too, and then use it like a rake. Put it around the entire hair.
Neri, you did a great job on that cut.
Yeah, it looks great.
Now, this is what I still have to clean the back of it, but that's not a big deal. I can do that later on. The one thing I want to say is to all my guy clients, Kevin, put your hands through your hair. How does it feel?
Dry. Smooth.
Dry and smooth, yes. So that's the one thing is if you need to put a little bit more product, you just add more and more, right? Now, if you decide that you, like some guys that I know out there that talk to me, you overuse a product and it becomes so gunky on top, what are you gonna do? You don't have the time to go rush and run around to go wash it again and redo your hair. I'm gonna show you a trick. You're gonna grab your blow dryer, once again, and you're gonna put it on medium heat and you're just gonna move your hand in a C-shaped formation, back and forth, and that's gonna somehow melt in the product into the hair and not be so gunky all over. So when you overuse a product, obviously it doesn't work right now because I didn't put a lot of product in there. But if you put too much product, that's a way that I've been using in customers that we just blow dry. Like they come in and they're like, oh, let me do it myself. I'm like, okay, let's get you to try it. And they put a lot of product in. So I'm like, let's sit you back on the chair and let's show you how to do it. I blow dry it so that it removes it, but somehow it sticks within the hair and it keeps it nice and soft. So I'm just going to show you here again. If you want it tinier, you want it more. I don't like using too much because I just find it's not for me. But for him it is. I'm just going to do a light cleanup back here. Come put your neck down.
One of the beauties of the texture cream as well is, you know, I don't like going to bed with product in my hair. The pillowcase gets, you know, kind of gunky and you can start breaking out around the forehead. The best part about the texture cream is I can put the whole jar on my head and just rinse it under the tap and it comes right out. You don't even need to shampoo it to get it out of the hair.
Exactly. That's the thing. I had it on yesterday. I didn't have time to do my hair today. I got a little bit of water, slicked it back, and look, it still holds. It's still doing its thing. I'm getting Kevin closer.
Nice.
See how nice and smooth that whole hair. That's okay. Sorry about that. See, nice and clean. See what we're talking about? His cowlick, go this way a little bit more. It all sits nicely now. There's nothing going anywhere. In a smooth pattern.
There you go, Neri.
Nice,
Thank you, brother.
Kevin, thank you for being a model. I'm going to send Neri some product to give to you for your time today. So thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Don't forget, donate. If you can't donate, at least share so people know what's going on. And hopefully you guys will learn today a little bit more about classic men's cuts and how to just clean it up a little bit more on the sides.
Awesome. Thanks, Neri. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. So I think next we have our beautiful updo bride beautiful class with Heather. She will be showing us an amazing updo coming up. Marco and Leo, if you want to take it away.
I'd love to introduce Heather. Heather has been with REDAVID since the very beginning. She is our faithful educator. She's worked with us since the very beginning. Her skills it's been amazing watching her grow as an educator and watching her come. And we're so excited now. She's been working with Catherine and perfecting her craft and, working on some amazing updos for you. And I'm super excited to introduce Heather Enders. Heather is based out of Edmonton, correct, Heather, right now? You're still in Edmonton?
Yes, that's right.
Yep. So I know did you get snow? I heard it was snowing up.
Hey,
yes.
Don't curse those words right now. We're in spring, baby.
At least you're inside, and thank you for taking the time today. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you got going on.
I want to say a couple things about Heather. I remember Heather when she just started hairdressing school or just finished her course, and she came and volunteered one of my shows that I was doing. And for all the students that you're getting into hairdressing, make sure you volunteer the time. And when you watch Heather, you're going to see what happened when you volunteer the time. Opportunities open up, education open up, and your learning just goes off to a totally different atmosphere. So you're going to enjoy, watching Heather do her thing. Go ahead, Heather.
Hi guys. Hey, I'm Heather. I've been with REDAVID for about 6 years, going on 7. It's been a beautiful time. I'm actually very lucky to be a part of this amazing team. I want to thank you guys so much for giving me the platform to let me be a part of such great cause. You know, all of us are humans. We all need to stand together no matter what, okay? So today I have created something a little bit different. If you haven't been following me, I've been working a lot on creating the seashell effect. And I've been working on it. It's great. I love it. But my only problem that I don't agree with is these looks take me about 2 hours to create. And if anybody knows me, I am in and out. I like to get stuff up in there, done in 12 minutes. So I'm going to give you a bit of a sneak peek of how I create the seashell effect with just using a couple sectionings. So this is the look that we're going to create for you today.
Oh, gorgeous. Nice.
And this one is, so you got the seashell, but I didn't have to take my time and create them. This technique I'm going to show you is actually going to just really pop it up for you. And then you just got to create it with the Max Hold hairspray. So not a 2-hour updo. It's just going to probably take me about 10-15 minutes. So after that, I've also have a couple little mannequins that I want to talk about the difference of mannequins and what I've used to create. I've also created a mess of a mannequin that we're going to use all the product on because it is a disaster. So I purposely made her a disaster just for today to show you the benefits of what these products do for your updos and how important product is while creating your looks. All right, so let's bring her in here. I might have to turn this to the side. Whoa, did that work? Everybody see me properly? Okay.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. So what we're gonna do to start is we are gonna take our cedar wood leave-in conditioner. So the cedar wood leave-in conditioner is my best friend because a lot of times you do have those brides that do come in when you're like, oh, can you like please wash your hair like the night before? And you're like, oh, I didn't get time and I got like 2 days worth of dirt. And you're like, okay. So this is the product that I use a lot of the time to tangle. Even for her, you're gonna notice that once you spray it in, it's gonna break down anything so that you can put some more product in. Like this is just gonna be my base. So you see how easy that was? Like how knotted she looked? I just love burning this in. And don't worry, if you end up putting a little too much in there and it's wet, you're gonna notice how fast it's gonna dry. You're not even gonna need to really worry about it. So the next product I'm gonna put in, of course, is the orchid oil treatment. It's so glary there. Orchid oil treatment. And the orchid oil treatment is really going to help you pull apart things without causing a lot of flyaways. I will always prep my hands actually before I even do updos with like a coat of a pump of the orchid oil, just so that my hands, when I start pulling things, it's not going to create that static. All right. So with this look, you could also create a bun at the bottom. I love braiding, so this is why I chose to do braids. So yeah, what we're gonna do here is that we're just gonna comb it through. You always wanna make sure you comb your product in so that you know that you don't ever have any like heavy spots or anything like that. All right, tail combs. The reason why I use a metal tail comb is because I find you always get a little bit of buildup on your metal tail combs or plastic tail combs. And for plastic, you can't actually remove anything without actually taking it to the sink and washing it off. Metal tail comb, if you just cause a little bit of friction on your pants or your shirt, you can actually remove all that buildup and create a nice smooth surface so that you can continue going on without having to stop, walk away, and rinse off your combs. All right, so for our first section, I'm gonna lower this a little bit here. We're gonna create a teardrop effect section. So from the top, we're gonna come down and we're gonna loop it. I'll show you here exactly what it looks like. And for me, I like to keep my sections as even as possible because you can always create unbalance. It's hard to create unbalance to balance. So it's always easier to go in and create something that's even and then go through and separate it to make it better for you. Anybody have any questions so far? No? No? All right, so teardrop look. Okay, and then the top. Whoop, Jesus. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Right. So then that goes on top. This is a little. It is even. Just my mannequin's a little curly. Okay. And when I was creating this and trying to figure out how the heck I could possibly bring a 2-hour seashell detailed look into like a freaking 10-minute look, I was actually really impressed with myself. I actually ran into the living room. I was like, oh my God, I did it! He's like, did what? I was like, don't worry about it. It's okay. Go back to sleep. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this. We're going to put a ponytail into it. And then what we're going to do, I want you to see how this shows up here. Sorry, guys, working on a mannequin here. You're going to split it. You're going to turn it inwards. You're going to pull it down. So you notice how it kind of gives you a little bit of that definition. And then all you got to do is you got to come in here. Oh, look at that. It's just popping out for us. Don't even need to sit there, spend 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's too easy.
Right?
Oh, now I'm really mad. That used to take me for hours.
After it took hours and hours to create these looks, I'm like, no, there's got to be a better way.
Heather, that looks great already.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, and like the
keep going. I love it.
And then all you got to do is do this. And then you just got to put that Maxwell hairspray in, blow it, and away we go, baby. Yes.
I love it.
All right. So next what we're going to do, we're going to take the rest of this piece here, and we're going to match what we just did. I know. I'm just like, danced for 2 days. I'm like, man, now I can do these on stage.
So how long did it take you to figure all that out? How many, hours to I know it takes a while to get there. How long did it take you?
It took a couple days, a nice big bottle of wine, and a couple breakdowns is what it took. But it was great. It was awesome. Actually, you know what though? Like, to be honest, I'm a hair nerd, right? Like, I'll just literally sit with my mannequin between my legs and play or on a stand. And as long as I'm out of the way of Chad being able to watch his TV, he's like, I don't care. He's like, just don't leave him lying around. So I have to wake up and see a floating head in the living room. So he's like, compromise.
Heather,
never make a man scream when you have a mannequin floating in the middle of your living room and he turns the light on at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'll never forget the video you sent us when you were working on some hair pieces, and literally every open space in your house had hair pieces drying, and it looked like a house of horrors with hair everywhere. Oh. Just terrible.
You should. Chad got mad at me and was like, "You need to put your mannequins somewhere." So I put him in a duffel bag, but I put him in one of the duffel bags that look like our camping gear duffel bags.
Oh no!
Well, Chad went downstairs to go grab the duffel bag, unzipped, and all you heard was a high-pitched scream.
There's a heart attack. No kidding.
Or the best is you get pulled over, you got nothing but mannequin heads in the back, and the guy's like, I don't want to know. I'm like, you don't want to know.
So you folded it back in there, right?
Yeah. So what I did, I want to really talk about this one. So it's inwards, not outwards. So if you go from behind and come, you see what that did?
Yeah,
it kind of like reverses it and twists it. It will take away from you being able to pull. So always make sure that you twist it inwards.
Oh, that's important, yeah.
And then you see how it creates it for you. And then all you do is hold that ponytail. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's so beautiful. Like, honey. Look at that. The detail you can just create. Right? So then I'm going to take that and I'm going to pin it in. So I'm also going to talk a little bit about pins here. So I always have 4 different types of pins. I've got big versions and I got regular versions. Wait, hold on there. I got a regular pin. I got a big mama pin. I got hairpins. And my hairpins, I even have big hairpins, but we don't need those for her. She don't have that much hair. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to kind of anchor it in to this top one here. Okay. So we see a little frizzy. That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. So then we're going to turn her over to this side. And I want to do the exact same thing. You guys can see I'm not getting in the way here. Leo, do you like my color?
Your color looks great. Your hair looks nice. I like the length. It's sure
I almost
a lot
bleached
longer
my
than
whole
the
head and
haircut
went
I
blue,
gave
but
you.
I'm liking the pinks. All right.
Nice.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so then we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to spread it open, and we're going to go back inside here, twist it in. And again, you see that beautiful detail that's already calling my name? It's like, Heather, pull me. Oh, so pretty. Okay. And my favorite thing about updos is don't detail right away. Okay, because half the time you spend all your time detailing and then you're like, oh, dang. Kind of want to change this piece. I don't want it to sit here. I think it needs to be somewhere else, right? So just build it what you can because it will never look complete until that very last piece is in. So just take your time, step back, you know, breathe. The worst thing is not breathing while you're doing it. If you ever need to get a bride away from a Pinterest, tell her, do you want to be original or do you want to be a Pinterest bride? And who wants to be a Pinterest bride? Everyone wants to be original. So that's how I know I can get away from doing the Pinterest boards. I'm just like, come on, let's be original, baby. All right. So we're going through.
Heather, that already you got the front already.
Right?
That's absolutely. Now you can go anywhere. That's a great.
Anywhere.
I love
anywhere. And this is what I wanted to talk about. Like right from here, we could go and create a nice little chignon bun right here, right? You can do something really kind of cute and tidy, or you could go across and do your twisting motions, right? You could twist it. You can go across and pull it apart, create something beautiful in that aspect. But like I said, today we're just going to do braids because Mama love braids.
I love it because sometimes, you know, we always have a hard time, you know, trying to get the front up, you know, in a way, especially if it's really long. That's a great technique.
And it takes a lot of hair.
Yeah.
Like when you twist it inwards, it takes away a lot of that hair.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're going to start braiding, but I want to leave all of this down there below. This can go in here. Oh, see, another thing when you braid is if I would have continued braiding with all this flyaways, when you pull it apart, it just would look awful. So make sure that you go back in, take a little bit more of your oil, the oil, pump it in, give those ends some love because who doesn't like love on their ends, right? Oh, and look at the shine. See how much nicer this mannequin is, and I've only used 2 products so far, just 2, and it's so much. It's beautiful to work on. All right, my bobby pin's coming out, so we just want to take it and adjust it. Nice thing again about using these ponytails like this is it's adjustable. So also when I braid, I always like to braid down a little bit and then go in and pull apart. Because then not just that, I can control, can you guys see?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can control the amount of hair that I pull and the amount of tension. Because it's tight tension is going to cause trouble for you. Right? And a lot of the times when you go all the way down, if you don't maintain that even tension all the way, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to take this and we're going to wrap it. And you see how that pushes up everything nicely too? Go in. Never open your bobby pins. Opening your bobby pins can actually cause your hair and your looks to bump out because a bobby pin is actually only designed to hold that much hair. So by opening it, you actually stretch open more than what you need. and that hair gets in there, and then it's like, nope, too much, reject, and then half your look comes out, and then we're in trouble. Okay. You guys like that so far?
You're looking great. Keep going. I love it.
I know, so fast. I'm like, this look is just like, oh, so
That's
good.
Awesome.
So good. So right. I got that feeling. Anyways.
I love it, Heather, that, you know, I hope, you know, I come from the background of those really, you know, really tight braids. And it's nice to see, you know, just have those braids loosened up.
Yeah.
It's just such a softer feeling. I really love it.
So just before I go in, I want to detail this one a little bit. I want to now start going in and doing my detail. So I want this to show a little bit more of a seashell look. So we're just going to take this Max Hold hairspray and I'm going to show you how amazing it is. But don't want to brush it out afterwards, okay? Please don't do it. So go in and I spray, and you see how I don't even have to go and create. It's all right here. Just pull it forward a little bit, spray it, and voila. All that beautiful detail. Don't take it too crazy though. You need to come back to this. Whoops. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
All right. Now let's go over here. Oh, we need to pull this baby out. This girl's a little frazzled still, but she's still looking fabulous.
Heather, what I think is so great about this look is that even though you're still pulling, it's not ruining the back.
Right? Like it's all about how you have your anchors in. And that's what I've learned about it. Like, well, actually, Catherine, you're the one that taught it to me when we were down there in the AGM meeting. Oh man, did you make my heart fly? That one. You made me literally want to drop to my knees and be like, oh my God, it's still in place. All right. So it keeps it simple. And then look at the detail that's coming in the back.
Beautiful.
Right? And I haven't.
I want to wear it.
Well, we'll have to turn this into a hairpiece for you, Leo.
No way.
A wig. You got it. All right. And now for this final end part, we'll get into the detailing later. But for this part again, of course, always pumping my orchid oil treatments in. And then we're just going to create your typical braid. But what I want you to remember is I want you to make sure that you keep it coming up, because we're going to create petals now for the rest of the look. So we want this to go up and over and also hide this little green elastic here. So going 1, 2, and 3, 4 to lock it in. And we're just going to slide it. You see how nice that is when you slide it?
Tie it and then slide it.
Yeah. Looking great, Heather.
Thanks. So just are you going to anchor this in now?
I just love watching the, you know, updos. They're just so pretty.
You know, and like a lot of people get afraid because they're getting through their updo and they're like, oh my God, it doesn't look like anything. And you're like, chill out, put your last piece in. because it changes, right?
looks
You never
good.
know what it's going to look like until it's just your very last piece, right? So then we go back over here. Yeah.
Heather, why don't you mention the salt shaker technique when you're pulling?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Thank you for that. So when we're pulling, what we want to do, again, make sure you put your hands in, get some nice oil. It's kind of like pinching salt, right? So you don't want to get your nails in or anything. You just kind of want to pinch it a little bit and softly pull it. So again, we'll do that 3 strands coming up at an angle. Breaking 4. And then I'm coming in and I'm just, you see how it's like I pinch it, but I'm not really like pinching. You're like doing salt.
I like salt.
Right?
Yeah, it's almost as if you're sprinkling salt on your food. You just pull it and you kind of pull
Wiggle.
back and forth and
Pull
wiggle
back
it.
and
So
wiggle.
that,
Pull back
exactly.
and wiggle.
Hmm.
That looks so nice.
Right? And then we come up. And then I'm just going to tuck my tail underneath. So now I'm going to open, but I'm only opening this tip right now so that I can grab the piece that I want. I'll clock it on, slide it back and forth to release any extra hair that's just going to spit it out. And then we go through and we make our petals open. Might want to pin that one down. Right? So now we have our look.
Gorgeous. Oh, that looks nice, Heather.
Right? And then we just kind of go
so
through.
fast.
Right? I hate spending lots of time. I hate to say it. As much as I love it, I feel like color should be the only thing that I spend 2 to 3 hours on. So any way that I can do things to make things last, or even to make things easier for myself, all about making things easier. I hate doing things the hard way. So 7 P's to success, proper prior planning prevents piss poor performance.
Right on. That looks great, Heather. I love it.
So now that we've done that look, I want to talk about mannequins. So being an updo artist, this is something you really need to invest in, updo mannequins, just because you need to practice. So if you're looking for braids to practice braids or something simple and stuff, grab synthetic. I got this mannequin. I got this really long mannequin on Wish. And it is, for practicing braiding, perfect. For anything else, not so much. But for doing all your bright braids in practice, it's something absolutely that I would totally invest in. I got 2 of them. I also have long-haired ones, short-haired ones, because you always need to learn, right, and practice.
Was the one on Vush very expensive, Heather?
$20.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That's incredible.
Oh, I need
Yeah,
one.
It's synthetic, right? So
Yeah,
I
that's
got
great.
another one here. And look, the rainbows. So you can make them really fun. And it makes it fun to practice with, right? You got long hair, practice braids. You can do a lot of updos. You just can't put hot tools to them.
I love it. That
That's
was
awesome.
great.
Great advice. Cool. Thank you, Heather. That
Thanks,
was
Heather.
fantastic. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much,
Love
girl.
your hair. Looking great. Look forward to seeing
Thanks,
you again.
guys.
All right.
Thanks for having me
Thank
on
you.
here.
Thank you, Heather.
Love you all.
Bye. All right.
Right on. Is Catherine
There's
still there? There she
Catherine.
is.
Hello,
So
Kat.
yeah, I think that's it for our educators today, which brings us, let me just make sure we got everyone. Yeah, that was it. Heather was
Oh,
our last
beautiful.
one.
Beautiful.
So that was our nice 6 hours filled with education.
Amazing.
Well,
Thank you.
I want to say thank you for all our educators. I really love you. Thanks for putting your love into everything that you did today. Catherine, thank you so much for organizing everybody and keeping everybody on schedule. Kenneth, you rule, brother. Thanks for keeping everybody on track. My son, Marco, thank you for running the company. You're absolutely amazing.
My pleasure.
All right. I really love you. It's been fun today. I enjoyed myself today.
Yeah.
Did anybody like my haircut? I'm looking at it thinking, gee, it turned out pretty good.
Yeah, that did come out good, Leo.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Ken,
guys.
what was our final tally there? How did we do?
We are at 735.
That's amazing.
That's awesome.
Thank you. That's fantastic. And I just want to announce that David, despite not hitting 5,000, we are still going to personally donate $5,000 to the Black Lives Matter, or to George Floyd's family. It's something near and dear that we believe in, and we want to put our money where our mouth is, and we're donating $5,000. So
it's amazing.
We challenge anybody else out there, any other hair care product companies. Let's donate for a cause, and let's change this kid's life.
Yeah, it's really important. It's the kids. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. We appreciate you, and we love you, and we'll see you soon.
I have one more thing to. Go ahead, Catherine.
No, I was just going to say, I just also want to thank all of our educators that participated today. I'm so proud of each and every single one of them. During quarantine and the pandemic, I've been working super closely with them and developing them as artists, and they all did an absolutely phenomenal job today on really putting forward what REDAVID is about, which is the human factor. And no matter what, we're all human at the end of the day. Nobody's perfect. Everybody did a fantastic job. I want to thank all of us, Ken, Marco, Leo, all of our educators for coming together and really taking the time out today to show that we care above and beyond. I want to challenge everyone to continue to put the right foot forward and to use your voice and your wherever and whatever you have your hands in that you can cause change, to go ahead and make that change, whether it's in your salon company, in your home, with your kids, in the beauty industry. We in the beauty industry, what people don't realize is that we create the trends. We set the trends that the celebrities and the people that wear our trends go on and make famous, but we set those trends. And this is definitely a trend that we need to make sure goes all the way and really hits home, and we begin to start a new trend of human factor, and that everybody is human, and Black people matter just as much. Their survival, their livelihoods, their kindness, because not everybody is the same. And so for me, this was a successful day. If we changed one person's mentality and one person's thought process and one person's perspective on how they're going to approach the world moving forward, we succeeded in that challenge today. So definitely, thank you for everybody who's watched today. Thank you for everybody who's participated. And it's an honor for me to be here today with the three of you as well, leading this change and this movement as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
I had one last thought for us, and I wanted to tell you a very quick but important story. A 22-year-old girl went to a trade show, and while she was there, she went up and down the aisles. She suffered from scalp conditions, psoriasis. Her hair was falling out. Her scalp was heavily damaged. Dandruff and a whole variety of other issues. She was trying to find products that would help her hair, and after searching, couldn't really find anything. She was working the show that day. When she came home, her first comment to her child was that she was hoping that she would be able to find more variety, more products that would be for her people. And the year, remarkably enough, was 1904. Her name was Madam C.J. Walker, and she became the most prolific African-American businesswoman in beauty in the early part of the 20th century. Something that she was quoted as saying is still moving to this day. She said, "I want you to understand that your first duty is to humanity. I want others to look at us and see that we care not just about ourselves, but about others." When she opened her first product line and became a self-made millionaire, that was the very first line in the instruction manual that she had to her staff.
That's awesome.
That's so touching. That's so beautiful, Ken.
Kenneth, thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. We really appreciate all of you.
Goodbye, everybody.
All righty, take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for
Thank
tuning in.
you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.